Mr. Gladstone's tenure of office was signalized by a long series PG 707 of domestic reforms, the most momentous of which was the Education Act, introduced in 1870 by Forster, the Vice President of the Council of Education, for providing sufficient school accommodation for the whole infant population of the country and making the attendance of all children at school compulsory. The ballot. Another important measure was the introduction of the secret ballot at parliamentary elections. This act tended to diminish bribery by depriving the buyer of votes of the power of ascertaining whether the elector with whom he had trafficked had kept his word or no. But it was far from destroying it altogether, and actually enabled many corrupt voters to sell their promise to both sides. It was not till stringent penalties were imposed, both on the briber and the bribed, by laws passed 10 years later, that English parliamentary elections attained their present high standard of purity. The Franco-German War. The leading event of this period in the sphere of foreign affairs was the Great Franco-German War of 1870–71, in which England preserved a strict neutrality. The French emperor had provoked the contest in the most wanton way, in the hope of making firm his tottering throne. His defeat and capture at Sedan, September 1, 1870, swept away a power which had, since its first creation in 1852, formed a public danger to Europe from its purely selfish and personal policy. When Bismarck substituted United Germany for Imperial France as the chief state of the continent, the world was the gainer. Russia and the Treaty of Paris. But the fall of Napoleon III affected English interests in the East in a less satisfactory fashion. The united power of France and Great Britain had hitherto compelled Russia to abide by the stipulations of the Treaty of Paris, but the moment that the fall of the emperor was known, the Tsar issued a declaration that he should no longer consider himself bound by its terms. He began to rebuild his Black Sea fleet and to refortify Sebastopol, and the English government could not resent the affront. The Alabama Arbitration. About the same time, England was involved in an awkward dispute with the United States, who, ever since the American Civil War, had been clamoring for compensation for the ravages committed by the Alabama PG 708 on northern shipping. Lord Derby's cabinet had staved off the question, but in 1870, the language of the Americans grew so threatening that the Liberals had to choose between submission or the chance of a war. They took refuge in a middle course, preferring to refer the liability of England for the doings of the Alabama to a court of arbitration composed of foreign lawyers. But in the principles laid down, on which the arbitrators were to give their decision, so much was conceded to the Americans that the result, if not the amount, of the award was a foregone conclusion. The referees met at Geneva and compelled England to pay £3 million, which sufficed not only to pay all the claims made against the Alabama, but to leave a handsome surplus in the American Treasury, 1872. Cardwell's military reforms. The knowledge that the people were growing alarmed and impatient at the military weakness of England, especially after the sudden collapse of France in 1870–71, induced the government to bring in a scheme for improving the national defenses. Cardwell, the Minister of War, introduced in 1872 a bill to reorganize the army on the short service system, which had been found to work so well in Germany. For the future, instead of enlisting for the long service of 20 years, the soldier was to engage for 7 years with the colors and 5 in the reserve. The reserve was only to be called out in time of danger, but when war was at hand, it was to join the ranks. Thus, the strength of the army could be raised by 60,000 trained and seasoned men on the outbreak of hostilities. It must be allowed that in peacetime the battalions are prone to be filled with very young men, all under 7 years' service. But as the reserves, when they have been called out, have always appeared promptly and in full numbers, the change was undoubtedly wise and beneficial. An attempt made at the same time to localize all the regiments in particular districts, whence they were to draw all their recruits, has not been so successful, owing to the fact that some counties supply men in much greater proportion than others. One more military reform, the abolition of purchase, formed part of Cardwell's scheme. It put an end to the system by which retiring officers sold their commissions to their successors, a practice that had often kept poor men of merit for PG 709 many years unpromoted. The measure was obviously right, but Mr. Gladstone provoked much criticism by putting it forth in a royal warrant, instead of passing it through the two houses in the usual form. Fall of Gladstone's ministry. After the rush of legislation in the period 72, the last years of the Gladstone ministry seemed tame and uneventful. In the spring of 1873, they were beaten on the comparatively small question of a bill to establish a secular university in Ireland. Next winter, Mr. Gladstone dissolved Parliament, and on appealing to the constituencies, suffered a crushing defeat, January 1874. Disraeli's ministry, the Home Rule Party. For the first time since 1846, Parliament was in the hands of a solid conservative majority in both houses, and Disraeli, seated firmly in power, was able to display the characteristics of the new Toryism. He announced that he took office to secure a space of rest from harassing legislation at home and to defend the honor and interests of England abroad. His first 2 years of power, 1875-76, were among the quietest which the century has known. They were only marked by some excellent measures of social and economic reform, such as the Artisans' Dwellings Act, which permitted corporations to build model houses for workmen, and the Agricultural Holdings Act, which granted to farmers compensation for unexhausted improvements on their land when they gave up their farms to their landlord. But signs of coming trouble were soon apparent both at home and abroad. In the Commons, the ministry was beginning to be harassed by the Irish members, who had latterly banded themselves together under the leadership of Isaac Butt to demand home rule. Egypt and Ismail. This trouble, however, was as yet but in its infancy. A more pressing cause of disquietude was arising in the East, on which England had always kept a watchful eye since the Crimean War. Two separate difficulties were beginning to arise in that quarter. The first was in Egypt, a land which had grown very important to England since the use of the overland route to India by Alexandria and the Red Sea had been discovered, and still more so since de Lesseps had constructed the Suez Canal in 1868. The thriftless and ostentatious Khedive Ismail, by his extravagance and oppression at home and his PG 710 unwise conquests in the Soudan, had reduced Egypt to a state of misery and seemed not far from bankruptcy. To get ready money, he proposed to sell his holding, nearly 1/2 of the shares of the Suez Canal Company. Disraeli at once bought them by telegram for £4 million. The investment was wise and profitable. The shares are now worth 5 times the sum expended, and their possession gives England the authority that is her due in the conduct of this great international venture. The Russo-Turkish War. But a far more ominous storm cloud was rising in the Balkan Peninsula. England had been very jealous of the action of the Tsar in the East since the abrogation of the Treaty of Paris in 1870. She had been greatly stirred by the activity of the Russians in Central Asia, where by overrunning Turkestan and reducing Khiva and Bokhara to vassalage, they had made a long step forward in the direction of India. But now a new trouble arose nearer home, in the shape of sporadic insurrections, which broke out all over European Turkey. The misgovernment of the Porte was enough to account for them, but it was suspected, and with good cause, that they were being deliberately fomented by Russian intriguers with the tacit approval of the imperial government. The rising began in Bosnia in 1875. In the summer of 1876, the princes of Serbia and Montenegro took arms to aid the Bosnians, and thousands of Russian volunteers flocked across the Danube to join the Serbian army. Next, while the Turks were sending all their disposable troops against the two princes, a rising broke out in Bulgaria. This insurrection was put down by bands of Circassians and armed Mussulman villagers, with a ruthless cruelty which had a most marked effect on English public opinion. Hitherto, the government had been showing some intention of resenting Russian interference in the Balkans, but the news of the Bulgarian atrocities so shocked the country that any such design had to be abandoned. Mr. Gladstone, who had given up the leadership of the opposition for the last 2 years, emerged from his retirement and made a series of speeches against the Turks, which had a profound effect. And when in 1877 the Tsar openly declared war on Turkey and sent his armies across the Danube, the English government stood aside in complete neutrality. The PG 711 Turks held out with unexpected firmness, but in the early winter of 1877-78 their resistance broke down, and the Russians came pouring on towards Constantinople. Attitude of England. The English government, though prevented from interfering in behalf of the Sultan by public opinion, had been watching the advance of the Russians with much anxiety. When the victorious armies of Alexander II approached the Bosphorus, Disraeli, who had now taken the title of Earl of Beaconsfield and retired to the upper house, began to take measures which seemed to forebode war. He asked for a grant of £6 million for military purposes and ordered up the Mediterranean squadron into the Sea of Marmora, placing it within a few miles of Constantinople. If the Tsar's troops had struck at the Turkish capital, a collision must have occurred, and a general European war might have followed. But the Russian ranks were sorely thinned by the late winter campaign, and their generals shrank from provoking a new enemy. Instead of attacking Constantinople, they offered the Sultan terms, which he accepted March 3, 1878. The Treaty of St. Stefano. The Treaty of St. Stefano gave Russia a large tract in Asia round Kars and Batum, and advanced her frontier at the Danube mouth to its old position in the days before the Crimean War. Serbia, Romania, and Montenegro received large slices of Turkish territory, but the great feature of the treaty was the creation of a new Principality of Bulgaria, reaching from the Danube to the Aegean and cutting European Turkey in two. The Berlin Conference. Persuaded that the Treaty of San Stefano made all the states of the Balkan Peninsula vassals and dependents of Russia, Lord Beaconsfield refused to acquiesce in the arrangement. He called out the army reserves, hurried off more ships to the Mediterranean, and began to bring over Indian troops to Malta by way of the Suez Canal. In view of his menacing attitude, the Tsar consented to a complete revision of the Treaty of San Stefano. At the Berlin Conference, June-July 1878, its terms were modified. The new Bulgaria was cut up into two states, and its frontier pushed back from the Aegean. The Sultan undertook to introduce reforms into his provinces, and England guaranteed the integrity of his remaining Asiatic dominions. In return for this, Abdul PG 712 Hamid placed the island of Cyprus in British hands, though retaining his nominal suzerainty over it. Lord Beaconsfield returned triumphant from Berlin in July 1878, claiming that he had obtained peace with honor for England and had added a valuable naval station to our possessions in the Mediterranean. But the advantages which he had secured were in some ways more apparent than real. He had checked and irritated Russia without setting up any sufficient barrier against her. He had pledged England to introduce reforms in Turkey, a promise which she was never able to induce the Sultan to perform. Cyprus turned out harborless and barren, a source of expense rather than profit. Later events showed that the partition of Bulgaria was a mistake, and that the creation of a strong principality on both sides of the Balkans would have been the most effective bar to a Russian advance towards Constantinople. Fall of Lord Beaconsfield's ministry. The scarcely averted war between England and the Tsar had a tiresome and costly sequel in the East, the Afghan War of 1878-80, which we describe in Chapter XLIV. A struggle which was not without its disasters and formed one of the chief reasons for the gradual loss of popularity by the Beaconsfield cabinet in the years that followed the Treaty of Berlin. A similar result was produced by the mismanaged Zulu War and the disaster at Isandlula, 1879. While at home, the ministry was kept in perpetual difficulties by the obstructive tactics of the Irish party, who were now headed by the astute and unscrupulous Charles Stewart Parnell. They wasted time and provoked perpetual scenes. In June 1880, Lord Beaconsfield dissolved Parliament, and a Liberal majority of 100 was returned to the House of Commons from Great Britain, while in Ireland, the Home Rulers swept almost every constituency except those of Ulster. Gladstone's second ministry, the Boer War. Mr. Gladstone now took office for the second time, pledged to pacify Ireland and to carry out a policy of peace abroad and of reform and liberal measures at home. But the years 1880–84 were full of costly and unsatisfactory wars. Scarcely was the new cabinet installed when the Boers, the inhabitants of the recently annexed Transvaal, revolted. The small English force in South Africa, PG 713, suffered a crushing defeat at Majuba Hill, whereupon the government, ere reinforcements could arrive, made peace with the rebels and granted them independence, 1880–81. Arabi's rebellion. Soon after the Transvaal War had reached its disastrous conclusion, fresh troubles broke out in Egypt. Since Lord Beaconsfield first interfered in that country by buying for England the Suez Canal shares of the Khedive Ismail, Egyptian affairs had been going from bad to worse. After driving the country to the verge of bankruptcy, the old Khedive abdicated in 1879 in favor of his son Tufik, but England and France joined to establish the dual control over the young sovereign and appointed ministers to take charge of the finances of Egypt. Tufik himself made little or no objection to this assertion of foreign domination, but some of his officers and ministers resented it, and in 1882, Arabi Pasha, an ambitious soldier, executed a coup d'état, drove away the foreign ministers, and raised the cry of Egypt. For the Egyptians, it was expected that the two powers who had established the dual control would unite to put down Arabi. But the French ministry, jealous of England and hoping to draw its private profit out of the complication, refused to join in any action against him. It is probable that the Gladstone cabinet had no intention at first of provoking a war, but the English Mediterranean squadron was ordered to Alexandria, which Arabi was busily engaged in fortifying. On June 11, a great riot broke out in that city, and the mob massacred many hundreds of European residents. This made hostilities inevitable. When the Egyptian authorities refused to dismantle their new forts, Admiral Seymour bombarded the place, July 11, and drove out the garrison. Shortly after, English troops landed and seized the ruined city. The Egyptian War. The struggle which followed was brought to a prompt end by the quick and decisive action of Sir Garnet Wolseley, who seized the Suez Canal and marched across the desert on Cairo, while the Egyptians were expecting him on the side of Alexandria. By a daring night surprise, he carried the lines of Tel el-Kebir, September 13, and routed Arabi's host. A day later, his cavalry seized Cairo by a wonderful march of 50 miles in 12 hours, and the rebellion was at an end. Arabi was exiled to Ceylon, and the Khedive was restored to his palace PG 714 in Cairo. But for all intents and purposes, the war left England supreme in Egypt, a very anomalous position, which Mr. Gladstone soon proceeded to make yet more so by promising France and Turkey that the English troops should be withdrawn so soon as order and good government should be restored. The war in the Soudan, Gordon at Khartoum. He might perchance have carried out his engagement, but for the outbreak of the disastrous Soudan War of 1883. During Arabi's rebellion, troubles had broken out in the Egyptian provinces on the Upper Nile, where the Pashas had been subjecting the wild Arab tribes to cruel oppression. A fanatic named Mohammed Ahmed of Dongola put himself at the head of the rising, proclaiming that he was the Mahdi, the prophet whom Muslims expect to appear in the last days before the end of the world. When the English had put down Arabi, they found themselves forced to cope with the insurrection in the Soudan. Accordingly, General Hicks was dispatched with a raw native army to attack the Mahdi, but he and all his troops were cut to pieces October 3, 1883. The government then resolved to send to the Soudan Charles Gordon, a brave and pious engineer officer who had won much credit for his wise administration of the land in the days of the old Khedive Ismail. But he was given no troops to aid him, and was merely told to withdraw the Egyptian garrisons from the Upper Nile, as the cabinet did not wish to reconquer the lost provinces and thought that the insurgents had been justified in their rebellion by the atrocious misgovernment of their Egyptian masters. Gordon reached Khartoum, the capital of the Soudan, but immediately on his arrival there was beleaguered by the hordes of the Mahdi, February 1884, with 2 or 3 Europeans only to aid him, and no troops but the cowed and dispirited Egyptians, who had been driven into Khartoum from their other posts in the lost provinces. Gordon made a heroic defense. But as he could not withdraw his garrison without help from outside, he besought the cabinet for English troops, pointing out that the Soudanese enemy were not patriots struggling to be free, but ferocious fanatics, who massacred all who refused to acknowledge the Mahdi and believed themselves destined to conquer the whole world. The fall of Khartoum. The English ministry ultimately sent a small force, under PG 715 Lord Wolseley, the victor of Tel el-Kebir, with orders to rescue Gordon and his garrison, and then to retire. But the expedition was dispatched too late. After forcing their way in small boats up the Nile, and marching 180 miles across the waterless Bayuda Desert, the main column of the relieving army beat the Mahdi's hordes at the hard-fought fight of Abu Klea, January 22, 1885, and forced their way to within 100 miles of Khartoum, but there learnt that the place had been stormed, and Gordon, with the 11,000 men of his garrison, cut to pieces 4 days after the Battle of Abu Klea, January 26, 1885. Progress of the Mahdi. The English then retired and abandoned the whole Soudan to the Mahdi's wild followers, who soon threatened Egypt itself. 2 successive expeditions were sent to Suakim, on the Red Sea, to endeavor to attack the Mahdists from that side. Both had to withdraw after advancing a few miles inland, foiled by the waterless desert and the incessant harassing of the rebels. Somewhat later, the fanatics twice endeavored to force their way up the Nile from the south, and were only cast back after heavy fighting at Wadi Halfa, on the very frontier of Egypt. The Land Act of 1881. The war in the Soudan dealt a heavy blow to the reputation of the Gladstone cabinet. In the meantime, it was beset by even greater difficulties arising out of the Irish question. In 1880, the government brought in a bill forbidding any landlord to evict a tenant without paying him compensation for disturbance. The bill was rejected by the House of Lords. In 1881, they brought forward and carried the Second Irish Land Bill, appointing a commission or land court to fix all rents for 15 years. The Land League, the Phoenix Park murders. But the peasantry were far from being satisfied and aimed at making an end of landlordism altogether. Their leaders had founded the celebrated Land League, which organized a system of terrorism all over the country. Outrage grew more and more rampant, and at last the government, abandoning the idea of pacification, seized and imprisoned Parnell and 40 other prominent chiefs of the Land League. In revenge for this, the No Rent Manifesto was published by the surviving leaders of the League and largely acted upon in the south and PG 716 west of the country. Chaos seemed to have set in, and matters were made no better by the release of Parnell and his friends under the so-called Kilmainham Treaty, in which the Premier consented to negotiate with his prisoners for a cessation of hostilities. Forster, the Irish Secretary, and Lord Spencer, the Viceroy, resigned to show their disapproval of the Cabinet's policy. To replace Forster, Lord Frederick Cavendish was made Secretary for Ireland, but 6 days after his appointment, he and his Under-Secretary, Mr. Burke, were murdered in broad day in Phoenix Park by some members of a Dublin secret society known as the Invincibles, June 1882. Universal horror was excited by this murder, but the country did not quiet down, and a stringent crimes bill passed in the same autumn did not suffice to stop the agrarian outrages which reigned throughout Ireland. All through the days of the Gladstone cabinet, the island remained in the most deplorable condition, and the Irish Parliamentary Party continued to be a thorn in the side of the government. The Reform Bill of 1884. Unhappy both at home and abroad, and fearing the results of a general election, the Prime Minister reverted to the old liberal cry of parliamentary reform, and produced the Reform Bill of 1884, which conferred the franchise on the agricultural laborers, the last considerable class in the country who still lacked the vote. It was urged by the conservative opposition that redistribution, the adjustment of seats to population in due proportion, ought to accompany this change. The House of Lords threw out the Reform Bill on this plea. Mr. Gladstone then consented to combine redistribution with enfranchisement, and the bill was passed in its new shape. The small boroughs with less than 15,000 inhabitants, which had escaped the Bill of 1832, were deprived of their members, and the seats thus obtained were divided among the more populous districts and towns. The Home Rulers and the balance of parties. In June 1885, a chance combination of Conservatives and Home Rulers beat the government on the budget. Mr. Gladstone resigned, and the opposition took office, though like Lord Derby in 1852, they had only a minority in the House. Beaconsfield had died in 1882, and the Conservatives were now led by Lord Salisbury, the Foreign Minister of the years 1878-80. When the PG 717 session was over, Lord Salisbury dissolved Parliament, and a general election followed. The Liberals gained many of the new county seats, but the Conservatives did so well in the boroughs that the numbers of the two parties in the new Parliament were not far from equal. This put the balance of power into the hands of the Home Rulers, who could give the majority to the party with whom they choose to vote. The first use of their strength was to turn out the Conservative Ministry, January 1886. The Home Rule Bill. Mr. Gladstone then took office, though he too had a majority in the Commons only so long as it pleased the Irish members to vote with him. But soon it appeared that he was prepared to secure their allegiance by promising them Home Rule. Several members of his cabinet thereupon resigned. In April, a bill for conceding practical legislative independence to Ireland was brought in. It was thrown out by the action of 97 English and Scotch Liberals who voted against their party. The Gladstone cabinet at once resigned, a general election followed, and a large majority of Unionists was returned. CP 691. CP 697. CPP 754-755. Chapter 43. The Last Years of Queen Victoria, 1886–1901. The South African War, 1899–1902. In August 1886, Lord Salisbury took office, with the most powerful majority at his back that any minister had enjoyed since the days of Lord Grey and the Reform Bill. He was supported by 316 Conservatives and aided by 78 Liberal Unionists, while the Gladstonian Liberals had shrunk to 191, so that the Parnellites with their 85 votes no longer had the balance of power in their hands. Some political prophets had expected that the return of a majority pledged to resist Home Rule to the death would render the situation in Ireland more hopeless than ever and lead to a general outburst of riot and assassination. The reverse was the case. A distinct improvement was perceptible after the fall of the Gladstone ministry, and in 1887 matters began to quiet down. The Parnellites indeed tried to embitter matters by a scheme called the Plan of Campaign, by which the peasantry were to refuse to pay more rent than they thought proper. But it failed, and a stringent coercion bill, passed in July 1887, did much to repress disorder. A land bill which accompanied the Coercion Act was less successful. It pleased neither landlords nor tenants, and had no appreciable result, good or bad. But on the whole, Mr. Arthur Balfour, the new Secretary for Ireland, had a far more prosperous career than any of his predecessors. He was one of the very few politicians who gained rather than lost credit while holding the unenviable post now assigned to him. In 1887, the Irish question began at last to recede into the background and ceased to monopolize public attention. In that year occurred the Queen's first Jubilee, June 21. The PG 719 celebration of the 50th anniversary of her accession was taken as the opportunity for a great imperial pageant, in which representatives drawn not only from the United Kingdom, but from India and all the colonies, did homage to their admirable sovereign. The display of respect and love for the Queen, reported from every corner of her dominions, showed that the crown, when placed on a worthy head, might be not the least of the links which bind the empire together. Foreign politics during the first Salisbury administration sometimes looked threatening, but never reached any dangerous crisis. There was occasional friction with France concerning the question of Egypt. Mr. Gladstone had unwisely promised to evacuate that country when peace was restored, and the French government repeatedly hinted that the time had arrived. Fortunately, the continued existence of the Mahdi's savage hordes on the Upper Nile and their frequent attempts to penetrate downstream supplied a sufficient reason for the continuation of the British protectorate and the retention of the British garrison. But with Germany, our relations were also sometimes very delicate. This was due to that wholesale annexation of unoccupied corners of the earth, which was the main feature of German colonial policy between 1885 and the regions, generally most uninviting in character, which Germany annexed were in close proximity to old British settlements both in Africa and Australasia, and lay in some cases in quarters where British influence had hitherto been paramount. Much friction ensued, and ultimately, as we shall see in our colonial chapter, complicated exchanges and delimitations of territory had to be carried out. This was the period in which we first discovered that Germany, no less than France, was for the future to be a rival in colonial expansion. Meanwhile, continental politics were suffering radical changes, which had to be carefully watched. With the death of the aged Emperor William of Germany in 1888 and the dismissal of Prince Bismarck from office in 1890, the old conditions of the balance of power in Europe were altered. The Tsar Alexander Roman III was no friend to Germany, and the young Kaiser William Roman II did not share his grandfather's regard for Russia. For the League of the Three Emperors, Russia, Germany, Austria, which had been the predominant fact in the 70s and PG 720 early 80s, there was substituted a new system of alliances. Germany and Austria took Italy into partnership, while Russia drew nearer to France, when it was seen that there was some stability in the Republic, a fact that was not certain until the ridiculous fiasco of the theatrical adventurer General Boulanger in 1888. By 1891, in the later days of the first Salisbury ministry, this new arrangement of the powers of Europe was definitely established. It had for Great Britain the advantage that the two leagues balanced each other, and that it was unlikely that both at once would take a hostile attitude towards us. The wisdom of that policy of neutrality and of abstention from interference in purely continental affairs, which had long been our practice, became under the circumstances more obvious than ever. The danger for the future lay in colonial questions rather than in the internal politics of Europe. The domestic policy of the Salisbury cabinet followed the lines that Lord Beaconsfield had laid down in 1874-80, the aim of the ministers being to show that the Conservative Party could be as fruitful in measures of practical reform as their predecessors. To this period belonged the Local Government Bill of 1888, creating the county councils, which have worked so well ever since, the Free Education Act of 1891, and the Great Conversion of the National Debt. By this latter measure, Mr. Goshen, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, reduced the 3% interest on the national debt to 2.34%, paying off in ready money the few creditors of the nation who refused to accept the reduction. Thus £1,400,000 a year was saved, and the new stock, till the financial disturbance caused by the late South African War, was generally worth in the market more than the 0%. Fall of Parnell. The chief event in home politics during the later years of the Salisbury ministry was the disappearance of Parnell, the dominating spirit of the Irish party for the last 10 years. In 1889, he had triumphantly vindicated himself from a charge of having approved the Phoenix Park murders and had obtained £5,000 damages from the Times newspaper for having circulated the charge on the authority of a forger named Piggott. But less than a year later, he appeared as defendant, and not as plaintiff, in the law courts, in the unenviable capacity of correspondent in a discreditable divorce case. The time has PG 721 long gone by when a notorious evil liver can be accepted as the leader of a great party. Mr. Gladstone announced to the Irish members that they must depose their chief. The majority consented, but Parnell, supported by a few of his followers, refused to accept British dictation or to bow before the nonconformist conscience. The Irish party split up into the fiercely opposed factions of Parnellites and anti-Parnellites, whose abuse of each other did much to disgust their liberal allies. Parnell himself died in 1891, but the schism continued and lasted for nearly 10 years, destroying much of the power of the Home Rule movement and the Irish Party. 9 months after Parnell's death, Lord Salisbury dissolved Parliament, July 1892. At the general election which followed, there was visible that swing of the pendulum, which has usually been a feature of such times during the 19th century. An outgoing government has always offended some interests and disappointed others. There are always a certain number of voters who think it fair to give the other side a chance and vote for the opposition, whoever may be the ins or the outs. Though the Salisbury ministry had not been conspicuously unsuccessful at home or abroad, it found itself left in a minority when the elections were over. The Queen therefore sent for Mr. Gladstone and bade him form a Liberal ministry. He had to face a difficult situation, for his majority was small and composed entirely of the Irish, very exacting, untrustworthy, and reckless supporters. The new Parliament showed Gladstonians and Irish Home Rulers 269 Conservatives and Liberal Unionists. Being compelled to rely on the Irish for his majority, Gladstone had to make Home Rule the main plank of his party platform. This was not at all to the taste of many of his British followers, who would have liked to give precedence to their own particular schemes, for the abolition of the House of Lords, the disestablishment of the Welsh and Scottish churches, the introduction of temperance legislation, of universal suffrage, and of numberless other local and sectional projects. The Second Home Rule Bill. In February 1893, Mr. Gladstone produced his Second Home Rule Bill, which differed from the first mainly in providing PG 722 Ireland with 2, instead of 1, Houses of Parliament, and in leaving at Westminster 80 Irish members, who were to vote on imperial, but not on purely British, concerns. Essentially, it was the same as its predecessor of 1885. The measure was debated with great fierceness and at enormous length. It occupied the House of Commons from February to September and was only carried finally when the discussion of many clauses had been stifled by the use of the closure. The third reading passed on September 1 by a majority of 34,301 to 267 votes. The bill then went up to the House of Lords, who made short work of it, casting it out on September 8 by a majority of 10 to 1, 419 to 41. The Conservative leaders had taken this bold step because they believed that the country at large was profoundly uninterested in the bill and would view its rejection with equanimity. If it had been really a popular measure, the House of Lords would not have dared to deal with it in such a drastic fashion. By their abrupt action, they challenged Mr. Gladstone to a second appeal to the nation. If he chose to dissolve Parliament, held another general election, and was once more triumphant, the peers would have to bow to the general wish of the country. But Gladstone and his colleagues had no desire to try the experiment. While professing much righteous indignation, they proclaimed their determination to put Home Rule aside for the moment and to proceed to the introduction of other measures of radical reform. This resolve incensed the Irish, on whom the government's majority depended, while the English radicals were so much split up into cliques with different ideals that it was hard to keep them together. The Gladstone government passed nothing but a parish council's bill, which extended to small communities that same power of governing themselves by elective boards which the late Conservative ministry had granted to the counties. Lord Rosebery Premier. March 1894, the Premier announced that he was compelled to retire from office by his increasing physical infirmities. Even his splendid constitution was at last giving way, and with no immediate prospect of carrying out any great measure before him, he had resolved to retire from public life. He was succeeded by Lord Rosebery, his Foreign Secretary, who was PG 723, rather a type of the Whig than of the Radical. He had ably managed the external relations of Great Britain, and had shown himself an exponent of colonial expansion rather than an anti-imperialist. Like many a Whig statesman of the 18th century, he was a keen lover of sport, and alone among British premiers has run winners for the Derby. He had never professed any great belief in or love for home rule. His character and his views seemed little adapted to make him an appropriate leader for the Gladstonian party, but as its ablest man, he was charged with the formation of the new ministry. His tenure of power lasted for 16 months, March 1894–June 1895. It was mainly filled by a record of bills introduced, but never carried, a Welsh Disestablishment Act, an Irish Land Act, and a Local Option Act to please the Temperance Party were all brought forward, but none reached fruition. The votaries of each measure hindered the progress of the others, in disgust that their own was not given priority. The party was rent by feuds and intrigues, and in disgust at the situation, Lord Rosebery took the opportunity of a casual vote on a small military matter, which had gone against the ministry, and dissolved Parliament. Lord Salisbury's second ministry. The ensuing general election resulted in the complete rout of the Liberal Party. They had been in power for 3 years, but had accomplished nothing, owing to their internal divisions and the necessary dependence on the Irish vote, which hampered all their enterprises. Tired of their futile proceedings, the electors made a clean sweep of them, and gave Lord Salisbury a majority even larger than he had possessed in 1886. The new House of Commons of August 1895 show Conservatives and Liberal Unionists, but only 177 Liberals, with 70 anti-Parnellite and Parnellite Home Rulers. Lord Salisbury's second ministry was differentiated from his first by the fact that it opened its ranks to the Liberal Unionists. Mr. Chamberlain, representing the Radicals, and Lord Hartington, representing the Whig wings of that party, received cabinet office, and minor posts went to their followers. This ministry was destined to see the century out, to survive the venerable Queen Victoria, and to face with success the PG 724 ordeal of a general election, which no cabinet had done since Lord Palmerston's day. Its record has been a stormy one, mainly because it has carried out the mandate given to it in 1895, by taking in hand a strong imperial and colonial policy. In its first year, it became involved in a noisy quarrel with the President of the United States, who had interfered with language of an unnecessarily brusque and provocative kind in a frontier dispute concerning boundaries in Guyana, which had been forced upon Britain by the Republic of Venezuela. Fortunately, the cabinet kept cool, American feeling calmed down, and the dispute ended in a satisfactory arbitration, which gave us practically all that we had ever claimed. Jameson's raid. This dispute was in full career when a much more dangerous question was opened, by the mad and piratical Jameson raid. Ever since Mr. Gladstone had granted independence to the Transvaal Boers, after the defeat of Majuba Hill, the condition of affairs in South Africa had grown progressively worse. The two races of white settlers in that region nourished incompatible ambitions. To the British colonist, it seemed natural and proper that all the southern end of the Dark Continent should someday federate itself under the Union Jack. The Dutch had another ideal, that of a republican South Africa, in which their own nationality should be dominant. It was shared not only by the burghers of the Transvaal and the Orange River Free State, but by the larger part of the Dutch-born inhabitants of Cape Colony. These rival ideals were inevitably bound to lead to a collision. The Boers were much incensed at our annexations to the north of their homes, which in 1889 made Matabeleland and Mashonaland British, and cut off from them the power of expanding towards the interior. The main agent in this advance had been Mr. Cecil Rhodes, the founder of the British South African Company, which first seized and exploited the coveted territories. This brought upon him much indignation from the Boers, and he was soon to merit more. Meanwhile, the British section in South Africa also had its grievances. The discovery of rich gold reefs in the Transvaal brought to that land a large mining population, mainly of British extraction, and led to the founding of the Golden City of Johannesburg. Willing to profit from the discovery of the mines, but frightened and PG 725 angered by the influx of aliens, the Transvaal government refused the settlers any of the duties and privileges of citizenship. Their autocratic ruler, President Kruger, a clever but narrow-minded and unscrupulous old man, made it the keystone of his policy to keep down the miners and refused them all political rights. His corrupt and retrograde government irritated the Uitlanders, and in 1895 they formed a conspiracy to rise at Johannesburg and win their desire by armed rebellion. When the plot had come to a head, Dr. Jameson, a trusted lieutenant of Mr. Rhodes, crossed the British frontier with 500 mounted police and dashed for Johannesburg. He was surrounded, beaten, and captured with all his followers, whereupon the Uitlander malcontents also laid down their arms. On inquiry, it was found that Mr. Rhodes himself had a guilty knowledge of the plan, a thing utterly incompatible with his position as British Premier of Cape Colony. President Kruger imprisoned his captives for some time and then fined them and let them go. The British government cashiered the officers concerned in the plot, but did nothing to Rhodes, though he soon lost his premiership at the Cape. An unwisely worded telegram of congratulation sent by the German Emperor to Mr. Kruger caused considerable indignation in England and led to temporary coolness between Berlin and London. But this was the smallest of the evil results of the Jameson raid, which embittered to an intolerable degree the already existing feud between the British and the Dutch inhabitants of South Africa. Yet it was to be nearly 4 years more before this deeplying hatred led to open war. Meanwhile, there was a delusive interval of quiet, during which there took place the second Jubilee of Queen Victoria, who had now reached the 60th year of her reign and the 78th of her life. It was celebrated, June 20, 1897, with the deepest personal devotion to the aged sovereign, and with an even greater display of imperial sentiment all round the British world than had been seen in 1887. Ere 3 years had elapsed, it was to be proved that this display of loyalty to the Crown and the Empire from the British colonies was no vain show, but the manifestation of a very real solidarity of sentiment and interests. Death of Mr. Gladstone. Domestic politics, meanwhile, remained barren and uninteresting. The government carried through nothing more than a few small measures of social reform and an Irish Local Government Act, 1898, of doubtful expediency, but their opponents showed no rallying power. Mr. Gladstone died on May 19, 1898, at the great age of 88. After his decease, his late followers were more divided than ever, and seemed unable to formulate any common political program or to discover any means of appealing to popular sentiment. The Radical Party changed its leader twice in 3 years and could never make up its mind whether Home Rule was dead, or whether it had to be resuscitated as a war cry with which Irish allies might be lured back to the fold. Reconquest of the Soudan, the Fashoda incident. Meanwhile, foreign affairs once more grew threatening, and in 1898 we were to be upon the brink of a struggle with our nearest European neighbor. Ever since the Gladstone ministry, in 1885, abandoned the Soudan to the fanatical followers of the Mahdi, the southern frontier of Egypt had been exposed to the raids of the wild Soudanese. To end this nuisance, the Salisbury government resolved to undertake the reconquest of Khartoum and the destruction of the Mahdist power. In 1896, the first step was taken, when Sir Herbert Kitchener subdued Dongola and the northern provinces which obeyed the Khalifa Abdullah, the successor of the Mahdi. In 1898, an Egyptian army, strengthened by a large British contingent, marched under the same commander to complete the work. In a great battle outside Omdurman, the hordes of the Khalifa were routed, and he himself forced to fly into the desert, where he perished a year later in a small skirmish. But when Kitchener took over the administration of the reconquered lands, he was surprised to find a French force on the Upper Nile at Fashoda, above Khartoum. A small expedition under a Major Marchand had pushed across from the Congo and established itself in the middle of one of the old Egyptian provinces, where the tricolor had been hoisted, apparently with the intention of setting up a claim to territorial acquisitions in the Soudan. The French government had been warned long before that an invasion of this region would be regarded as an PG 727 unfriendly act. It was now summoned to withdraw Marchand or face the consequences. For a moment war seemed probable, but fortunately the ministers of the Republic faltered and withdrew their claim. This was a happy chance, as Great Britain a year later was to be engaged in another struggle, which would have taken a very different turn if we had already been engaged in hostilities with a great European power. In 1899, the South African problem, which had been growing more and more dangerous since the Jameson raid, came to a head. President Kruger had spent the time in accumulating enormous stores of arms and munitions of war from Europe, in concluding an offensive and defensive alliance with his neighbors of the Orange Free State, and in establishing relations with the discontented Dutch colonists of the Cape. This last was the most disquieting feature of the situation. An association called the Afrikaner Bond organized the colonial burghers into almost openly avowed hostility to the British connection, and manifested effusive sympathy with Kruger's policy. The old president's rule over the Uitlanders had become more oppressive than ever since the raid. He very naturally regarded these aliens as enemies, refused them any concessions, and maddened them with monopolies, corrupt legislation, and insulting speeches. In April 1899, a great petition signed by 21,000 British subjects in the Transvaal was sent to the Queen, setting forth their unhappy condition and begging that an inquiry might be made into their wrongs. The Bloemfontein Conference. This appeal led to the Bloemfontein Conference of May 1899, in which Sir Alfred Milner met President Kruger and tried to induce him to grant the Uitlanders the power of obtaining civic rights after 5 years' residence in the Transvaal. The president not only refused this, but disputed the existence of the British suzerainty over the republic established by the Convention of 1882. The negotiators parted in a state of mutual exasperation, Milner reporting to London that the British suzerainty was in danger, and that he could only get the most vague and illusory promises of concession for the Uitlanders, while Kruger told his Raad that, though he did not desire war, he could not give way an inch. From this moment, armed strife was inevitable, though the PG 728 British government and nation do not seem to have realized the fact. Mr. Chamberlain kept making proposals for a resumption of negotiations during the summer, but after long delays, received in September nothing but a formal notice that the President disowned any British suzerainty over the Transvaal. This looked ominous, and the cabinet resolved to reinforce the garrisons of the Cape and Natal, where in August there were in all only 6,000 troops. By September, this force was nearly tripled by battalions sent in from India and from the home stations. Kruger declares war. Then followed, to the intense surprise of all who had not been studying African politics very closely, an insulting ultimatum from Pretoria, to the effect that if the reinforcements were not at once withdrawn, a declaration of war would follow in 24 hours, October 9, 1899. Next day hostilities began, and the Boer army, which had been mobilizing for many days, crossed the frontier of Natal. The Orange River Free State declared war on the same day. The strength of the two republics had been utterly miscalculated by the home authorities, even when they saw war impending. The burghers could put 70,000 well-armed mounted riflemen into the field, and were supplied with superabundant stores of modern cannon and munitions. They were also relying on the support of a general rebellion of the Cape Dutch, who had been secretly armed and organized during the preceding months. Siege of Ladysmith. It was fortunate for Britain that the Boers' strategy was very bad. Instead of entering Cape Colony, where they could have raised the whole countryside in their aid, they sent their main army into Natal, and most of their other forces to besiege the outlying garrisons of Mafeking and Kimberley. This misdirection of their energy saved the British domination in South Africa. After a few preliminary skirmishes, the burghers beat Sir George White, our commander in Natal, at the Battle of Lombard's Kop, October 30. He retired into a fortified position at Ladysmith, trusting that the enemy would gather round him instead of pushing further into British territory. This expectation was correct. The burghers surrounded the 12,000 men concentrated at Ladysmith, built lines to shut them in, and worried them by a fruitless bombardment. PG 729, but they did not attempt to close or to destroy the army by a general assault. The same took place in the other centers of strife. Both at Mafeking and Kimberley, the enemy wasted their strength in tedious blockades, while the time of their predominance was passing away. During the first 2 months of the war, they had a threefold superiority of numbers, and only used it in shutting up the 3 garrisons. The British military authorities, still gravely underrating their adversaries, had dispatched in November an army corps of 40,000 men, which they thought sufficient to end the war. There was such a misconception of the numbers and fighting power of the Boers that when the colonies began to offer aid, the War Office actually told them that infantry would be preferred for a campaign in which the enemy consisted entirely of lightly moving mounted riflemen. The command was given to Sir Redvers Buller, a veteran of the Zulu and Soudan Wars, of whom much was expected. The Black Week. Buller went to Natal himself with 18,000 men, sending the rest of his troops to Cape Colony, where one column under Lord Methuen marched to relieve Kimberley, while another under General Gattaca moved up to suppress the rebellion already springing up in the northern parts of Cape Colony. Then followed the Black Week of December 9–16, 1899. The force under Lord Methuen forced its way almost to Kimberley after severe fighting, but on December 11 was beaten back with great loss from an attempt to storm by night the lines of Magersfontein. At the same time, the column under Gattaca was routed by the rebels at Stormberg, but the worst disaster was suffered by Buller himself. He found the main Boer army still round Ladysmith, with a covering force arranged behind the Tugela in the lines of Colenso. In an attempt to break through, by a reckless and unskillful frontal attack, he suffered a complete defeat, losing 10 guns and men. So entirely was his confidence destroyed that he suggested to Sir George White that he might have to surrender Ladysmith, and reported that the Colenso position could not be forced. Fortunately, the enemy did not take the offensive. Both at Magersfontein and at Colenso, they remained passive in their lines and allowed the British to rally and reform. The only PG 730 wise move which they made was to begin to send considerable forces into Cape Colony, where many districts at once rose in rebellion to aid them. But their main strength still lay round in the beleaguered towns of Ladysmith, Mafeking, and Kimberley, where they accomplished nothing. Larger image button. Theatre of the South African War of 1899–1902. The disasters of December caused intense dismay in England, but the cabinet and the nation faced the situation with coolness and determination. There was no panic, but only a resolve that the full force of the empire should be turned upon South Africa. Not only were the few remaining regular battalions from the home stations sent out, and the militia mobilized for garrison duty, but a general appeal was made for volunteers both in Britain and in the colonies. It was at last realized that mounted men were required. The mother country gave 12,000 yeomanry at the first summons, but the colonies did even more, both Canada and Australia contributing men and horses with a liberality that was absolutely astounding. The Australian colonies and New Zealand sent to South Africa in the space of PG 731 2 years, no less than 22,000 mounted rifles. The South African loyalists gave 12,000, Canada 6,000, and other colonies smaller numbers. Victories of Lord Roberts. But a new commander was even more needed than new troops. Lord Roberts, the hero of the Kabul-Kandahar March, was sent out to take charge of the war, with Lord Kitchener, the victor of Omdurman, as his chief of the staff. Even before the bulk of the reinforcements had arrived, the change in the direction of affairs was soon marked by a turn in the tide of success. Lord Roberts' mass, 0 men on the western line of advance, where Methuen was still standing at bay opposite the entrenchments of Magersfontein. By a sudden flank march, he evicted the Boers from this position, relieved Kimberley, and captured General Cronje and of the late besiegers at Paardeberg, February 27. Then, moving into the heart of the Orange Free State, he swept aside all opposition and occupied Bloemfontein, its capital, March 11, 1900. Buller, meanwhile, with the Army of Natal, made 2 more ill-managed attempts to relieve Ladysmith. They failed, but a third assault was more successful, and the Boer lines were pierced after much hard fighting, ending in the Battle of Pieter's Hill. The enemy withdrew to defend the Transvaal, and Sir George White's garrison was relieved when it had been reduced to starvation point and was at the very end of its resources, February 29, 1900. The March to Pretoria. The second period of the war had now arrived, in which the British could take the offensive. They had by this time a vast superiority of force, having 200,000 men in South Africa, while the Cape rebels had mostly surrendered, and many even of the burghers of the two republics had retired to their homes in despair. Lord Roberts brought the regular fighting to an end in two campaigns. During the first, April-May 1900, he fought his way to Johannesburg and Pretoria and captured both places. After a short rest, he marched against the main Boer army, which had rallied in the eastern Transvaal, and forced it to disperse or to retire over the Portuguese frontier, August-September 1900. President Kruger fled to Europe with the state chest of the Republic and devoted himself to the task of stirring up public opinion on the PG 732 continent against Great Britain, a task in which he had only too much success. Guerrilla warfare. It had been hoped that when the regular resistance of the Boers ceased, the war would come to a speedy end. After Lord Roberts returned to England, the impression was strengthened almost to certainty, but a bitter disappointment awaited the British cabinet and nation. Instead of surrendering, the enemy broke up into guerrilla bands, which rode through the country cutting railways, capturing convoys, and destroying isolated detachments and small garrisons. There were zero of them in arms, and such a force ranging over a country as large as France and Germany put together was most difficult to deal with. They maintained their desperate struggle for no less than 19 months, October 1900, April 1902. Lord Kitchener finally had to subdue them by the method of attrition. It was only by constant drives, in which large numbers of mounted troops scoured the countryside to catch the bands, and by the building of lines of blockhouses across their favorite spheres of action, that the burghers were finally worn down. They displayed an enterprise and a reckless courage in these last months of the war which they had been far from showing at its commencement. But at last even, their stubborn spirits were humbled to the idea of surrender. After more than half of them had been captured or slain, and when all their families had been removed to concentration camps, they opened negotiations, May 1902, and finally laid down their arms to the number of 21,000 men. Under a wise and conciliatory government, there seems no reason to doubt that they may ultimately become useful and trustworthy citizens of the British Empire. But it will try all the wisdom of the able administrator who now presides over all South Africa, from Cape Town to the Zambesi, to settle the multifarious problems which the war has left behind it. Meanwhile, Britain is quit of the most dangerous war which she has waged since Waterloo, a war which brought to light many faults in her military system and much incompetence among her generals, but which also revealed that the heart of her people was sound and the unity of her empire solid. It was a most reassuring sign that the nation paid no attention to the desperate attempts made to exploit the early disasters of the war for party PG 733 purposes and to get up an agitation against the government. The movement fell flat, and at the general election, which occurred in the middle of the war, the Salisbury cabinet was replaced in power with a very large majority. Still more notable was the splendid loyalty with which the colonies rallied round the mother country in her day of need, and poured in their best fighting men for an imperial war, in which it might have been pleaded that they were not directly concerned. Not even the blindest observer can fail to see that it is futile to doubt any longer the existence of the imperial sentiment. Death of Queen Victoria. It was a source of regret to every loyal inhabitant of the British dominions that the aged sovereign under whom the war began did not survive to see its victorious termination and to close her eyes on a world at peace. But Queen Victoria, whose powers had been slowly failing for the last year of her life, only just lived to see the new century and expired on the 22nd of January, 1901. She was followed to the grave by the regrets of a people who realized fully what they owed to one who had been the model of constitutional sovereigns and had set so high the standard of public as well of domestic duty. Personally, she had done more to secure the perpetuation of the British monarchy than even the most sanguine observer could have hoped. When she came to the throne, an unexperienced girl of 18, in the year 1837, surveying her eventful reign of 64 years, the longest in English history, with all its progress and endeavor, we trust that our descendants may look upon the Victorian age as not the least glorious period in our country's annals. CP 713. CP 715. Chapter 44. India and the Colonies. 1815-19 1802. Down to the end of the Great Struggle with revolutionary and imperial France, the history of the rise and development of the British Empire beyond seas is intimately connected with the history of Britain's wars in Europe. The contest for colonial and commercial supremacy is at the root alike of the War of the Austrian Succession, the 7 Years' War, the War of American Independence, and the war with Bonaparte. But after 1815, this close interpenetration of the European and colonial affairs of England comes to an abrupt end. For the last 80 years, they have touched each other at very rare intervals. The only occasions of importance when European complications have reacted on our dominions overseas have been when our strained relations with Russia have led to troubles on the northwestern frontier of India. For the most part, the development of the colonial and Indian Empire of Britain has gone on unvexed by any interference from without. We have therefore relegated our treatment of it to a separate chapter, set apart from our domestic annals. The British Empire in 1815. In 1815, the British territories in India were already by far the most important of our possessions, but they comprised not 1/4 of the dominions which now acknowledge Edward Roman VII as their direct sovereign. In Africa, we owned only a few fever-smitten ports on the Gulf of Guinea and the newly annexed Dutch colony of the Cape of Good Hope, inhabited by a scanty and disaffected population of Boers and a multitude of wild Kaffirs. In Australia, the small convict settlements of New South Wales and Tasmania gave little signs of development, blighted as they PG 735 were by the unsatisfactory character of the unwilling emigrants. Our group of colonies in North America was the most promising possession of the Crown. Granted a liberal constitution by Pitt's Wise Canada Act, they were growing rapidly in wealth and population. They had shown a most commendable loyalty during the American War of 1812-14, and the divergence in race and religion between the old French habitants of the province of Quebec and the new English settlers in Upper Canada had not as yet brought any trouble. But the greatest part of British North America was still a wilderness. The limit of settled land was only just approaching Lake Huron. Even in the more eastern provinces, such as Quebec and Nova Scotia, there were still vast unexplored tracts of waste and forest. Into the far west, the basins of the Columbia and Mackenzie rivers, only a few adventurers, fur traders of the Hudson's Bay Company and French half-breed trappers, had as yet penetrated. The West Indian Islands. The West Indian colonies, somewhat increased in number by the results of our wars between 1793 and had suffered many evils from French privateering and Negro rebellions, but were now at the height of their prosperity. Vigorously, if recklessly developed by the slave-owning planters, they were at this moment the main producers of sugar and coffee for the whole world. The colonies of France and Spain had suffered so fearfully that they could hardly attempt competition. Other outlying possessions were in the hands of England, some destined to prosperity, some to obscurity, such as Mauritius, the Falklands, St. Helena, Bermuda, but we have no space for more than a hasty mention of them. The history of the more important groups, India, Australia, Canada, and South Africa, requires a more detailed treatment. British territorial possessions in India. At the Great Peace of 1815, we were masters in northern India of the great province of Bengal, lately increased by the northwest provinces, the territory between Allahabad and Delhi, which we had taken from Sindhia in 1813. We had also annexed in the same year the possessions of the Raja of Berar in Orissa. These 3 tracts constituted the Presidency of Bengal and were governed from Calcutta. South of Orissa, the whole east coast of Hindustan was in our hands, the Carnatic having been annexed in 1799. The Carnatic, the lands taken from Sultan PG 736 Tipu, and the Sirkars, which the Nizam had ceded to us, formed the Presidency of Madras. Our possessions in this quarter were completed by Ceylon, which we had acquired from the Dutch at the Treaty of Amiens. In western India, the Bombay Presidency consisted as yet of no more than the islands of Bombay and Salsette and a few ports along the coast. Larger image button. India 18, 1590. The vassal states. But in addition to these dominions, ruled directly by the company, English influence was predominant in a much larger tract of India. The Nawab of Oudh in the north, the Nizam in the Deccan, the Raja of Mysore in the south, the Peshwa in the west, and many smaller princes were all bound to us by subsidiary treaties. They had covenanted to guide their foreign policy by our own, and to supply us with troops and subsidies in time of war. The Maratha and Rajput states. In all the Indian peninsula, there were only 3 groups of states which were still independent of the British power. The more remote Maratha powers, the realms governed by Sindhia, Holkar, the Gaikwar, and the Raja of Berar, were still for all intents and purposes autonomous. The treaties which Lord Wellesley had made with them were not enforced by his weaker successors, and the Maratha princes continued their feuds with each other and their incursions into those parts of India which were not yet under British control. Their chief victims were the unfortunate states of Rajputana, where a cluster of native princes of ancient stock were as yet unprotected by treaties with the East India Company. The Sikhs, Ranjit Singh. Beyond the Rajputs lay the 3rd district of India, which was still independent, the Sikh Principality of the Punjab. The Sikhs were a sect of religious enthusiasts who had revolted against the misgovernment of the Great Mughal some 50 years before, and had formed themselves into a disorderly commonwealth. But one great chief, Ranjit Singh, had taught them to combine and forced them into union. He ruled them for many years and organized the whole sect into an army which combined the courage of fanaticism with the strictest discipline. He was friendly to the British and took care never to come into collision with them. Thus, in 1815, the British in India held a position dominating half the peninsula, but unprovided with any solid frontier on the land side. They were charged with the care of several weak and imbecile dependent states, surrounded by greedy and vigorous neighbors. Unless they were to make up their minds to go back, they were bound to go forward, for no final peace was possible till it should be settled whether the East India Company or the Marathas and Sikhs were to be the dominating PG 738 power in the whole land between the Indus and the Bay of Bengal. Lord Hastings, Governor-General, the Nepalese War. The first important advance after the departure of Wellesley was made by the Marquis of Hastings, Governor-General Fro, to 1823. This active ruler was resolved not to permit the petty insults to British territory and the plundering of British allies which the unsettled condition of the frontier made possible. In 1814, he attacked and drove back into their hills the Gurkhas, the hill tribes of Nepal, who had been wont to harass the northern frontier of Bengal and Oudh. They offered a desperate resistance, but when once beaten became the fast friends of the British, and have given valuable aid in every war which we have since waged in India. Extinction of the Pindaris. The Nepal War having ended in 1815, Hastings took a larger matter in hand. The dominions of our vassal the Nizam and of the other princes of central India were much vexed by the Pindaris, organized bands of marauders, like the free companies of the Middle Ages, who found harborage in the territories of the Marathas, and when not employed in the civil wars of those chiefs, plundered on their own account all over the Deccan. Under a great captain of adventurers named Chidu, these hordes became a public danger to all India. Hastings had them hunted down and destroyed by armies which started simultaneously from Madras, Bengal, and Bombay. They were completely exterminated, and their leader Chidu fled alone to the jungle and was devoured by a tiger. The Third Maratha War. The Pindaris had long received the secret countenance of the Maratha chiefs, and while the British were still engaged in chasing the marauders, 3 of the great chiefs of western India took arms. The Peshwa Baji Rao was anxious to free himself from the dependence which Wellesley had imposed on him in 1801. He conspired with the Raja of Berar and the regents who ruled for the young Holkar. But the event of the Third Maratha War, 1817-18, was not for a moment doubtful. The allied chiefs never succeeded in joining each other. Baji Rao was defeated in front of Pune by a mere handful of British troops, and after long wanderings was forced to lay down his arms and surrender. The army of PG 739, the Holkar state, was routed, after a much harder struggle, at Mehidpur, The hordes of the Rajah of Berar fled before 1,500 British troops at Sitaboldi. Each of the Confederates fought for his own hand without aid from his neighbor, and all alike were crushed. The campaign of 1817-18 made an end of the independence of the Marathas. The Peshwa's whole realm was annexed to the Bombay Presidency. He himself was sent to live on a government pension at Cawnpur, far away in Oudh. 1/3 of the dominions of Holkar was confiscated. The Rajah of Berar was deposed. Stringent terms of subjection were imposed on both their states. All the Maratha principalities now came under British control. For Sindhia and the Gaikwar of Baroda, who had taken no part in the war, consented to sign treaties which made them the vassals of the company. The same position was gladly assumed by the chiefs of Rajputana, who had suffered many ills at the hands of their Maratha neighbors, and were only too glad to gain immunity from assault under the protection of the company's flag. In all India, only the realm of Ranjit Singh beyond the Sutlej was now outside the sphere of British influence. Internal tranquility, the Burmese War. Owing to the wisdom of that aged prince, it was to be yet many years before the English and the Sikhs came into collision. For some years after the victories of Lord Hastings in 1817-18, India enjoyed a term of comparative peace. Lord Amherst and Lord William Bentinck, the two next Governor-Generals, were more noted for the internal reforms which they carried out than for the wars which they waged. The only important annexation of the period 35 resulted from a struggle with a power which lay altogether outside the bounds of India. The King of Burma assailed the eastern limits of Bengal and was punished by being deprived of Assam and Arakan. Reforms of Lord Amherst and Lord W. Bentinck. But the times of Lord Amherst and Lord William Bentinck have a far better distinction from the liberal measures of reform which they introduced than from any annexations. The latter Governor-General, a man of a strong will and a very enlightened mind, put down the horrible practice of suttee or widow burning and crushed the thugs, the disguised gang robbers who infested the roads, and PG 740 took life half for plunder and half as a religious sacrifice. He lent his support to Christian missions, which the company had hitherto discouraged, from a dread of offending native susceptibilities. He introduced steamships on the Ganges and worked out a scheme for the carrying of the mails to Europe by way of the Red Sea and the short overland journey from Suez to Alexandria. But this wise plan was not finally adopted till many years after. Renewal of the company's charter. In 1833, while Lord William Bentinck was still in power, the East India Company's charter from the Crown ran out and was only renewed by the Whig government of Lord Grey on the condition that the company should entirely give up its old commercial monopolies and confine itself to the exercise of patronage and the duties of administration. For the last 25 years of its rule, the tone of the great corporation was vastly improved, now that dividends were not the sole aim of its directors. The First Afghan War. Lord Auckland restores Shah Suja. In 1836, Lord Auckland took over the Governor-Generalship. His tenure of power is mainly notable for the commencement of the disastrous First Afghan War. Frightened by the intrigues of the Russians with Dost Mohammed, the ruler of Afghanistan, Lord Auckland unwisely determined to interfere with the internal politics of that barren and warlike country. There was living in exile in India Shah Suja, a prince who had once ruled at Kabul but had long been driven out by his countrymen. The Governor-General determined to restore him by force of arms and to make him the vassal of England. Though he could only approach Afghanistan by crossing the neutral territory of the Sikhs, this distant enterprise was taken in hand. An English army passed the Sulayman Mountains, occupied Kandahar, stormed Ghazni, and finally entered Kabul, 1839. Shah Suja was placed on his ancient throne, and part of the victorious troops were withdrawn to India. Destruction of the British force at Kabul. But the Afghan tribes hated the nominee of the stranger and refused to obey the Shah. Lord Auckland was compelled to leave an English force at Kandahar and another at Kabul to support his feeble vassal. For 2 uneasy years, the garrison held its own. 1839-41, against sporadic risings. But in the winter of 1841-40, to a general PG 741 insurrection of the whole of the tribes of Afghanistan swept all before it. The very townsmen of Kabul took arms and murdered the English resident almost under the eyes of the Shah. General Elphinstone, who commanded the brigade at Kabul, was a feeble old invalid. He allowed himself to be shut up in his entrenched camp, saw his supplies cut off, and was finally compelled to make a retreat in the depth of winter, after signing a humiliating treaty with the Afghan chiefs and giving them hostages. But the treacherous victors attacked the retreating army as it struggled through the snow of the Khord Kabul Pass and massacred the whole force. 1 British regiment, 3 sepoy regiments, and 0 camp followers were cut to pieces. Only a single horseman, Dr. Brydon, made his way through to Jalalabad, the nearest English garrison, to bear the tidings of the annihilation of the whole army. 1130-511-54, Henry, Bishop of Winchester, Elena of Aquitaine equals Henry II. 1154-1189, Eustace, William. Henry the Younger, Richard I. 1189-1199, Geoffrey equals Constance of Brittany, John. 1190-912-16. Arthur of Brittany, Henry -1272, Richard of Cornwall. King of the Romans, Edward I, Henry of Cornwall. Footnote: Chapter 7. William the Red, Henry I, Stephen. 1080-711-54. The 80 years which followed the death of William the Conqueror were spent in the solution of the problem which he had left behind him. William had brought over to England 2 principles of conflicting tendency, the one that of strong monarchical government, where everything depends on the king, the other that of feudal anarchy. He himself had been able to control the turbulent horde of military adventurers among whom he had distributed the lands of England. But would his sons be equally successful? We have now to see how 2 strong-handed kings kept down the monster of feudal rebellion, how 1 weak king's reign sufficed to put the monarchy in the gravest danger, and how, finally, William's great-grandson quelled the unruly baronage, so that it was never again a serious danger for the rest of England's national life. William's sons. William had left behind him 3 sons. To Robert the eldest, the rebel of 1079, he had bequeathed not the English crown, but his own ancient heritage of Normandy. William the Red, the second son, who had always been his father's loyal helper, was to be King of England. Henry, the youngest son, was left only a legacy of £5,000. The Conqueror would not parcel out his dominions any further, but said that his latest born was too capable a man not to make his own way in the world. Risings of the barons, loyalty of the English. William the Red hurried over to England the moment that the breath was out of his father's body, and was duly crowned by Lanfranc the Archbishop. But it was no easy heritage that he took up. The Conqueror's death was the instant signal for the outbreak of PG 82 feudal anarchy. All the more turbulent of the Norman barons and bishops, headed by Odo of Bayeux, who had just been released from prison, took arms, garrisoned their castles, and began to harass their neighbors. They made it their pretext that Duke Robert, as the eldest son, ought to succeed his father in all his dominions, but their true reason for espousing his cause was that Robert was known to be a weak and shiftless personage, under whose rule every great man would be able to do whatever he might please. In order to defeat this rising, William the Red took the bold step of throwing himself upon the loyalty of the native English. He summoned out the militia of the shires, proclaiming that every man who did not follow his king to the field should be held nithing, a worthless coward, and promising that he would lighten his father's heavy yoke and rule with a gentle and merciful hand. The field turned out in unexpected strength and loyalty, and with its aid William put down all the Norman rebels and drove them out of the realm. Duke Robert, who had prepared to come to their aid, was too late, and had to return to his duchy foiled and shamed. Character and policy of William Roman II. William's promise that he would be a good and easy lord to his subjects, was not kept for long. The new king was in all things an evil copy of his father. He had William's courage and ability, but none of his better moral qualities. He had no sense of justice and was not restrained by any religious scruples. He was, indeed, an open atheist and scoffed at all forms of religion, scornfully observing that he would become a Jew if it was made worth his while. Moreover, his private life was infamous, and no man who cared for honor or purity could abide at his court. Nevertheless, his government was far more tolerable than the anarchy of baronial rule would have been. If he sheared his subjects' clothes himself, he took care that no one else should molest them, and one bad master is always better than many. Under him, England was cruelly taxed, and many isolated acts of oppression were committed, but he put down civil war, overcame his foreign enemies, and ruled victoriously for all his days. War with Scotland, Cumberland finally becomes English. Of William's exploits, those which were the most profitable for the peace of England were his enterprises against the Scots and the Welsh. Malcolm Canmore, though he had done pg 83 homage to William I, repeatedly led armies into England against William's son. In this first Scottish war, the Red King, though his fleet was destroyed by a storm, compelled Malcolm to submit, and took from him the city of Carlisle and the district of Cumberland. This land, the southern half of the old Welsh Principality of Strathclyde, had been tributary to the Scots ever since King Edmund granted it to Malcolm I in 945. It now became an English county and bishopric, and the border of England was fixed at the Solway and no longer at the hills of the Lake District, 1092. Only a year later, the Scottish king again invaded England, but was slain at Alnwick. He ran into an ambush which the Earl of Northumberland laid for him, and fell. With him died his son Edward and the best of his knights. The Scottish crown passed, after much fighting and contention, to Eadgar, Malcolm's second son by his English wife Margaret, the sister of Eadgar the Etheling. This prince, trained up by his pious and able mother, and aided and counselled by his uncle the Etheling, was the first king of Scotland who spoke English as his native tongue and made the lowlands his favourite abode. He surrounded himself with English followers and ceased to be a mere Celtic lord of the Highlands, as his fathers had been. South Wales partly occupied by the Normans. William the Red's arms were as successful against Wales as against Scotland. During his reign, the southern half of the land of the Cymry was overrun by Norman barons, who won for themselves new lordships beyond the Wye and Severn and did homage for them to the king. Many of these adventurers married into the families of the South Welsh princes and became the inheritors of their local power. In North Wales, the Normans pushed across the Dee and built great castles at Rhuddlan and Flint and Montgomery, but they could not win the mountainous districts about Snowdon, where the native chiefs still maintained a precarious independence. William obtains possession of Normandy. Beyond the British seas, William waged constant war with his brother Robert and always had the better of his elder, for the Duke, though a brave soldier, was a very incapable ruler, and lost by his shiftless negligence all that he gained by his sword. He was forced in pg 841,091 to cede several of his towns to William, and to promise to make him his heir if he should die without male issue. But in 1096, the king gained possession of the whole, and not a mere fraction, of the Norman duchy. For Robert, seized with a sudden access of piety and a spirit of wandering and unrest, vowed to go off to the First Crusade, which was then being preached. In order to get the money to fit out a large army, he unwisely mortgaged the whole of his lands to his grasping brother for the very moderate sum of £6,666. So William ruled Normandy for space, and Robert went off with half the baronage of Western Christendom to deliver the Holy Sepulchre from the Turks and to set up a Christian kingdom in Palestine. Among his companions were the Etheling Eadgar and many Englishmen more. The Duke fought so gallantly against the infidel that the Crusaders offered him the crown of Jerusalem, but he would have none of it and set his face homeward after 4 years of absence, 1099. William's extortions, quarrel with the church, Anselm. King William, meanwhile, had been ruling both England and Normandy with a high hand. He and his favourite minister, Ralph Flambard, had been devising all manner of new ways for raising money. When a tenant of the crown died, They would not let his son or heir succeed to his estate till he had paid an extortionate fine to the king. When a bishop or an abbot died, they kept his place empty for months, or even for years, and confiscated all the revenues of the see or abbey during the vacancy. It was on this question that there broke out the celebrated quarrel between William the Red and Archbishop Anselm. When Lanfranc, his father's wise counsellor, died in 1089, the king left the See of Canterbury unfilled for nearly 4 years and embezzled its revenues. But being stricken with illness in 1093, he had a moment of compunction and filled up the archbishopric by appointing Anselm, abbot of Bec. Anselm, like his predecessor Lanfranc, was a learned and pious Italian monk who had governed his Norman abbey so well that he won the respect of all his neighbors. He was only persuaded with difficulty to accept the position of head of the English Church. "Will you couple me, a poor weak-old sheep, to that fierce young bull, the King of England?" he asked, when the bishops came to offer him the primacy. But PG 85 they forced the pastoral staff into his hands and hurried him off to be installed. When William recovered from his sickness, he began to ask large sums of money from Anselm in return for the piece of preferment that he had received. The king called this exacting his feudal dues, but the archbishop called it simony, the ancient crime of Simon Magus, who offered gold to the apostles to buy spiritual privileges. He sent £500, but when the king asked for more, utterly refused to comply. From this time forth, there was constant strife between William and Anselm, the first beginning of that intermittent war between the crown and the church, which was to last for more than 2 centuries. The archbishop was always withstanding the king. When 2 popes disputed the tiara at Rome, William refused to acknowledge either, but Anselm would not allow that there was any doubt, did homage to Urban, and thus forced the king's hand by committing England to one side in the dispute. When Urban sent over to Anselm the pole, the sign of his metropolitan jurisdiction over the island, the king wished to deliver it to the archbishop with his own hands. But Anselm vowed that this was receiving spiritual things from a secular master, and would not take it save with his own hands and from the high altar of Canterbury Cathedral. Nor did he cease denouncing the ill living of the king and his courtiers, till William grew so wrath that he would have slain him, had not all England revered the fearless archbishop as a saint. At last he found a way of molesting Anselm under form of law. He declared that the lands of the See of Canterbury had not sent an adequate feudal contingent to his Welsh wars, and imposed enormous fines on the archbishop for a breach of his duties as a tenant-in-chief of the crown. Soon afterwards, Anselm left the realm, abandoning the king to his own devices as incorrigible, and took his way to Pope Urban at Rome, nor did he return till William was dead. Death of William, Roman II. The end of the Red King was sudden and tragic. He was hunting in the New Forest, the great tract in Hampshire which his father had cleared of its inhabitants and turned into one vast deer park, and he had chanced to draw apart from all his followers save Walter Tyrrell, PG 86, one of his chief favourites. A great hart came bounding between them. The king loosed an arrow at it and missed. "Shoot, Walter, shoot in the devil's name," he cried. Tyrrell shot in haste, but missed the stag and pierced his master to the heart. Leaving William dead on the ground, he galloped off to the shore and took ship for the continent. William's corpse lay lost in the wood till a charcoal burner came upon it next day and bore it in his cart to Winchester. Such was the strange funeral procession of the Lord of England and Normandy. William's death grieved none save his favourites and boon companions, for his manner of living was hateful to all good men, and his taxes and extortions had turned from him the hearts of all his subjects. August 2, 1100. Election of Henry I, his charter. When the throne of England was thus suddenly left vacant, it remained to be seen who would become William's successor. His elder brother Robert, whom the baronage would have preferred because of his slackness and easy ways, was still far away on his return journey from the crusade. But Henry, his younger brother, was on the spot and knew how to take advantage of the opportunity. Hastily assembling the few members of the great council who were near at hand, he prevailed upon them by bribes or promises to elect him king, and was proclaimed at Winchester only 3 days after William's death, and long before the news that the throne was vacant had reached the turbulent barons of the north and west. After his proclamation at Winchester, Henry moved to London, and there was crowned. He did his best to win the good opinion of all his subjects by issuing a charter of promises to the nation, wherein he bound himself to abide by the laws of Edward the Confessor, that is, the ancient customs of England, and not to ask of any man more than his due share of taxation, agreeing to abandon the arbitrary and illegal fines on succession to heritages which William II had always exacted. He then proceeded to fill up all the abbeys and bishoprics which William had kept vacant for his own profit, to recall Anselm from his exile, and to cast into prison Ralph Flambard, the chief instrument of his brother's oppression and extortions. War with the baronage. Henry's conciliatory measures were not taken a moment too soon. He had but just time to announce his good intentions and to give some earnest of his desire to carry them out, when he found himself involved in a desperate civil war. The barons had broken loose, headed by Robert of Belesme, the turbulent Earl of Shrewsbury, and they were set on making Duke Robert King of England. Robert, indeed, had just returned from Palestine and had retaken possession of his duchy shortly after his brother's death. He planned an invasion of England to assist his partisans and began to collect an army. But the new king was too much for his shiftless brother. When Robert landed at Portsmouth, he bought him off for a moment by offering him a tribute of £3,000, an irresistible bribe to the impecunious duke, and then used his opportunity to crush the rebellious barons. The fate of the rising was settled by the next summer. Gathering together the English shire levies and those of the baronage who were faithful to him, the king marched against Robert of Belesme and his associates. The successful sieges of Arundel and Bridgenorth decided the war. Robert was forced to surrender and granted his life on condition of forfeiting his estates and leaving the realm. "Rejoice, King Henry, for now may you truly say that you are Lord of England," cried the English levies to their monarch, "since you have put down Robert of Belesme and driven him out of the bounds of your kingdom." 1101. Marriage of Henry to Matilda of Scotland. So Henry retained the crown that he had seized and set to work to strengthen his position in the land. He did his best to conciliate the native English by marrying, 5 months after his accession, a princess of the old royal house of King Alfred. The lady was Edith, or Matilda as the Normans renamed her, the daughter of Malcolm, the King of Scotland, and of Margaret, the sister of Edgar the Etheling. So the issue of King Henry, and all his descendants who sat on the English throne, had the blood of the ancient kings of Wessex in their veins. Some of the Normans mocked at this marriage and at the anxiety which Henry showed to please his native-born subjects, and nicknamed him Godric, an English name which sounded uncouth to their own ears. But the king heeded not, when he got so much solid PG 88 advantage from his conduct, and the prosperity of his reign justified his wisdom. Fusion of English and Norman races. Henry showed himself his father's true son, reproducing the good as well as the evil qualities of the conqueror. He had the advantage over his father of having been born in England, and of living in a generation when the first bitterness of the strife of races was beginning to be assuaged. If he was selfish and hard-hearted and often cruel, yet he dispensed even-handed justice, curbed all oppressors, and kept to the letter of the law. He made so little difference between Norman and Englishman that the two races soon began to melt together. Intermarriage between them became common in all classes save the highest nobility. The English thanes and yeomen began to christen their children by Norman names, while the Anglo-Normans began to learn English and to draw apart from their kindred beyond the sea in the old duchy. 30 years after Henry's death, it was remarked by a contemporary writer that no man could say that he was either Norman or English, so much had the two races become intermingled. Much of the benefit of this happy union must be laid to the credit of Henry himself, who both set the example of wedding a wife of English blood and treated all his men of either race as equal before his eyes. Nor was he averse to granting a larger measure of liberty to his subjects. His charter to the city of London, issued in 1100, was a very liberal grant of self-government to the burghers of his capital, and served as a model ever after to his successors when they gave privileges to their town-dwelling liegemen. He allowed the Londoners to raise their own taxes, to choose their own sheriffs, and to make bylaws for their municipal government. Character of Henry. But Henry's character had a bad side. He was at times as ruthlessly cruel as his father. He punished not only rebellion, but theft and offenses against the forest laws by death or blinding or mutilation. Once, when he found that the workmen of his mints had conspired together to issue base coins, he struck off the right hand of every moneyer in England. We shall see that he was capable of holding his own brother in close prison for 30 years. He was as grasping and avaricious as his predecessor William, though he was PG 89, much less arbitrary and harsh in his exactions. His private life, though not a patent scandal like that of the Red King, was open to grave reproach. Above all things he was selfish. His own advantage was his aim, and if he governed the land wisely and justly, it was mainly because he thought that wisdom and justice were the best policy for himself. Strength of the monarchy. Henry's long reign, 1100–1135, was more noteworthy for the tendencies which were at work in it than for the particular events which mark its individual years. It is mainly important as the time of the silent growth together of Norman and English and the stereotyping of the Constitution on a strong monarchical basis. In his day the king was everything, and the great council of tenants-in-chief was no check on him and did little more than register his decrees. If his successors had all been like himself, England might have become a pure despotism, though one well-ordered and, considering the lights of the times, not oppressively administered. Fresh disputes with the Church. The strife between the monarchy and the Church, which had first taken shape in the quarrel of William Rufus and Anselm, continued in Henry's time, but raged on a new point of issue. When the archbishop returned from exile, he refused to take the usual oath of homage and to be reinvested in his see by the new king, alleging that, as a spiritual person, he owed fealty to God alone and received all his power and authority from God and not from the king. This new and strange doctrine he had picked up in Rome during his exile. The papacy was at this time putting forth those monstrous claims to dominion over kings and princes with which it had been inspired a few years before by the imperious Hildebrand, Pope Gregory VII. Henry could only reply that, though the archbishop was a spiritual person, he was also a great tenant-in-chief, holding vast estates, and that for them he must do homage to the crown, like all other feudal landowners. Anselm refused, and there the matter stood still, for neither would yield, though they treated each other courteously enough, and did not indulge in the angry recrimination which had been wont to take place when Rufus was in Henry's place. Anselm even went into exile again for a space, but at last he and the king met at Bec, in Normandy, in 1106, and hit on a wise compromise, PG, which they agreed to apply both to Anselm's case and to all future investitures of bishops. The newly elected prelate was to do homage, as a feudal tenant, for the estates of his see, but he was not to receive the symbols of his spiritual authority from the king, but was to take up his ring and crozier from the high altar of his cathedral as direct gifts from God. This decision served as a model for the agreement between the Pope and the Empire, when 14 years later the contest about investiture, as this widespread dispute was called, was brought to an end on the continent. Wars with Duke Robert, partial conquest of Normandy. The chief incidents in the foreign relations of Henry's reign are his long wars with his shiftless brother Robert, and afterwards with Robert's son, William Clito. He had never forgiven the Duke for his attempt to dethrone him by the aid of rebels in 1099, nor did the Duke ever forgive him for having so promptly seized England at the moment of the death of William II. The peace which they had made in 1100 did not endure, and a long series of hostilities at last culminated in the Battle of Tinchebrai, 1106. Here Henry, who had invaded Normandy, completely defeated his brother and took him prisoner. He sent the unfortunate Robert to strict confinement in Cardiff Castle and kept him there all the days of his life. For the rest of his reign, Henry ruled Normandy as well as England, but his dominion in the duchy was very precarious. The baronage hated his strong hand and his strict enforcement of the law. They often rebelled against him, but he never failed to subdue them. When William, surnamed Clito, the son of the imprisoned duke, grew towards man's estate, he had no difficulty in finding partisans in Normandy who would do their best to win him back his father's heritage. Aided by the King of France, who was one of Henry's most consistent enemies, William Clito made several bold attempts to deprive his uncle of Normandy. He did not succeed, but presently he became Count of Flanders, to which he had a claim through his grandmother Matilda, the wife of William the Conqueror. Possessed of this rich country, he grew to be a more serious danger to the English king, but he fell in battle in 1128, while striving with some Flemish rebels, and by his death Henry's position became unassailable. Marriage of Princess Matilda to Geoffrey of Anjou. The King of England was troubled with many other enemies beside William Clito. Louis VI of France and Fulk, Count of Anjou, were always molesting him, but he gained or lost little by his long and dreary border wars with them. The one noteworthy consequence of this strife was that, to confirm a peace with Count Fulk, the king married his two children to the son and daughter of the Lord of Anjou. First, his son William was wedded to the Count's daughter, 1119, and some years later the Lady Matilda was married to Geoffrey, the Count's son and heir, 1127. Death of Henry's son, Matilda heiress to the throne. The importance of this latter marriage lay in the fact that Prince William had died in the intervening space, and that Matilda, a widowed princess whose first husband had been the Emperor Henry V, was now the King of England's sole heiress. The end of her brother had been strange and tragic. He was following his father from Normandy to England, when a drunken skipper ran his vessel upon the reef of Catville, only 5 miles from the Norman shore. The prince was hurried by his followers into the only boat that the ship possessed, and might have escaped, had he not seen that his half-sister, the Countess of Perche, had been left behind. He bade the oarsmen put back, but when they reached the ship, a crowd of panic-stricken passengers sprang down into the boat and swamped it. The prince was drowned, and with him his half-brother Richard, his half-sister the Countess of Perche, the Earl of Chester, and many of the chief persons of the realm. Only one sailor lad survived to tell the sad tale of the White Ship. When the news of the death of his only legitimate son reached the king, he was prostrated by it for many days, and it was said that he was never seen to smile again, though he lived for 15 years after the disaster. But if the chronicles speak true, the death of William was more of a loss to his father than to the realm, for they report him to have been a proud and cruel youth, who bid fair to reproduce some of the evil qualities of his uncle William Rufus. Henry was determined that his realm should pass at his PG-92 death to his daughter Matilda, and not to any of his nephews, the sons of William the Conqueror's daughters. But he knew that it would be a hard matter to secure her succession, for England had never been ruled by a queen regnant, and it was very doubtful if the Great Council would elect a woman. Moreover, the barons grudged that she should have been married to a foreign count, for they had hoped that the king would have given her hand to one of his own earls. Henry endeavored to support Matilda's cause by constraining all the chief men of the realm and his own kinsfolk to take an oath to choose her as queen after his death. But he well knew that oaths sworn under compulsion are lightly esteemed, and must have foreseen that on his death his daughter would have great difficulty in asserting her claims. Complete conquest of South Wales, Scotland. But trusting his daughter's fate to the future, Henry persevered in his life's work, and left his kingdom behind him at his death in 1135 with a full treasury, an obedient baronage, and largely extended borders. Not only had he won Normandy, but he had completed the conquest of South Wales and established large colonies of English and Flemings about Pembroke and in the peninsula of Gower. With his 3 brothers-in-law, who reigned in Scotland one after another, he dwelt on friendly terms, they did him homage, and he left them unmolested. They were wise princes who knew the value of peace, and under them the Scotch kingdom advanced in civilization and wealth, and grew more and more assimilated to its great southern neighbor. On the 1st of December, 1135, King Henry died. Though a selfish and unscrupulous man, he had been a good king, and the troubles which followed his death soon taught the English how much they had owed to his strong and ruthless hand. Stephen elected king. Immediately on the arrival of the news of his death, the Great Council met at London. It was soon evident that many of its members thought little of the oath that they had sworn 10 years before. One after another, they declared that the reign of a queen would be unprecedented and intolerable, and that a man must be chosen to rule over England. Of the male members of the royal house, the one who was best known in England was Stephen of Blois, one of the late king's PG-93 nephews, and the son of Adela, a daughter of William I, who had wedded the Count of Blois and Champagne. He had been the late king's favorite kinsman and had taken the oath to uphold Matilda's rights before any of the lay members of the council. Now he lightly forgot his vow and stood forward as a candidate for the crown. Matilda was absent abroad, and her husband Geoffrey of Anjou was much disliked, so that it was not difficult for Henry, Bishop of Winchester, Stephen's younger brother, to prevail on the majority of the magnates of the realm to reject her claim. In spite of the murmurings of a large minority, Stephen was chosen as king and duly crowned at London, whose citizens liked him well and hailed his accession with shouts of joy. Aims of the baronage, civil war begins. They were soon to change their tone, for ere long Stephen began to show that he was too weak for the task that he had undertaken. He was a good-natured, impulsive, volatile man who could never refuse a friend's request or keep an unspent penny in his purse. Save personal courage, he had not one of the qualities of a successful king. The baronage soon took the measure of Stephen's abilities and saw that the time had come for them to make a bold strike for that anarchical feudal independence which was their dream. The name and cause of Matilda gave them an excellent excuse for throwing up their allegiance and doing every man that which was right in his own eyes. The king put down a few spasmodic rebellions, but more kept breaking out, till in the 3rd year of his reign a general explosion took place, 1138. The cause of the Lady Matilda was taken up by 2 honest partisans, her uncle David, King of Scotland, and her half-brother Robert, Earl of Gloucester. But these 2 were aided by a host of turbulent, self-seeking barons, who craved nothing save an excuse for defying the king and plundering their neighbors. The Scottish invasion, Battle of the Standard. The Scot was the first to move. He crossed the Tweed with a great army, giving out that he came to make King Stephen grant him justice in the matter of the counties of Huntingdon and Northampton, which he claimed as the heir of the long-dead Earl Waltheof. But the wild Highland clans that followed David ravaged Northumbria so cruelly that the barons and yeomen of Yorkshire turned out in great wrath to strike a blow for King Stephen. At Northallerton they barred the way of the invaders, mustering under Thurston, Archbishop of York, and the 2 sheriffs of the county. They placed in their midst a car bearing the consecrated standards of the 3 Yorkshire saints, St. Peter of York, St. Wilfrid of Ripon, and St. John of Beverley. Around it they stood in serried ranks and beat off again and again the wild charges of the Highlanders and Galloway men who formed the bulk of King David's army. More than 10,000 Scots fell, and Yorkshire was saved, but the war was only just beginning, 1138. A few months after the Battle of the Standard, the English partisans of Matilda took arms, headed by her brother, Earl Robert. Gloucester, Bristol, Hereford, Exeter, and most of the southwest of England at once fell into their hands. Stephen did his best to make head against them by the aid of such of the baronage as adhered to him and of great bodies of plundering mercenaries raised in Flanders and France. He bought off the opposition of the Scots by ceding Northumberland and Cumberland to Henry, the son of King David, who was to hold them as his vassal, and for the rest of Stephen's reign the 2 northern counties were in Scottish hands. Victory of Matilda at Lincoln. But at this critical moment, the king ruined his own cause by a quarrel with the church. He threw into prison the bishops of Salisbury and Lincoln because they refused to surrender their castles into his keeping, and treated them so roughly that every ecclesiastic in the realm, even including his own brother Henry, Bishop of Winchester, took part against him, 1139. Soon afterward, Matilda landed in Sussex, and all the southern counties fell away to her. After much irregular fighting, the 2 parties came to a pitched battle at Lincoln. In spite of the feats of personal bravery which Stephen displayed, he was utterly defeated and fell into the hands of his enemies, 1141. The cause of Matilda now seemed triumphant. She had captured her enemy, and most of the realm fell into her hands. She was saluted as Lady of England at Winchester, and they received the homage of the Archbishop of Canterbury and most of the barons and bishops of the land. She then moved to PG-95 London to be crowned, but in the short space since her triumph she had shown herself so haughty, impracticable, and vindictive that men's minds were already turning against her. Most especially did she provoke Stephen's old partisans by refusing to release him on his undertaking to quit the kingdom and formally resign his claims to the crown. This refusal led to the continuation of the war. Maud of Boulogne, Stephen's wife, rallied the wrecks of his party and continued to make resistance, and on the news of her approach, the Londoners commenced to stir. Their new mistress had celebrated her advent by imposing a crushing tallage or money fine on the city, and in wrath at her extortion, the citizens rose in arms and chased her out of the place before she had even been crowned. Reverses of Matilda, feudal anarchy. The unhappy civil war, which for a moment had seemed at an end, now commenced again. Matilda steadily lost ground and had to release Stephen in exchange for her brother, Robert of Gloucester, who had fallen into the hands of the king's party. She was besieged first at Winchester, then at Oxford, and on each occasion escaped with great difficulty from her adversaries. At Oxford, she had to be let down by a rope at night from the castle keep, to thread her way through the hostile outposts, and then to walk on foot many miles over the snow. The baronage was so well content with the practical independence which they enjoyed during the Civil War that they had no desire to see it end. They changed from side to side with the most indecent shamelessness, only taking care that at each change they got a full price for their treachery. Geoffrey de Mandeville, the wicked Earl of Essex, was perhaps the worst of them. He sold each party in turn and finally fought for his own hand, taking no heed of king or queen and only seeking to plunder his neighbors and annex their lands. He had many imitators. The last pages of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which finally comes to an end in Stephen's reign, are filled with a picture of the hopeless misery of the land. Every shire, it laments, was full of castles, and every castle was filled with devils and evil men. The lords took any weaker neighbors who were thought to have money and put them in dungeons and tortured them with unutterable devices. The ancient martyrs were not so ill-treated, for they hanged men by the thumbs or by the head and smoked PG-96 them with foul smoke. They put knotted strings about their heads and twisted them till they bit into the brain. They put them in dungeons with adders and toads, or shut them into close boxes filled with sharp stones, and pressed them there till their bones were broken. Many thousands they killed with hunger and torment, and that lasted the 19 winters while Stephen was king. In those days, if 3 or 4 men came riding towards a township, all the township fled hastily before them, believing them to be robbers. Treaty of Wallingford, death of Stephen. So fared England for many years, till in 1153 a peace was patched up at Wallingford. Matilda had quitted England long before, and her party was now led by her young son, Henry of Anjou, who had come over in 1152 to take her place. Stephen was now old and broken by constant campaigning. He had lately lost his son Eustace, whom he had destined to succeed him, and when it was proposed to him that he should hold the crown for his own life, but make Count Henry his heir, he closed with the offer. Less than a year later he died, leaving England in the worst plight that ever she knew since the days of Ethelred the ill-counselled. For the king's mandate no longer ran over the land, and every baron was ruling for himself. Northumberland and Cumberland were in the hands of the Scots, the Welsh were harrying the border counties, and Yorkshire had been ravaged in 1153 by the last Viking raid recorded in English history. It was time that a strong man should pick up the broken scepter of William the Conqueror. Chapter 8. Henry minus 1189. When Henry of Anjou, now a young man of 21 years, succeeded to Stephen's crown, he found the country in a most deplorable condition. The regular administration of justice had ceased, many of the counties had no sheriffs or other royal officers, the revenue had fallen off by a half, and the barons were exercising all the prerogatives of the king, even to the extent of coining money in their own names. A weak man would have found the position hopeless. A strong man, like Henry, saw that it required instant and unflinching energy, but that it was not beyond repair. Undisputed accession of Henry, his continental dominions. Henry started with the advantage of an undisputed title. His mother, Matilda, had ceded all her rights to him, and Stephen's surviving son, William of Boulogne, never attempted to lay any claim to the crown. Moreover, the king had enormous resources from abroad to aid him. His father was long dead, so that he was himself Count of Anjou and Touraine. He had his mother's lands of Normandy and Maine already in his hands, but he had become the ruler of a still larger realm by his marriage. He had taken to wife Elena, the Duchess of Aquitaine, whose enormous inheritance stretched from the Loire to the Pyrenees. This was a marriage of pure policy. Elena was an ill-conditioned, unprincipled woman, the divorced wife of King Louis VII of France, and she gave her second husband almost as much trouble as she had given her first. But by aid of her possessions, Henry dominated the whole of France. Indeed, he held much more French territory under him than did King Louis VII. PG 98 himself, and for the political gain, he was prepared to endure the domestic trouble. Larger image button. France showing Henry II's continental dominions. The continental dominions of Henry were, indeed, so large that they quite outweighed England in his estimation. He was himself Angevin born and bred, and looked upon his position more as that of a French prince who owned a great dependency beyond sea, than as that of an English king who had possessions in France. He spent the greater part of his time on the continent, so that England was generally governed by the successive justiciars, or prime ministers, who acted as regents while he was abroad. Henry's absence and his absorption in foreign politics were perhaps not a very grave misfortune for England. He was such a strong and able ruler that when he had once put the realm to rights in the early part of his reign, the danger to be feared was no longer feudal anarchy, but royal despotism. Feudal anarchy put down, Northumberland and Cumberland recovered. Henry's first measures, on succeeding to the throne, were very drastic. He began by ordering the barons to dismantle all the castles which had been built in the troublous times of Stephen, and enforced his command by appearing at the head PG 99 of a large army. It is said that he leveled to the ground as many as 375 of these adulterine castles, as they were called, because they had been erected without the king's leave. Very few of the barons ventured to resist. Those who did were crushed without difficulty. Henry also resumed all the royal estates and revenues which Stephen and Matilda had lavished on their partisans during the Civil War, annulling all his mother's unwise grants as well as those of her enemy. He filled up the vacant sheriffdoms and commenced the dispatch of itinerant justices round the country to sit and decide cases in the shire courts. This custom, which became permanent, was the origin of our modern assizes. After he had set England in order, Henry demanded the restoration of Northumberland and Cumberland from Malcolm of Scotland, the heir of King David. They were given back after being 17 years in Scottish hands. At the same time, Malcolm did homage to Henry for his remaining earldom in England, that of Huntingdon, which had descended to him from Waltheof. Owen, Prince of North Wales, submitted himself to the king in the same year, but not without some fighting, in which Henry met with checks at first. Thus England was pacified, brought under firm and regular rule, and restored to her ancient frontiers. Henry even thought at this time of invading Ireland, and got a bull from Pope Adrian IV, the only Englishman who ever sat upon the papal throne, to authorize him to subdue that country. The pretexts alleged were that the Irish Church was schismatic, inasmuch as it refused to acknowledge the papal authority, and also that Ireland was infamous for its slave trading in Christian men. But no attempt was made to enforce the bull laudability for many years to come. End of the war. Dost Mohammed reinstated. Shah Shuja was murdered by his rebellious subjects, and all Afghanistan was lost, save the two fortresses of Kandahar and Jalalabad, whose gallant defense forms the only redeeming episode in the war. But to revenge our disaster, if for no better purpose, a new English army under General Pollock forced the Khyber Pass, defeated the Afghans, and reoccupied Kabul. They evacuated it after destroying its chief buildings, and Dost Mohammed, whom we had deposed in 1839, was permitted to return to the throne from which we had evicted him. For long years after we left Afghanistan alone, the memory of the massacre in the Cord, Kabul Pass sufficing to deter even the most enterprising governor-generals from interfering with its treacherous and fanatical tribes. Lord Ellenborough annexes Sindh. Ere the Afghan War was over, Lord Auckland had been superseded by Lord Ellenborough, an able and active ruler, whose qualities were only marred by a tendency to grandiloquence and proclamations in the style of the great Napoleon. He not only brought the Afghan War to its close, but annexed Sindh, the barren lower valley of the Indus. We were drawn into a quarrel with the emirs of that country, and it was overrun by a small army under Sir Charles Napier, who beat the emirs at Mini, though their forces outnumbered him 12-fold. Sindh was annexed to the Bombay Presidency, and by its possession, we pg 742 encompassed on two sides the Punjab, the only remaining independent state in India. Lord Hardinge and the Sikh invasion. Ranjit Singh had died in 1839, and his successors were weak princes who perished in civil wars or by palace conspiracies. They were utterly unable to restrain their arrogant and unruly army, which made and unmade sovereigns at Lahore like the Roman Praetorians of the 3rd century. In 1845, the rash and ignorant generals of the Sikhs resolved to attack the British and dreamed of overrunning all India. They crossed the Sutlej and invaded the northwestern provinces ere the new Governor-General, Lord Hardinge, had fully realized that war was at hand. Battles of Ferozshah and Sabrayan. Our Sikh wars saw the hardest fighting which has ever taken place in India. The army which Ranjit Singh had spent his life in training was a splendid force and proved able in the shock of battle to beat the sepoys of the company. It was only by the desperate fighting of the British troops, little aided by their native auxiliaries, that the Sikhs were finally driven back. Unfortunately, Lord Gough, the commander-in-chief, was a reckless general whose only idea of tactics was to dash his men at the center of the enemy's position, regardless of batteries, obstacles, and earthworks. A more circumspect officer could probably have attained his end at a much less cost of life. At Ferozshah, he was completely foiled in his first attempt to force the entrenched camp of the Sikhs, and only succeeded on the next day because the enemy, who had suffered as heavily as the British, had not the heart to stand up to a second battle within 24 hours and retired from his position. Sabrayan, the decisive engagement of the campaign, was even more bloody, but on this occasion the Sikhs fought with the Sutlej at their backs, and when at last they were driven from their lines, a fourth of their army perished in the river, February 10, 1846. The Lahore government then asked for peace, which was granted them on condition that Julip Singh, the young son of Ranjit Singh, should acknowledge the suzerainty of the British. Battles of Chilianwala and Gujarat. But the brave and obstinate Sikhs did not yet consider themselves beaten. Less than 2 years after the first struggle was over, they again tried the fortune of war. In March 1848, Mulraj, the governor of Multan, rose in rebellion to throw off the pg 743 British suzerainty. The whole Sikh army fell away to him, and a campaign not less desperate than that of 1845-6 began. Lord Gough, who was still in command, repeated his former tactics at Chilianwala and flung his army against a line of batteries hidden by jungle. The British only carried them with heavy loss, the 24th foot being completely cut to pieces. The old general's disregard for common prudence and the lives of his men so irritated his officers that when they again met the enemy at the decisive Battle of Gujarat, February 22, 1849, they clandestinely confined him on a housetop till the Sikh entrenchments had been pounded for 3 hours by an overwhelming fire of artillery. The British infantry were then let loose, carried the earthworks with little loss, and brought the campaign to a prompt end, for the whole Sikh army surrendered a few days later, March 12, 1849. Lord Dalhousie annexes the Punjab. The Punjab was now annexed, for Lord Dalhousie, the Governor-General who had succeeded Lord Hardinge, did not intend to give the Sikhs the opportunity of raising a third war. Julip Singh, the titular Maharaja, was sent to live in England on a pension. Certain outlying districts, such as Kashmir, were left to chiefs who had not opposed us in the struggle of 1848, but Lahore and the whole of the plain of the 5 rivers were put under British rule. The officers to whom the settlement of the Punjab was given over were the picked men of India. So ably and genially did they do their work that the Sikhs soon settled down into quiet and loyal subjects. When next the British Empire in Hindustan was in danger, it was largely saved by the gallant aid of levies from the Punjab. The Second Burmese War. After the great struggle with the Sikhs was over, the rest of Lord Dalhousie's administration was comparatively uneventful. The Second Burmese War of 1852, provoked by the ill-treatment of English merchants at Rangoon, was a short and easy campaign, which resulted in the annexation of Pegu, the coast district of the Burmese kingdom, and the mouths of the Irrawaddy. Further annexations by Lord Dalhousie. But some of the doings of Dalhousie in India itself, though they made little noise at the time, were fated to have grave consequences. He held strongly the doctrine that direct British PG 744 administration was the best thing for natives, and took every opportunity of annexing vassal states where the ruling houses died out. This was much against the prejudices of the Hindus, who always try to perpetuate their family by adoption when natural heirs fail. By refusing to allow of this custom, Lord Dalhousie was able to annex the great Maratha state of the Rajas of Berar, the old opponents of Wellesley and Hastings. He also took over the smaller Maratha states of Jhansi and Satara, and refused to allow the deposed Peshwa, Baji Rao, to pass on his title and pension to his adopted son, the Nana Sahib. There is no doubt that these acts gravely displeased pious Hindus. Dethronement of the King of Oudh. Moreover, in 1856, Dalhousie, more by the company's wish than his own, completed his wide annexations by dethroning the King of Oudh, the chief Moslem state of northern India and the oldest of the vassals of the British. His abominable misgovernment and folly drew down his fate deservedly enough, but the seizure of Oudh was not popular even among the subjects who were delivered from the tyrant's rule, and it created a feeling of distrust and resentment among all the surviving feudatories of the company. Lord Canning, Governor-General. Lord Dalhousie, broken down by hard work, returned to England to die soon after the annexation of Oudh. He was succeeded by Lord Canning, the son of the great Tory Prime Minister of 1827. Scarcely had Canning gathered up the reins of power when the terrible Sepoy Mutiny of 1857 broke out. The Native Army in India. A power which undertakes to hold down a vast empire by a great mercenary army raised from among the peoples of the land, is always exposed to the danger of military rebellion. The army has no other incentives than its pay, its habit of disciplined obedience, and its loyalty to its officers to keep it true to its foreign masters. If the soldiery realize their power and are ready to unite with each other for a common end, they may aspire to cast out their employers and rule for their own benefit. Mutinies of single regiments were not unfrequent episodes in the history of the Indian Army, but hitherto no general revolt had occurred. In 1857, the proportion of British to native troops in India was abnormally low. The regiments withdrawn for the Crimean War, PG 745, had never been replaced, and small expeditions to Persia and China were absorbing many more. In the whole peninsula, the Europeans stood to the Sepoy troops in the ratio of only 1:6. At present 1:3 is considered the least that is safe. Moreover, the spirit of many of the native troops was very bad. They had been so flattered and pampered by the government that they believed themselves to be the masters of the situation and despised the few white regiments scattered among them. Outbreak of the mutiny. The army was arrogant and discontented. The old ruling families of the lately annexed states were intriguing and conspiring all over northern India. A widely spread prophecy that the rule of the British was only to last for 100 years, dating from Plassey and the annexation of Bengal, was disturbing the minds of the masses when a trivial incident let loose the elements of discord. The government was introducing among the native troops the use of rifles in place of the old musket. The new weapons required greased cartridges, which were being duly issued, when some mischievous incendiary spread among the Bengal sepoys the rumor that they were being defiled. The cartridges, it was said, were lubricated with the grease of pigs and cattle, in order that the Hindus might lose their caste by touching the flesh of the sacred cow, and the Mussulmans might be polluted by the contamination of the unholy swine. When all had become unclean, it was said, the government intended to make Christians of them. This foolish rumor sufficed to set the army in a flame. 2 regiments which mutinied near Calcutta were easily disbanded, but a formidable and successful revolt of the Sepoy Brigade at Meerut, near Delhi, May 10, 1857, was the signal for the outbreak of well-nigh the whole Bengal army. The heir of the Mughals proclaimed emperor at Delhi. In the months of May and June, more than 40 garrisons in the valleys of the Ganges and the Jumna mutinied. In most cases, their rising was followed by hideous cruelty. The European officers were treacherously shot, and hundreds of women and children massacred. Both Hindus and Mussulmans eagerly joined the rising, but the main guidance of the mutiny was in the hands of the latter. They proclaimed the descendant of the great Mughal, who still resided at Delhi, the heir of the empire of his ancestors. Delhi itself, PG 746, where there was no British garrison, fell into their hands after the great magazine had been blown up by the desperate courage of Lieutenant Willoughby. Rising in Oudh, Siege of Lucknow. The ancient city became the center of the rebellion in the north, while further south, in Oudh, the whole population rose in arms to restore their late king, and beleaguered in the residency of Lucknow the 1 British regiment which formed part of the garrison of the newly annexed state. Spread of the rebellion. Except in Oudh and certain parts of the northwest provinces, the rebellion was purely military, and the peasantry preserved a timid neutrality in the strife. But the whole Bengal army, with hardly an exception, rose or tried to rise against its masters. Fortunately for England, the mutiny did not affect the Madras presidency at all, and only spread to a small corner of the Bombay presidency. But all northern India from Benares to the Sutlej was lost for a time. Unwarlike Bengal remained quiet, and the Punjab, where English regiments were more numerous than in any other part of India, was kept under control by its able governor, Sir John Lawrence. But all that lay between them was a seething flood of rebellion, where a few English garrisons lay scattered like islands in a tempestuous sea. Agra, Cawnpur, Lucknow, Allahabad were all insufficiently held. Only at the third of them was there so much as a single regiment of British infantry. The Siege of Delhi. While the authorities at Calcutta were collecting the few European troops who could be gathered from Burma and Madras, and were making desperate appeals for prompt aid from home, the governor of the Punjab struck the first blow for the reconquest of the lost provinces. 4,000 Europeans and some hastily raised Sikh levies crossed the Sutlej and marched on Delhi, now held by at least 30,000 mutineers. They defeated the rebels in the field and commenced the siege of the royal city on June 10, 1857. This bold move threw the enemy on the defensive, and the rising spread no further in the north. But Delhi was beleaguered for 14 weeks, and even when every available British soldier had been drawn from the Punjab, the storming of the place was a hazardous task, only carried to a successful end by the reckless courage of the assailants. After 6 days of deadly PG 747 street fighting, September 14-20, 1857, the rebels were driven out, and their titular leader, the aged Grand Mughal, with all his family, was captured. Bahadur Shah himself was only banished to Burma, but his sons and grandson were shot without trial by Major Hodson, the daring cavalry officer who had tracked and captured them. The Massacre of Cawnpur. While the siege of Delhi was still in progress, a small force had been collected at Calcutta and hurried northward to attack Oudh and relieve the beleaguered garrisons of Cawnpur and Lucknow. General Havelock commanded this brigade, a mere handful of 1,200 men. He pushed on from Allahabad on June 30, but when he had cut his way to Cawnpur after 4 considerable fights, he found that he was too late. The small garrison there, hampered with many hundreds of women and children, had held out for a month, but surrendered on June 27 to the chief of the rebels, Nana Sahib, the adopted son of the late Peshwa, whose pension and title had been denied him. This revengeful and treacherous ruffian promised the besieged a safe passage to Allahabad, but as soon as they had evacuated their entrenchments, he massacred them all in cold blood, save 200 women and children, whom he saved alive. When the news of Havelock's victorious advance was heard, he had these poor survivors hacked to death and cast into the famous well of Cawnpore, July 15. The British brigade cut its way into the city a day too late to save the prisoners, but was able to wreak a terrible vengeance on their murderers, though the Nana himself, to the bitter disappointment of all, got safely away and died a fugitive in the jungles of Nepal. The relief of Lucknow. Havelock had to wait some time at Cawnpore for reinforcements before he could march on Lucknow, where the garrison, some 1,000 strong, had maintained themselves for 87 days behind the walls of the hastily fortified residency. The much-tried defenders were cheered by the arrival of Havelock, who with 3,000 men forced his way into the residency after a day's street fighting. But 60,000 rebels, the whole fighting population of the province of Oudh, still hung round the place, and Havelock could not drive them away. The final relief of Lucknow was only accomplished by Lord PG 748 Clyde, the Colin Campbell of the Crimean War, who had arrived in India with the first reinforcements from home. On November 9, he swept away the rebels and liberated the garrison, but Havelock died the very day after he and his troops were delivered. Lord Clyde defeats the Marathas and the Oudh rebels. Lord Clyde drew back to Cawnpore with the rescued garrison, leaving Lucknow to be reoccupied by the rebels. He was forced to turn because the Maratha army of Sindhia had just revolted and joined the Oudh insurgents. Clyde beat them on December 6, just outside Cawnpore, and drove them back on to central India. Lucknow stormed, battles of Bareilly and Gwalior. The final stage of the war was reached in March 1858, when Clyde marched for the second time against Lucknow, stormed the city, and drove the remnants of the rebel army of Oudh to Bareilly, where they were crushed in the last general engagement but won of the war, May 7. Meanwhile, Sir Hugh Rose had collected an army from the Bombay Presidency and overrun Sindhia's dominions and Bundelkhand, where the rebellion of the Marathas had been headed by the Rani of Jhansi and Tansha Topi, a clever leader of irregular troops. On June 16, he beat them in front of Gwalior. The Rani was slain, and her army dispersed. But Tansha Topi took to the jungles and was not finally caught and hung till the spring of the succeeding year. Thus ended the Great Mutiny of 1857–58, a ferocious struggle in which the treachery and cruelty of the sepoys were amply punished by the ruthless severity of their victors, who gave no quarter, blew prominent traitors from the cannon's mouth, and hung meaner prisoners by the hundred. Abolition of the East India Company. The English nation were convinced that something must be done to reform the administration of India, and the East India Company was abolished by Act of Parliament in 1858, the whole administration, civil and military, of the peninsula being now taken over by the Queen's government. To mark that no blame was thrown on the Governor-General, Lord Canning, whose conduct all through the war had been most cool and courageous, he was made the first viceroy of the new empire. India under the rule of the Crown. Since the mutiny, the annals of India have been comparatively PG 749 peaceful, and hardly a shot has been fired within the bounds of the peninsula. The history of the last 30 years has been a record of growing prosperity, of the development of trade and industries, the building of railways and canals, and the marvelous increase of seaborne trade. Since the Suez Canal has brought India so close to Europe, the arable land is everywhere encroaching on the jungle, and the main difficulty of the future appears likely to be the overgrowth of population in the thickly settled districts, where more than once a year of dearth has slain thousands and brought tens of millions to the edge of starvation. The terrible Madras famine of 1877, the worst of its kind, is said to have cost the lives of 1,500,000 peasants. The Second Afghan War. The one great warlike episode in the history of British India remaining to be chronicled is the Second Afghan War of 1878–80. This struggle was a consequence of the Russo-Turkish War of the previous year and of the estrangement between Russia and England which resulted therefrom. Lord Lytton, the Viceroy of the years 1876–80, was a disciple of Lord Beaconsfield and a believer in a spirited foreign policy. He found that Sher Ali, the Amir of Afghanistan, was intriguing with the Russian governor of Turkestan and promptly summoned him to sign a treaty of alliance and receive a British resident at his court. The Amir refused, and at once saw his dominions invaded. When General Roberts stormed the Pawar Kotal and advanced within a few miles of Kabul, the Amir fled towards the Russian frontier and died on the way. His son, Yaqub Khan, accepted the British suzerainty and promised all that was required. But when the army had retired, the populace of Kabul rose just as in 1842 and murdered Sir Louis Cavagnari, the British resident, and all his escort. A second invasion at once began, and Yaqub Khan was deposed and sent to India. Lord Lytton would probably have annexed the whole country, but for the troubles which broke out in the winter of 1879-80, when the Afghan tribes took arms and assailed the garrisons of Kabul and Kandahar. Roberts was besieged in his entrenchments at Kabul, but finally drove off the insurgents and held his own. But in the south, General Burrows, advancing to attack the pretender Ayub Khan, was totally defeated at Maiwand, with the loss of half his brigade, and chased back into PG 750 Kandahar. He was only saved by the rapid and masterly march of Roberts, who in 23 days forced his way from Kabul to Kandahar, routed the army of Ayub, and liberated the Kandahar garrison September 1, 1880. But the disaster of Maiwand had troubled English public opinion, and a liberal government had now replaced Lord Beaconsfield at home. Afghanistan was evacuated, and Abdurrahman Khan, a nephew of Sher Ali, was recognized as ruler of the whole country, where he maintained himself with success till his death in 1901 and proved faithful to the English alliance. The Queen proclaimed Empress of India. Perhaps Lord Lytton's administration may ultimately be remembered less for his unhappy Afghan war than for his proclamation of the Queen as Empress of India in the Great Durbar held in Delhi in 1877. This step marked the commencement of a new and more intimate relation of England and India, of which an earnest had been given 2 years before by the Prince of Wales's tour through the peninsula. Since then, every attempt has been made to enlist the sympathies of the natives on behalf of the British rule. Their princes have been encouraged to visit England, to interest themselves in public works, education, and internal reforms, and to supply troops for the general service of the empire. Elective municipalities have been created in the cities to teach their motley population the art of self-government, which they are still very far from having learnt. A share in the administration, which some think unduly large, is granted to native civil servants, and the native press has been granted a liberty which it often abuses. All financial and agrarian legislation is framed to press as lightly as possible on the masses, but the results of these efforts are still somewhat problematic, and the British bayonet is still needed to keep the peace between contending races and creeds. The Australian penal settlements, New South Wales. In strong contrast with the stirring annals of British India are the unromantic details of the development of our Australian colonies. We have alluded to the unpromising foundation of our first establishment in Botany Bay by the dispatch thither of the gangs of convicts who in an earlier age used to be sent into servitude in America, 1788. For many years, this annual crop of ruffianism swamped all attempts at real colonization in new PG 751 South Wales. But after a time, the extraordinary fertility of the soil began to attract more immigrants, while the mitigation of the English penal law under the hands of Sir Robert Peel decreased the number of convicts. As the free population grew, they began to protest so strongly against the companions who were drafted in upon them, that the government diverted the stream of convicts to new settlements in Tasmania and Western Australia. For long years, New South Wales remained a purely pastoral colony, and its immense plains were inhabited only by the squatters, the proprietors who had bought large tracts of land from the government. They dwelt in stations thinly scattered over the face of the country, rearing vast herds of cattle and sheep. It was as exporting wool, hides, and tallow alone that Australia first became known to the commercial world of Europe. Discovery of gold fields, Victoria. In 1851, however, an enormous difference was made by the discovery of rich alluvial gold deposits near Port Phillip, on the southern shore of New South Wales. The washings proved so productive that thousands of immigrants of all sorts and conditions poured in to profit by them. The Port Phillip district was cut off from New South Wales, and made into the new colony of Victoria, 1851. Its population went up from 0 to 450,000 in the 10 years that followed the discovery of gold. When the alluvial deposits were exhausted, it was found that large reefs of auriferous quartz lay below them, and a steady development of scientific mining by machinery superseded the haphazard work of the early diggers. Victoria still continues one of the great gold-producing centers of the world. Queensland, the labour difficulty. New South Wales still remains a mainly pastoral country, though here too considerable gold fields have been found. After throwing off its southern districts to form the colony of Victoria, it ceded its northern territory to form the colony of Queensland, 1859. The semi-tropical climate of this last province differentiates it from the rest of Australia. The great heat makes European labour difficult during the greater part of the year. South Australia, Western Australia, Tasmania. South Australia, settled in 1836, is mainly an agricultural country with some copper mines. Western Australia, originating in a convict settlement in 1829, has lagged behind the rest of the PG 752 sister colonies for want of any of the natural advantages which attract immigrants. But the tardy discovery of gold in 1892 may suffice at last to draw thither the much-needed population. Tasmania, originating, like Western Australia, in a penal colony, has developed into a small island community of steady prosperity. New Zealand, the Maori War. Far to the east of Australia lie the twin islands of New Zealand, first explored by Captain Cook in 1773, but not planted with English colonists. Unlike the Aborigines of Australia, the lowest and feeblest savages in the world, the natives of New Zealand were a fierce and clever race of cannibals, named Maoris. They bitterly resented the settlement of their islands and raised two considerable wars, for the second of which, 1861-66, British troops had to be brought to this remote colony and had hard work to expel the Maoris from their pas or stockades. After their defeat they quieted down and are now slowly dying out before the progress of civilization, which seems fatal to them, though they are a vigorous and intelligent race. New Zealand more resembles Great Britain in climate and situation than does any other of our colonies, and has enjoyed a long career of prosperity, somewhat checked of late by a tendency to a rash extension of the public debt. The Cape Colony, the Boers. Passing westward across the Indian Ocean, we come to the second great group of English colonies, those of South Africa. The old Dutch dominion of the Cape of Good Hope was conquered by the British in 1806 and secured to us by the Treaty of Vienna in 1815. It reached only as far as the Orange River and was thinly settled by Dutch farmers or Boers, scattered among a population of Kaffirs, whom they had in many cases reduced to slavery. Natal, the Orange Free State, and the Transvaal. When English emigration was directed to the Cape, the Boers resented the intrusion of the foreigner, and many of them trekked, i.e. migrated, into the wilderness to conquer new homes among the Kaffirs. But the British government followed them and annexed their first settlement in Natal, 1843. They then moved inland and finally established, 1850-50, for the two republics of the Orange Free State and the Transvaal, which still remain, though each of them was for a short time under British control. The Kaffir Wars. The history of the Cape Colony, till within the last few years, was one of comparatively slow development and of frequent Kaffir wars. No less than 8 such struggles with the natives are recorded between 1815 and, some of them, of considerable length and difficulty. The diamond mines, Kimberley. Each led to an annexation, till at last all the country south of the Orange River had passed into the hands of the settlers, though large reserved tracts were set aside for the native tribes. Meanwhile, the Dutch and English colonists held apart and have always remained more or less estranged. The first rapid development of the settlement began in 1867, when the discovery of diamond mines in Griqualand West, beyond the Orange River, led to the northward extension of the British boundary, to the grave discontent of the Boers of the Orange Free State, 1872. The great mining town of Kimberley has arisen as the center of this arid but busy district. Annexation of the Transvaal. The most formidable difficulty which the English have met in South Africa came from the annexation of the Transvaal in 1877. The Boers of that republic, having engaged themselves in dangerous wars with the natives, Lord Beaconsfield's government resolved to place them under British rule. This was done, and as heirs to the Boers' quarrels, we fought out the sanguinary Zulu War of 1879. The Zulu War. The Zulus, an immigrant tribe from the north, had built up a military monarchy over their neighbors under a despot named Chaka, who had disciplined them and formed them into regiments in imitation of European organization. We made war on his grandson Cetshwayo and incurred, on our first meeting with the formidable Zulu army, the disaster of Isandlula, where a whole British battalion and native auxiliaries were exterminated to the last man. It required the dispatch of 10,000 men from England under Sir Garnet Wolseley and 3 sharp battles at Echo, Kambula, and Ulundi to break Cetshwayo's army and restore the prestige of the British arms. Hardly was the Zulu War over when the Boers of the Transvaal revolted and defeated the small British force in Natal at Laing's Neck and Majuba Hill. We have related elsewhere how the Gladstone government thereupon made peace and gave the Boers their independence. The scramble for Africa. The history of British Africa during the years 1885–95 was mainly the story of a scramble with the other European powers for the possession of the unoccupied parts of the continent. Since the Germans began to seize large tracts of southern Africa and the French to extend their power into the Sahara and the valley of the Niger, the British government was forced in self-defense to make similar seizures in order to prevent its colonies from being cut off from the interior. This has resulted in the annexation of 3 great tracts, one reaching from the Orange River and Griqualand up to the Zambezi and circling round 3 sides of the Transvaal Republic, a second round Lake Nyasa, a third further north, including a slip of coast about Mombasa and Witu, and running up inland to the great equatorial lakes which feed the Nile, so as to include the Kingdom of Uganda. At the same time, the Niger Company has been allowed to establish a protectorate over the lower valley of that great river, where a colony is being built up which throws into the shade the old pestilential seaports at Sierra Leone and on the Gold Coast, which were once the only British possessions in Guinea. The annals of South Africa from the day of the Jameson Raid, December 29, 1895, onward have possessed so much more than local importance that they will be found recorded in the general chapter dealing with the closing years of Queen Victoria. Upper and Lower Canada. The history of the British colonies in North America is of a very different character from that of British South Africa. We have spoken in an earlier page of the gallant aid which the colonists gave to England in her struggle with the United States during the years 1812–15. When the excitement of this war had died down, there arose a slowly increasing estrangement between the 2 provinces of Upper and Lower Canada. The English settlers of the former and the old French habitants of the latter were separated from each other by race, language, religion, and prejudices. They were, moreover, administered as wholly different colonies. Gradually, a dangerous spirit developed itself among the French Canadians, who complained that their governors and officials were unsympathetic and chafed against the limited self-government allowed them by Pitt's Canada Act of 1791. Even some of the settlers of the Upper Province expressed disloyal sentiments on PG 755, this latter grievance, and spoke of asking for annexation to the United States. The Canadian Rebellion. This discontent took shape in the Canadian Rebellion of 1837, a movement almost entirely confined to the French-speaking districts and easily suppressed by the Loyalists, aided by a few British troops. After investigating the grievances which had led to the rising, the home government resolved to unite the 2 provinces into a single colony, that the French districts might be more closely linked to and controlled by the English. At the same time, a more liberal measure of self-government was conceded. The Constitution for the future comprised an elective lower house and an upper house of life members, who stood to the governor much as the 2 houses of the English Parliament stand to the Queen, 1840. Canadian Federation. The most important event in the history of British North America has been the federation of all its colonies into the single Dominion of Canada in the years 1867–1871. The danger which the British possessions had experienced during the threatened war with the United States in 1862 and the Fenian invasions of 1866–7 impelled the provinces towards the Union, which gives strength. Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, British Columbia consented to federate themselves with Canada. Only the remote and thinly populated fishing station of Newfoundland has preferred to remain outside the alliance. The 4 other colonies send deputies to the Dominion Parliament, which meets at Ottawa, though they retain for local purposes provincial legislatures of their own. The Canadian Pacific Railway. The Canadian Pacific Railway was completed in 1885, so that free communication exists across the whole continent from Nova Scotia to British Columbia. Since then, the broad plains between the Great Lakes and the Rocky Mountains are being rapidly peopled. The old settlement of Manitoba and the newer provinces of Asimbia, Saskatchewan, and Alberta are all being put under the plow or turned into cattle runs. Imperial Federation. Our general survey of the history of the British colonial empire brings us to the topic which will be all-important in the 20th century, the practicability of imperial federation. At the present moment, the Crown is the only formal link between the many colonies and possessions PG 756 over which the Union Jack floats. Is a closer connection desirable and practicable? May we look forward to a firm and well-compacted league of all the British lands. Such a union might almost control the world, but it is hard to bring about. First among the difficulties in the way is the doubt whether Great Britain would ever allow herself to be outvoted by her colonies in an imperial parliament, and whether Canada would submit to the dictation of Australia or Australia to the dictation of South Africa in matters where their interests clashed. Next comes the question of free trade and protection. Most of the colonies are zealously protectionist in spirit, and as a condition of federation, they would probably demand that the mother country should give their goods a preference over those of foreign states, by means of a revised customs tariff. A third set of objections turn on the likelihood of the colonies refusing to countenance the purely European policy of England. A fourth and formidable question is the place which India would have to take in the Confederacy. She is not yet fit for self-government and equal partnership with the rest. If she were, the votes of her 250 million inhabitants would swamp those of all the other members of the League. Yet none of these difficulties appear wholly insuperable. The idea of federation is in the air both in Great Britain and in her daughter states. The day has long gone by when a not inconsiderable number of English statesmen looked forward to the time when the colonies should, as it was phrased, cut the painter and steer their own course. The consciousness of common origin and interests grows stronger. The interdependence of the mother country and her colonies is more realized. The development of rapid communication by sea and land makes the distance between the various British communities in different hemispheres less felt as every year rolls by. Facts like the splendid aid granted by all the colonies for the late South African War speak for themselves, but there are still difficulties in the way. If local jealousies prevail and the English-speaking peoples drift asunder, each must be content to play a comparatively unimportant part in the annals of the 20th century. If, on the other hand, the project of federation can be worked out to a successful end, the future of the world lies in the hands of the Anglo-Saxon race. The War of Toulouse, Scuttage. Ireland might rest secure because the king had turned aside into schemes for the augmentation of his continental dominions. Long and fruitless bickerings and negotiations with Louis Roman VII, the shifty king of France, ended in 1159 in the War of Toulouse. Henry laid claim to the great South French county of Toulouse as owing fealty to his wife's Duchy of Aquitaine. He led against it the greatest army that had been seen for many years, in which the King of Scotland and the Prince of Wales served as his chief vassals. PG 100, but when Louis of France threw himself into Toulouse, Henry turned aside, moved, it is said, by the curious feudal scruple that it did not befit him as Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou to make a personal attack on his suzerain, the King of France. He ravaged the county, but did not proceed with the siege of Toulouse itself. Next year he patched up a peace with his feudal superior, which was to be confirmed by the marriage of his 5-year-old son and heir, Prince Henry, with Margaret, the French king's daughter, 1160. The chief interest of the very fruitless War of Toulouse was that Henry employed in it a new scheme of taxation, which was an indirect blow at the feudal system. As Toulouse was so very far from England, he allowed those of the English knighthood who preferred to stay at home to pay him instead of personal service a composition called scutage shield money. The money thus received was used to hire a great body of mercenary men-at-arms, whom the king knew to be both more obedient and more efficient soldiers than the unruly feudal levies. Quarrel with the Church, Thomas Becket. The interest of Henry's reign now shifts round to another point, the question of the relations between state and church, which we have already seen cropping up in the reigns of Rufus and Henry I. In 1162, he appointed Thomas Becket Archbishop of Canterbury and ruled the choice ever after, for now his troubles began. Thomas, the son of a wealthy merchant of London, had been the king's chief secretary or chancellor for the last 8 years. He was a clever, versatile, not very scrupulous man with a devouring ambition. Hitherto he had been a devoted servant and a genial companion to the king, and had lived much more like a layman than a cleric. In spite of his priesthood, he had borne arms in the War of Toulouse, and even distinguished himself in a single combat with a French champion. Henry thought that Thomas would be no less obliging and useful as archbishop than he had been as chancellor. He was woefully deceived. No sooner was Thomas consecrated than his whole conduct and manner of life suddenly changed. His ambition, now that he had become a great prelate, was to win the reputation of a saint. Casting away all his old habits, he began to practice the most rigid austerity, wearing a hair shirt next his skin, stinting himself in food and drink, and washing the feet of lepers and PG 101 mendicants. From a supple courtier, he had become the most angular and impracticable of saints. But it was not merely to mortify his own body that Becket had accepted the archbishopric. His real object was to claim for the head of the church in England what the popes of his day were claiming for themselves in Western Christendom, complete freedom from the control of the state. His dream was to make the English church imperium in imperio and to rule it himself as an absolute master. Without the reputation of a saint, he could not dare to compass this monstrous end, so a saint he had to become. The moment that he was consecrated, he opened his campaign against the king. He threw up the chancellorship, which Henry had asked him to retain, and commenced at once to vindicate the rights of the See of Canterbury, that is, to lay claim to a number of estates now in the hands of various lay owners as being church land. When his demands were withstood, he in some cases went to law with the owners, but in others used the arbitrary clerical punishment of excommunicating his adversaries. But this was only the beginning of troubles. In 1163, he began to oppose the king in the Great Council, taking up the ever-popular cry that the taxes were over-heavy. Henry, surprised at meeting opposition from such an unexpected quarter, withdrew his proposals, which seem indeed to have been intended rather to limit the profits of the sheriffs than to raise more money. Claims of the ecclesiastical courts. But the growing estrangement between the king and the archbishop did not come to a full head till the end of 1163, when they engaged in a desperate quarrel on the question of the rights and immunities of the clergy. We have mentioned in an earlier chapter how William the Conqueror had established separate courts for the trial of clerical offenses and had put them under the control of the bishops. Since his day, these courts had been steadily growing in importance and putting forth wider and wider claims of jurisdiction. The anarchical reign of Stephen, when all lay courts of justice came to a standstill, had been especially favorable to their growth. The last development of their demands had been the extraordinary assertion that they ought to try not only all ecclesiastical offenses, but all offenses in which ecclesiastics were concerned. That is, not only were such PG 102 crimes as bigamy or heresy or perjury to come before them, but if a member of the clerical body committed theft or assault or murder, or, again, if a layman robbed or assaulted or murdered a cleric, the cases were to be taken out of the king's court, and to be brought before the bishops. The most monstrous absurdity of this claim was that the ecclesiastical tribunal had no power to impose any but ecclesiastical punishments, that is to say, penance, excommunication, or deprivation of orders. So if a clergyman committed the most grievous crimes, he could not receive any greater penalty than suspension from his clerical duties or penances which he might or might not perform. It had come to be a regular trick with habitual criminals to claim that they were in holy orders, which included not only the priesthood, but sacristans and subdeacons and other minor church officers, and so to exchange death or blinding for the milder ecclesiastical punishments. The Constitutions of Clarendon. A very bad case of murder by a priest, which Becket punished merely by ordering the murderer to abstain from celebrating the sacraments for 2 years, called King Henry's attention to the usurpation of the church courts. When he found that their claims were quite modern and had been unknown to the old English law, he resolved at once to take in hand the settlement of the whole question of the ecclesiastical courts. At a great council held at Westminster, he proposed to appoint a committee to investigate the matter, and to draw up a statement of the true law of the land with regard not only to criminous clerks, but to all the disputes between lay and clerical personages which could arise. Becket opposed the proposal as an invasion of the rights of the Church, and by his advice the other bishops, when asked if they would undertake to abide by the decision of the committee, replied that they would do so in so far as it did not impugn their rights, which meant not at all. The statement of the laws of England was prepared by the committee, drawn up by the justiciar Richard de Lucy, and laid before the great council at Clarendon early in the next year, 1164, whence the document is known as the Constitutions of Clarendon. The king in it proposed a compromise, that the church court should try whether a criminous clerk was PG 103 guilty or innocent, and if it pronounced him guilty, should hand him over to the king's officers to suffer the same punishment that a layman who had committed a similar offense would suffer. In other matters, where a layman and a cleric went to law on secular matters, the case was to be tried in the king's court. No layman was to be punished for spiritual offenses or excommunicated without the king's leave, and the clergy were strictly prohibited from making appeals to Rome or going thither unless they had the royal authorization. Opposition of Becket. Becket declared that the Constitutions of Clarendon violated the immunities of the Church, but for a moment he yielded and consented to sign them. Next day, however, to the surprise of all men, he asserted that his consent had been a deadly sin, that he withdrew it, and that nothing should induce him to sign the constitutions. Henry vehemently urged him to do so, and pointed out that the Archbishop of York and the rest of the bishops were ready to accept the arrangement as just and fair. But Thomas took the attitude of a martyr, refused to move, and even sent to the Pope to get absolution for his so-called sin in giving a momentary consent to the king's proposals. He leaves England. Seriously angry at the Archbishop for binding up his cause with that of the criminous clerks and the usurpation of the church courts, Henry took the rather unworthy step of endeavoring to bend Thomas to his will by allowing several of his courtiers to bring lawsuits against him, and by threatening to rake up and go through the accounts of all the public moneys that had passed through his hands during the 8 years that he had been chancellor. But Becket was not a man to be bullied. He made himself yet more stiff-necked and assumed the pose of a martyr for the rights of the Church. It was in vain that the other bishops urged him to yield. He attended the great council at Northampton in October 1164, faced the king, refused to submit, and then, pretending that his life was in danger, fled by night and sailed over to Flanders. For the next 6 years, Becket was on the continent, generally under the protection of Henry's suzerain and enemy, the King of France. He was regarded by the continental clergy as the champion of the rights of their order and treated with the highest respect wherever he PG 104 went. He did his best to stir up the King of France and his vassals against Henry II, and to induce the Pope Alexander III to excommunicate him. But Alexander, deep in a quarrel with the great Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, did not wish to make an enemy of the strongest king in Western Europe, and refused to do Becket's behest. On his own account, however, The exiled archbishop laid the sentence of excommunication on most of Henry's chief councillors. As the great body of the bishops sided with the king, Becket's fulminations from oversea had little effect. In England, he was treated as non-existent. An interdict threatened return of Becket. But in 1170, a new complication brought about a change in affairs. King Henry's eldest son and namesake, Henry the Younger, was now a lad of 15, and his father wished to crown him and take him as colleague in his kingdom. The right to crown an English king was undoubtedly one of the prerogatives of the Archbishop of Canterbury. But Henry left Becket out of account and caused the ceremony to be performed by Roger of York. This invasion of his privileges wrought Thomas to such fury that he sought out the Pope and won him over by his vehemence to threaten to lay all England under interdict, to cut it off from Christendom, and forbid the celebration of the sacraments within its bounds. King Henry, who was engaged in a troublesome war with the French king, was afraid of the consequences of the papal interdict. Its enforcement, he thought, would make him too unpopular, so he humbled himself to patching up a truce with Becket, though they could not even yet come to any agreement on the question of the constitutions of Clarendon. In the autumn of 1170, the king allowed him to return to England, on a tacit agreement that bygones were to be bygones. But Becket had hidden his true purpose from the king. He returned to England bent, not on peace, but on war, either because his anger carried him away, or because he was deliberately aiming at martyrdom and wished to provoke his enemies to violence. He proceeded to the most unheard-of measures. He first excommunicated the Archbishop of York and the bishops of London and Lincoln, who had taken part in the crowning of the younger Henry. Then he laid a similar PG 105 sentence on those of the king's courtiers whom he accused of encroaching on the estates of the See of Canterbury. Murder of Becket. The king was still oversea in Normandy when the news of Becket's declaration of war was brought him. Henry was a man of violent passions, and the tale moved him to a sudden outbreak of fury. "Of all the idle servants that I maintain," he cried, "is there not one that will avenge me on this pestilent priest?" The words were wrung from him by the excitement of the moment and soon forgotten, but they had a disastrous result. Among those who heard them were 4 reckless knights, some of whom had personal grudges against Becket, and all of whom were ready to win the king's favor by any means, fair or foul. Their names were Reginald Fitzurse, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Richard the Breton. These 4 took counsel with each other, secretly stole away from the court, and crossed the stormy December seas to England. They rode straight to Canterbury, sought audience with the archbishop, and bade him remove the excommunication of Roger of York and the rest, or face the king's wrath. Thomas met their words with a fierce refusal. Thereupon they withdrew after defying him and warning him that his blood was on his own head. While they were girding on their coats of mail in the cathedral close, the monks of Canterbury besought the archbishop to fly. He had plenty of time to do so, but flight was not his purpose. Far from hiding himself, he called for his robes and his attendants and went to join in the vesper service at the cathedral. The knights were soon heard thundering at the door. Becket threw it open with his own hands and asked their purpose. "Absolve the bishops or die," cried Fitzurse. "Never till they have done penance for their sin," was the reply. Tracy cast his arms about the archbishop and tried to drag him outside the cathedral, but Thomas cast him down. Then Fitzurse drew his sword and cut at Becket's head, and the others felled him with repeated strokes, while he kept crying that he died for the cause of God and the Church. So ended the great archbishop, slain by lawless violence on the consecrated stones of his own cathedral. The splendid courage with which he met his death and the brutality of his assailants persuaded most men that he must have been in the right. The clergy looked upon him as their PG 106 knight and champion, and were only too ready to make capital out of his troubles and heroic end. The poor remembered his indiscriminate almsgiving, his austerities, his opposition to the Danegeld. Every class of men felt some respect for one who had suffered exile and death for loyal adhesion to a cause, and few, except the king, thoroughly realized that the cause had really been that of ill government and clerical tyranny. Hence it came that a man whose main characteristics were his ambition and his obstinacy, and whose saintliness was artificial and deliberately assumed, took his place in the English calendar as the favorite hero of the Church. The Pope made him a saint in 1174, A magnificent shrine was erected over his remains, and for 350 years, pilgrims thronged in thousands to do homage to his bones. To relate how many hysterical persons or impostors gave out that they had been healed of their diseases by a visit to his sanctuary would be tedious. The thing which would have given Becket most pleasure, could he have lived again to view it, was the sight of Henry II, doing penance at his tomb in 1174 and baring his back to be scourged by the monks of Canterbury as a slight reparation for the hasty words that had brought about his servant's deed of murder. There is no doubt that Henry was sincerely shocked and horrified by the news of the archbishop's death. He sent instant messages to the Pope to clear himself of the accusation of having been privy to the crime, and offered any satisfaction that Alexander might demand. Meanwhile, he undertook what might be considered a kind of crusade to Ireland, with the avowed purpose of reducing it to obedience to the papacy as well as to subjection to himself. Henry in possession of Brittany. For during the times of Becket's exile, 1164–70, two important series of events had been occurring, one of which put Henry in possession of Brittany, while the other had led to his interference in Ireland. The Dukes of Normandy had always claimed a feudal supremacy over Brittany. This claim Henry found an opportunity for asserting and turning to account by forcing Conan, the Breton duke, to marry his infant heiress Constance to his own third son Geoffrey, a boy of 7 years old, 1166. When Conan died 5 years later, Henry ruled the whole duchy as guardian of his young son and daughter-in-law. Thus his PG 107 power was extended over the whole western shore of France, from the Somme to the Pyrenees. Ireland, expedition of Strongbow. Henry's interference in Ireland sprang from more complicated causes. Ireland in the 12th century was, as it had been since the first dawn of history, a group of Celtic principalities, always engaged in weary tribal wars with each other. Sometimes one king gained a momentary superiority over the rest, but his power ceased with his life. In the 9th century, the island had been overrun by the Danes. They had not succeeded in occupying a broad Danelagh such as they won in England, but had built up a number of small kingdoms on the coast, round their fortified strongholds of Dublin, Wexford, Waterford, and Limerick. These principalities still existed in Henry's time, while the interior was held by the 5 kings of Ulster, Munster, Connaught, Meath, and Leinster. At this moment, Roderick O'Connor of Connaught claimed and occasionally exercised authority as suzerain over the other kings. But he had no real power over the land, which lay half desolate, had become altogether barbarous, and teemed with cruel and squalid tribal wars. The introduction of this distressful country into English politics may be laid at the door of Dermot MacMorrough, King of Leinster. This prince had been driven out of his realm by his suzerain, Roderick, King of Connaught, because he had carried off the wife of Roderick's vassal, Uruk, Lord of Breffni. Dermot came to England and asked aid of Henry II, who, as we have already seen, had long possessed a papal bull authorizing the conquest of Ireland. Henry would not stir himself, being in the midst of troubles with the King of France, but gave the exiled king leave to obtain what help he could from the English barons. Dermot placed himself in the hands of Richard de Clare, nicknamed Strongbow, Earl of Pembroke, a warlike but impecunious peer who had great influence in South Wales. Richard raised a small army of Anglo-Norman knights and Welsh archers, less than 2,000 men in all, and landed in Ireland to restore Dermot to his throne. He met with quite unexpected success, sweeping Dermot's enemies out of Leinster and conquering the Danish princes of Wexford and Dublin. He married Dermot's heiress Eva, and on the king's death in 1171, succeeded him as ruler in PG 100, his kingdom. Other barons and knights from South Wales came over to join him, and they obtained a complete mastery over the native Irish, whose light-armed bands could not resist the charge of the mail-clad knights or stand before the archers, even when they were in overwhelming numerical superiority. In a battle before the gates of Dublin, a few hundred followers of Strongbow routed the whole host of Roderick of Connaught, though he was supported by a considerable body of Danish Vikings. Henry invades Ireland in person. Now Henry did not wish to see one of his vassals building up a great kingdom in Ireland, independent of his authority. So, taking advantage of the papal authorization that he had so long kept by him, he crossed himself in 1171 with a great army and fleet, landed at Waterford, and marched to Dublin. He had no trouble in getting his authority recognized. Not only did Strongbow do him homage for the kingdom of Leinster, but one after another, most of the native Irish kings came to his court and paid allegiance to him. From henceforth, the kings of England might call themselves Lords of Ireland, but their power in the island was not very easy to exercise, nor did it extend to the remoter corners of the land. About half the soil of Ireland was seized by English and Norman adventurers, who built themselves castles and held down the Celts around them. The other half, mostly consisting of the more rugged and barren districts, remained in the hands of the native chiefs. But the settlers in the course of time intermarried with the Irish and adopted many of their customs, so that they became tribal chiefs themselves. A century later, the grudge between the settlers and the natives was still bitter, but they had become so closely assimilated that it was hard for a stranger to distinguish them. The one were as turbulent, clannish, fierce, and barbarous as the other. Only on the east coast round Dublin, in the district that was afterwards known as the English Pale, did the Anglo-Irish dwell in a settled and civilized manner of life, and obey the King of England's mandates. The larger part of the island had to be reconquered 4 centuries after. Perhaps the only permanent and immediate result of Henry's visit to Ireland was the submission of the Irish Church to the Pope. In a synod held at Cashel in 1172, all the bishops of the PG 109 land acknowledged the papal supremacy and abandoned the old customs of their church. Thus, the papal yoke was the first and most unhappy gift of England to Ireland. Reconciliation with the Pope. It was on his return from Dublin that King Henry met the legates of Alexander Roman III. At Avranches, in Normandy, and on swearing that he had neither planned nor consented to the murder of Becket, was taken into the Pope's favor and received complete absolution. In return, he promised to go on a crusade, and swore that he would support Alexander against his enemy, the Emperor Frederick I. He also consented to annul the constitutions of Clarendon, but did not make any formal surrender of the principles on which they rested, the right of the state to deal with ecclesiastical persons guilty of secular offenses. Thus ended the tragedy of Becket's strife with the king. The archbishop had obtained by his death what he could never win in his life, and the question between church and state was left open, instead of being settled, as had at first seemed likely, in favor of the king. Conspiracy of Princes Henry and Richard. In less than a year after the penance at Avranches, Henry was plunged into a new sea of troubles, in which the church party saw the vengeance of heaven for the fate of Becket. All these troubles sprang from the undutiful conduct of Henry's sons, 4 graceless youths who had been brought up in the worst of schools by their able but unprincipled mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine. Henry, the eldest son, was now in his 19th year, Richard, the second son, in his 17th. But in spite of their youth, the 2 boys, encouraged and supported by their mother, conspired against their father and king. In 1173, Henry fled to the court of Louis of France, alleging as his grievance the fact that the king would not grant him a great appanage, England or Normandy, to rule in his own right. With the aid of Louis Roman VII, the young Henry stirred up all the discontented elements in his father's dominions. He arranged for a simultaneous rising of the discontented barons of Brittany, Anjou, and Poitou, for a rebellion in England to be headed by the Earls of Leicester, Derby, and Norfolk, and for an invasion of Northumbria by William, the King of the Scots. Suppression of the rebels, moderation of Henry. This widespread conspiracy actually came to a head, but its outbreak only served to show King Henry's strength and PG 110 activity. He was himself in France when the storm burst. Taking in hand the work that lay nearest to him, he put down the Bretons and Angevins and forced the King of France to conclude a truce. Then, in the winter of 1173, he turned upon his son Richard's partisans in Poitou, and after much fighting, pacified the land. Meanwhile, the king's representative in England, the justiciar Richard de Lucy, had called out the levies of the shires against the revolted barons. The campaign was settled by a battle at Fornham in Suffolk, where the rebels were scattered and the Earl of Leicester taken prisoner. One after another, the castles of the disloyal barons fell, and when England was pacified, Ralph de Glanville led a force against the Scots, surprised them at Alnwick, and took their King William the Lion prisoner, 1174. Thus Henry had triumphed over all his foes. In the moment of victory, he showed extraordinary moderation. He neither executed any of the rebels nor confiscated their lands, but only insisted that all their castles should be demolished. He gave his sons a full pardon and restored them to his favor. With their mother he was far more wroth, and never would live with her again. The King of the Scots was only released on doing homage to the English crown, not merely for his earldoms of Huntingdon and Lothian, which had always been reckoned English fiefs, but for his whole kingdom of Scotland, 1175. This was Henry's greatest triumph. The danger of feudal anarchy had once more assailed him, and he had beaten it down with such a firm hand that England was never troubled again with a purely selfish and anarchic baronial rising for more than 2 centuries. But this victory did not win the king a quiet and glorious end to his reign. His wicked and ungrateful sons were to be the bane of his elder years. Prosperity and legislation, itinerant justices, the feared. The effect of the blow that he had dealt his disloyal subjects lasted about 8 years, a period of quiet and prosperity on both sides of the Channel, during which Henry passed many excellent laws and more especially dealt with the administration of justice, arranging permanent circuits for the itinerant justices who sat in the county courts to hold the assizes. He also issued regulations for the uniform arming and mustering of the shire levies, the old English feared which had served him so well against the PG 111 rebels in 1173. Abroad he was universally recognized as the greatest king of the West. He was chosen as the fairest arbitrator in several disputes between contemporary princes, even by the distant kings of Spain. He married his daughters to the kings of Castile and Sicily and the great Duke of Saxony, the chief vassal of the German crown. To each of his sons he promised a great inheritance. Henry was to have England, Normandy, and Anjou. Richard was to take his mother's portion in Aquitaine. Geoffrey was already provided for with his wife's Duchy of Brittany. John, the youngest son, was to be King of Ireland, and the Irish chiefs were made to do homage to him. Second Rebellion of Henry and Geoffrey. All this prosperity lasted when Henry was 52, and his 4 sons respectively 28, 26, 24, and 16. Tired of waiting any longer for his inheritance, and forgetful of the warning that he had received in 1174, Henry the Younger once more took arms against his father. His aider and abettor was the new King of France, Philip Augustus, the son of Louis VII. As bitter an enemy of the Angevin house as his predecessor had been, Henry also persuaded his brother Geoffrey to bring in the Bretons to his aid. Richard and John, the king's 2nd and 4th sons, were for the time being faithful to their father. Indeed, the actual casus belli, which Henry the Younger published as his justification, was that the king had unfairly favored Richard against him. This time the fighting was all on the continent. The English baronage were too much cowed to stir. Henry the Younger had only been a few months in rebellion when he died, stricken down by a fever, 1183. But the civil war in Aquitaine did not end with his death. It dragged on its path till Geoffrey, his accomplice in the rebellion, was accidentally killed at a tournament 3 years later, 1186. Henry had no issue, but Geoffrey left an infant heir, the unfortunate Arthur of Brittany, whose sad end was to shock the succeeding generation. The Third Crusade, the Saladin Tithe. Henry's 2 rebellious sons being dead, peace was for a time restored in his continental dominions. Men's minds were turned away for a time from civil strife by dire news from the east. The Saracens had just routed the Christian king of Palestine and recaptured Jerusalem. The work of the First Crusade was undone, and the PG 112 Holy Sepulchre and the True Cross had fallen back into the hands of the infidels. The nations of the West were profoundly shocked. King Henry, his eldest surviving son Richard, and his great enemy Philip of France, all swore to take the cross and go forth to save the wrecks of the kingdom of Jerusalem from Saladin, the victorious lord of Syria and Egypt. All their baronage vowed to follow them, and the Great Council of England voted for the support of the new crusade a heavy tax, the Saladin tithe, as it was called, which was to be a tenth of every man's goods and chattels. This was the first impost levied on personal property, that is, property other than land, which was ever raised in England. Previously, the Danegeld and the other taxes that had been raised were calculated on landed property alone. Third Rebellion of Richard and John, death of Henry II. It would have been well for the King of England if his son and his French neighbour had sailed for the Holy Land in the year that they made their vow. For another, and crowning, grief was about to fall upon Henry. Richard, now his heir, revolted against him, even as Henry the Younger and Geoffrey had done 4 years before. Like his elder brother, Richard alleged that his father would not give him enough. He complained that the king did not allow him to be crowned as his colleague, and that he made too much of John, the youngest and best loved of his 4 sons. The ungrateful conduct of Richard broke Henry's heart. Though only 56 years of age, he began visibly to fail in health and mind. He made little endeavor to resist his son, and allowed him to overrun Anjou and Maine unopposed. Instead of calling out all his energies and appealing to the loyalty of his English and Norman subjects, he cast himself upon his couch and gave himself up to passionate grief. Rather than take arms against Richard, he determined to give him all that he asked. So rising from his bed, he dragged himself to Colombières, where he met Richard and the King of France, and swore to grant all they claimed. It was noticed that his bodily weakness was so great that his servants had to hold him on his horse while the interview was taking place. 2 days later, he expired. The final death blow that prostrated him was the discovery of the fact that his youngest son, John, whom he had believed to the last to be faithful to him, had secretly aided PG 113 Richard and joined in the rebellion. For when he swore to pardon all Richard's accomplices and was given the list of their names, he found that of John set at the head of the catalogue of traitors. "Let things go as they will. I have nothing to care for in the world now," he said, and turning his face to the wall, gave up his spirit, July 7, 1189. Character of Henry, Roman II. So died Henry of Anjou, whom after ages styled Plantagenet. He was an Englishman neither by birth nor by breeding, and the greater part of his reign was spent abroad. 2 years was the longest continuous stay that he ever made on this side of the Channel. But foreigner as he was the best king that England had known since Edgar, or that she was to know till Edward I. That he ended the awful anarchy which had prevailed since the accession of Stephen was a merit that should never be forgotten. When the feudal danger was at its greatest, he boldly faced it, ended private wars, pulled down illegal castles, and reduced the baronage to its due obedience. And when the land was subdued beneath his hand, he ruled it justly, not as a grasping tyrant, but as a wise and merciful master. Among the kings of his day, he was conspicuous for 2 rare virtues, a willingness to pardon and forget, and a determination to stand firm by the letter of his promise. He had his faults, a hasty temper, a far-reaching ambition, a tendency to deal with men as if they were merely counters in the great game of politics. Nor was his private life entirely free from blame. But he loved order and justice so well, and gave them in such good measure to his subjects, that his virtues must always outweigh in English minds his occasional lapses from the right path. Chapter 9. Richard I and John. 1180, 912-16. When Henry of Anjou died broken-hearted at Chinon, his eldest surviving son Richard succeeded him in all his vast dominions, save in the Duchy of Brittany, which fell to the child Arthur, the son of Richard's brother Geoffrey. John, the late king's youngest born, received a fit reward for his treachery to his father in losing the appanage that had been destined for him. He did not obtain any independent principality of his own, but Richard made him Earl of Cornwall, Devon, Dorset, and Somerset. From the moment of his accession, the new king began to busy himself with preparations for going to the crusade. He had taken the cross in 1187, and his penitence for lingering in Europe and troubling his father when he should have been overseas fulfilling his vow seems to have had a real influence upon him. But the mere love of adventure must be allowed to have had a far larger share in turning his steps to the east. Richard had the habits and instincts of a turbulent feudal baron, not those of a king. He had spent his life up to this time in petty wars with his father, his brothers, and his vassals in Aquitaine. Such an existence pleased him well, and he dreamed of more exciting warfare on a larger stage in the lands of the infidel, as the highest ambition that he could conceive. Preparations for the crusade, sale of lands and offices. The moment that he had been crowned, Richard set to work to scrape together every penny that he could procure, in order to provide against the expenses of the forthcoming crusade. He began by selling every office and dignity that was vacant, with a gross disregard for the interests of the crown and the welfare of his subjects. PG 115, he took £3,000 from William Longchamp, the haughty and quarrelsome Bishop of Ely, and appointed him both Chancellor and Justiciar. That is, he made regent in his absence the most unsuitable man that could have been found. He sold the earldom of Northumberland to Hugh, Bishop of Durham, for £1,000. A still greater bargain was obtained by William, King of Scotland, who for the sum of 10,000 marks, £6,666, was let off the homage to the crown of England, which Henry II had imposed upon him after the Battle of Alnwick. Richard jestingly said that he would have sold London itself if he could have found a rich enough buyer. But every town that wanted a charter, every baron who coveted a slice of crown land, every knight who wished to be made a sheriff, obtained the desired object at a cheap rate. The Jews in England. Outbreak of persecution. Richard's reign began with an outburst of turbulence which illustrated his careless governance well enough. Among the many classes of subjects to whom his father had given peace and protection was the Jewish colony in England, a body which had been rapidly growing in numbers as England recovered from its ills under Henry's firm hand. The Jews were much hated by their neighbors, partly as rivals in trade of the native merchant and as usurers who lent money at exorbitant interest, but most of all because of their race and religion. But they had settled under the king's protection, and in return for the heavy tribute which they paid him, obtained security for their life and goods. They were often called the king's property, because he kept the right of taxing and managing them entirely in his own hands. At Richard's coronation, a deputation of Jewish elders came to bear him a gift. They were set upon by the king's foreign servants and cruelly beaten in mere fanatical spite. The news spread, and on a false rumor that the king had approved the deed, the London mob rose and sacked the Jews' quarter. Nor was this all. The excitement spread over all England, and at Norwich, Stamford, Lincoln, York, and other places, there were riots in which many Jews were slain. At the last-named city, a fearful tragedy occurred. All the Jews of York took refuge in the castle, and when they were beset by a howling mob who cried for their blood, they by common consent slew their wives and PG 116 children, and then set fire to the castle and burnt themselves, rather than fall into the hands of their enemies. No adequate punishment was ever inflicted for these disgraceful riots. Even at York, only a fine was imposed on the town. The Third Crusade, quarrel of Richard and Philip of France. Richard left England in December 1189, and after raising additional forces and stores of money in his continental dominions, sailed from Marseille for the east. Richard was one of 3 sovereign princes who engaged in the Third Crusade. The other 2 were the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa and Philip Augustus, King of France. The emperor led the troops of Germany by the land route through Constantinople and Asia Minor, but Richard and Philip had wisely resolved to go by sea. Frederick lost 3/4 of his army in forcing his way through the Turkish Sultanate in Asia Minor, and was accidentally drowned himself ere he crossed the borders of Syria. Only a small remnant of the German host ever reached the Holy Land. Richard and Philip fared much better and gained the Levant in safety, after halting in Sicily for the winter of 1190–91. It was during their stay at Messina that the 2 kings became bitter personal enemies. In his father's time, Richard had been the friend of the French, and he did not realize for some time the fact that in succeeding to Henry's dominions, he had also succeeded to the jealous hatred which Philip nourished for his overgreat vassal, the Duke of Aquitaine and Normandy. But in Sicily, Richard detected the French king plotting and intriguing against him, and for the future regarded him as a secret enemy and viewed all his acts with suspicion. Richard conquers Cyprus. If we were relating the personal acts of Richard rather than the history of England, there would be much to tell of his feats in the East. He began by subduing the Isle of Cyprus, whose ruler, Isaac Comnenus, a rebel against the Emperor of Constantinople, had ill-treated the shipwrecked crews of some English vessels. After conquering the whole island, he took formal possession of it, and with great pomp married there his affianced bride, Berengaria of Navarre, who had come out from Europe to join him. He then sailed for the Holy Land and landed near Acre, in the center of the seat of war. Capture of Acre, 1191. Acre was at this moment beset by those of the Crusaders who had arrived before Richard, but their camp was itself being besieged by a great Saracen host under Sultan Saladin, who had raised all the levies of Syria, Mesopotamia, and Egypt to relieve the beleaguered city. The landing of the hosts of England and France soon turned the tide of war, and ere long Acre fell. Richard earned and obtained the whole credit of the success by his energy and courage, while his rival Philip, by his jealous bickering with the English, merited a name for disloyalty and lukewarm zeal. It must be confessed that Richard won himself many enemies by his haughtiness and hasty temper. Not only did he quarrel with Philip, but he mortally offended Leopold of Babenberg, the Duke of Austria. The German had planted his banner upon the walls of Acre as if he had taken the town himself, and Richard had it hewn down and cast into the ditch. Return of Philip. Richard fails to reach Jerusalem. Less than 3 weeks after Acre fell, the King of France suddenly announced his intention of returning home, though nothing had yet been done to defeat Saladin or recapture Jerusalem. He left part of his army behind him under the Duke of Burgundy and sailed off, after making a vain promise that he would not molest Richard's dominions so long as he was at the crusade. Thus left to himself, Richard led the crusading host southward along the coast and defeated Saladin at a pitched battle at Arsuf. He forced his way to within a few miles of Jerusalem, but before attacking it, turned back to secure himself a base on the sea, through which he could get stores and provisions from his ships. He took Ascalon, therefore, and garrisoned it, and afterwards captured many neighboring forts, and intercepted a great caravan which was bringing arms and stores for Saladin across the desert from Egypt. But when he wished to start again for Jerusalem, dissensions broke out in the crusading camp. The subject of dispute was the succession to the throne of Jerusalem. Richard supported Guy of Lusignan, one of his Poitevin vassals, while the French and the bulk of the other crusaders wished to elect an Italian prince, Conrad of Montferrat. The quarrel kept the army idle till the hot season of 1092 arrived, and endured till Conrad was slain by a Saracen PG 118 fanatic. Then Richard moved forward, but when he had arrived within 4 hours' march of Jerusalem, the French portion of the army, worn out by thirst and exhaustion, refused to advance any further. Richard was forced to fall back when at the very goal, and refused even to look upon the holy city. "My eyes shall never behold it, if my arm may not reconquer it," he cried, and muffling his face in his cloak, he turned back towards the coast. Richard leaves Palestine. After defeating the Saracens in another fight near Jaffa, Richard patched up a truce for 3 years with Saladin and resolved to return home. It was obvious that with thinned ranks and disloyal allies, he could not retake Jerusalem, and he had received such news from England as to the doings of his brother John and his neighbor King Philip, that he was anxious to get home as soon as possible. So he made terms with the Sultan, by which Acre and the other places that he had conquered were left to the Christians, and permission was given them to make pilgrimages to Jerusalem without let or hindrance. Then, without waiting for his fleet or his army, he started off in wild haste on a private ship, intending to land at Venice and make his way overland through Germany, for he could not trust himself in France after the news that he had just received, 1193. Richard imprisoned in Germany. But more haste proved less speed, in this as in so many other cases. Richard's ship was wrecked in the Adriatic, and he had to land at Ragusa. His path took him through the duchy of Leopold of Austria, whom he had so grievously offended at the siege of Acre. Although he was traveling in disguise, he was recognized at Vienna and promptly cast into prison by the revengeful duke. After keeping him a while in chains, Leopold sold him to his suzerain, the Emperor Henry VI. That monarch, being thus placed by chance in possession of the person of a sovereign with whom he was not at war, had the meanness to trump up charges against Richard in order to have some excuse for making him pay a ransom. So he accused his captive of having murdered Conrad of Montferrat, of having unjustly deprived the rebel Isaac of Cyprus of his realm, and of having insulted Leopold the Austrian. He was in prison PG 119 more than a year, and no one in England knew what had become of him, since he had been traveling disguised and almost alone when he was taken. Discontent and intrigues in England. Meanwhile, during the 3 years of Richard's absence, England had been much disturbed. William Longchamp, the haughty and tactless bishop whom he had left behind him as justiciar, made himself so much disliked by his pride, his despotism, and his violence that there was a general rising against him. The king's brother John, the Earl of Cornwall, put himself at the head of the malcontents and began seizing all the royal castles on which he could lay hands. Longchamp was at last forced to resign his place and fled oversea, hardly escaping the fury of the people at Dover, where he was caught in the disguise of a hucksterwoman and nearly pulled to pieces. His place as justiciar was taken by Archbishop Walter of Rouen, whom Richard sent home from the crusade for the purpose. Walter was a prudent and able man, but found a hard task before him, for Earl John was set on making himself a party in England and aimed at the crown. When the news of Richard's captivity reached London, John openly avowed his intention and allied himself with Philip of France. That prince had begun to intrigue against the King of England the moment that he got back from the crusade. He had a claim on the Vexin, a district on the Norman border, which he had once ceded to Henry Roman II, on the understanding that it should be the dowry of a French princess whom Richard was to marry. As the marriage had never taken place, and the English king had chosen another bride, Philip had much show of reason on his side. But he aimed not only at recovering the Vexin, but at winning as much of his absent neighbor's land as he could seize. With this object, he offered to support Earl John in his attempt to seize the English throne, in return for some territorial gains. John was ready enough to agree, did homage to him, and gave him up the Vexin and the city of Tours. Meanwhile, they both sent secret messages to the Emperor Henry to beg him to detain Richard in prison as long as possible. Richard's ransom. But Henry thought more of screwing money out of his prisoner than of keeping him forever in his grasp. He offered to release Richard on receiving the enormous ransom of 150,000 PG 120 marks, £100,000. It was a huge sum for England to raise, but so anxious was the nation to get back its king that no hesitation was made in accepting the bargain. Meanwhile, John and Philip, knowing that their enemy would soon be loose, were stirred up to hasty action. Philip raised his host and attacked Normandy, but was beaten off with loss from Rouen. John hired mercenary soldiers, gathered his friends, and seized a number of the royal castles in England. But only a small number of discontented barons backed him, and he was held in check by the loyal majority, led by the Archbishop of Canterbury, Hubert Walter, who put himself at the head of the king's party. Even while this civil war was in progress, the money for Richard's ransom was being raised by the imposition of a crushing tax of 1/4 on all movable goods and 20 shillings on every knight's fee. Return of Richard. In the spring of 1194, the emperor gave Richard his liberty, after receiving the stipulated sum and making his prisoner swear an oath of homage to him for his kingdom of England. But this preposterous vow of allegiance was not taken seriously by Richard or by England, being wrung by force from a helpless captive. On reaching England, the king put himself at the head of the army which was operating against the rebels, and took Nottingham and Tickhill, the 2 last strongholds which held out. John himself fled oversea. Some months later, he was pardoned by his long-suffering brother. Thus Richard was once more a free man, and in full possession of his realm. There was much in the state of England that required the master's eye, but the king was far more set on punishing his neighbor, King Philip, than on attending to the wants of his subjects. After appointing new officials to take charge of the kingdom and raising great sums of money, he hurried over to Normandy to plunge into hostilities with the French. War with France, taxation and discontent. England never saw Richard again, Indeed, in the whole course of his 10 years' reign, he only spent 7 months on this side of the Channel. His heart was always in France, where he had been bred up, and not in England, though he had been born in the Palace of Beaumont, in Oxford, not 50 yards from the spot where these lines are written. The remaining 6 years of Richard's PG 121 reign were entirely occupied in fruitless and weary border wars with the French king. It was a war of sieges and skirmishes, not of great battles. Richard held his own, in spite of the rebellions stirred up by Philip among his vassals in Aquitaine, but he did not succeed in crushing his adversary, as might have been expected from his superior military skill. In England, the struggle was only felt through the heavy taxation which the king imposed on the land, to keep up his large mercenary army oversea. Archbishop Hubert Walter ruled as justiciar with considerable wisdom and success, and as long as Richard was sent the money that he craved, he left the realm to itself. Hubert's rule was not altogether a quiet one, but the very troubles that arose against him show the growing strength of national feeling and liberty in England. In 1198, the Great Council, headed by Hugh, Bishop of Lincoln, refused the king's newest and most exorbitant schemes of taxation, and Hubert could not force them to pay. London in the same year was disturbed by a great democratic rising of the poorer citizens, headed by one William Fitzausbert, called Longbeard, who rose in riot to compel the aldermen to readjust the taxes of the city, and the justiciar had to take arms to put it down. Fitzausbert fortified himself in Bow Church, but was wounded, taken, and hung. Death of Richard. An obscure and unworthy end was reserved for the restless and reckless son of the great Henry. He heard that Widemer, Viscount of Limoges, one of his vassals in Aquitaine, had found a great treasure trove of gold, and bade him give it up. The Viscount would not surrender all his find, so Richard laid siege to his castle of Challes. The place was taken, but while directing the attack, the king received a wound from a crossbow bolt in his shoulder. His unskillful surgeons could not cure him, the wound gangrened, and Richard saw that his days were numbered. When the castle fell, Bertrand de Gourdon, the archer who had discharged the fatal bolt, was sought out and brought to his bedside. "What had I done that you should deal thus with me?" asked the king. "You slew my father and my 2 brothers with your own hands," replied the soldier, "and now I am ready to bear any torture since I know that you have to die." The fierce answer touched a chord to which Richard could respond. He bade his officers PG 122 send the man away unharmed, but Mercadet, the chief among his mercenary captains, kept Gourdon in bonds till the king breathed his last, and then flayed him alive, April 1199. Rule of the Justiciar, Coroners. Of all the kings who ever ruled in this land, Richard cared least for England, and paid least attention to its needs. But his reign was not therefore one that was harmful to his realm. The yoke of an absent king, even if he be a spendthrift, is not so hard as that of a tyrant who dwells at home, and England has known much worse days than those of the later years of Richard Coeur de Lion. His ministers kept up the traditions of the administration of Henry II, and ruled the land with law and order, duly summoning the Great Council, assessing taxation with its aid, and levying it with as little oppression as they could, through agents selected by the nation. One considerable advance in the direction of liberty was granted by Richard, when he allowed the shiremoots to choose for themselves coroners, officials who were to take charge of the royal prerogatives in the counties in place of the sheriff. They were to investigate such matters as murder, riot, or injury to the king's lands or revenues, and the other offenses which were called the pleas of the crown. Thus an officer chosen by the people was substituted for one chosen by the crown, a great advantage to those who were to come under his hand. The coroner still survives in England, but all his duties save that of inquiring into cases of suspicious death have long been stripped from him. John and Arthur of Brittany, war in France. Richard the Lion-Hearted left 2 male kinsmen to dispute about his vast dominions. These were Arthur of Brittany, the son of his next brother Geoffrey, and John of Cornwall, his false and turbulent youngest brother. The English Great Council chose John as king without any hesitation. They would not take Arthur, a mere boy of 12, who had never been seen in England. They preferred John in spite of his great and obvious faults. But in the continental dominions of Richard, there was no such unanimity. The unruly barons of Anjou and Aquitaine thought they would gain through having a powerless boy to reign over them, rather than the unscrupulous and grasping Earl John. If it had not been for the old Queen Dowager, Eleanor of Aquitaine, who came forward to defend her best-loved son's claims, and to persuade her Gascon vassals to adhere to his cause, John would never, PG 123, have obtained any hold on the continent. By Eleanor's aid he triumphed for a moment, but baron after baron rose against him, using Arthur's name as his pretense, and civil war never ceased from the moment of John's accession. Philip of France, who now, as always, had his own ends to serve, feigned to espouse the cause of Arthur, and acknowledged him as his uncle's heir alike in Normandy, Anjou, and Aquitaine. Thus the war between France and England, which had dragged on through the reign of Richard, continued in a new form all through the time of John. There was a partial pacification in 1200, when Philip was bought off from Arthur's cause by the cession of the county of Evreux, but he took arms again in 1202, on the flimsy pretext that John, as Duke of Normandy, refused to plead in French law courts against his own vassals. Character and policy of John. Philip was induced to resume the struggle mainly because of his rival's growing unpopularity in all parts of his dominion. As king, John displayed on a larger scale all the faults that he had shown before his accession. All the vices of the Angevin house reached their highest development in him. He was as hot-tempered as his father, as false as his mother, as ungrateful as his brother Henry, as cruel, extravagant, and reckless as his brother Richard. His own special characteristic was a crooked and short-sighted cunning, which brought him through the troubles of one moment only to involve him in deeper vexations in the next. His reign in England had begun with heavy taxation for the French war. He had irritated the baronage by divorcing his wife Hawise, the heiress of the great earldom of Gloucester, without any cause or reason. Then he had carried off by violence Isabella of Angoulême from her affianced husband, the Count of La Marque, one of his greatest vassals in Aquitaine, and married her in spite of the threats of the church. Murder of Arthur of Brittany. It was Count Hugh of La Marque who, in revenge, led the next rising of the unruly French vassals of John. He sent for Arthur of Brittany, who came to his aid with a great band of King Philip's knights, and together they invaded Aquitaine and laid siege to Mirebeau, where lay the old Queen Eleanor, John's one trusty supporter in the south. Roused by the news of his mother's danger, the King of England made a hasty dash on Mirebeau, surprised the rebel camp, and captured Arthur of Brittany with all his chief PG 124 supporters. This success was fated to be his ruin, for when he found his nephew in his hands, John could not resist the temptation to murder him. After keeping him in prison for some months, he had him secretly slain in the castle of Rouen, April 1203. The poor lad had only just reached the age of 16 when he was thus cut off. Loss of John's continental dominions. Arthur's murder profoundly shocked John's subjects on both sides of the sea, but it was absolutely fatal to his cause in France. His rebellious subjects, unable to use Arthur's name against their master any longer, threw themselves into the hands of the King of France and took him as their direct lord and sovereign. Philip went through a solemn form of summoning John as Duke of Normandy and Aquitaine to present himself at Paris and there be tried for slaying his nephew. When John failed, as was natural to appear, he was condemned in his absence and adjudged to have forfeited all the fiefs that he held from the French crown. To give effect to his sentence, Philip invaded Normandy and began to lay siege to its fortresses. John crossed to Normandy, but did not take the field. His conduct was so strange that men thought that some infatuation from heaven had fallen upon him as a judgment for having slain his nephew. He lay at Rouen for many months, giving great feasts, and boasting that, when he chose, he would drive King Philip out of the duchy. But instead of sallying out to make his vaunts good, he quietly looked on, while Philip took town after town with little resistance. The Normans did not love John and fought feebly or not at all. Only Château-Gaillard, a great castle which Richard I had built to guard the valley of the Lower Seine, made any serious defense. Instead of opposing the enemy, John fled from Normandy and took refuge in England. After his departure, Rouen and the remaining cities of the duchy threw open their gates to the French. In the following year, Philip pursued his victorious career and completed the conquest of Anjou and Touraine. In 1206, he fell upon Aquitaine and conquered Poitou and northern Guyenne. Only the great ports of Bordeaux and La Rochelle, with the southern half of Guyenne, remained true to John. Thus passed away not only the great but ephemeral continental empire which Henry II had built up, but also the Norman duchy itself, whose fortunes had been united to those of England for PG 125, nearly a century and a half. For the future, the Plantagenet kings owned only a corner of southern France and were no longer great continental sovereigns. The monarch's loss was the nation's gain. England's kings were no longer foreigners. They did not spend half their time abroad or devote their whole energy to schemes of aggrandizement in France. The Anglo-Norman barons, too, were compelled to become wholly English, since their estates overseas fell into the hands of the enemy and passed away from them. In this way, John's cruelty and shiftlessness did more for England's good than the wisdom and strength of his father. But in the meanwhile, John, being deprived of his continental dominions, was constrained to reside in England and proved a most undesirable neighbor to his unhappy subjects. After an unsuccessful attempt to reconquer Poitou in 1206, he made peace with King Philip on such terms as he could obtain. Bordeaux and the Duchy of Guyenne remained with him, but he was compelled to acquiesce in the loss of all his other provinces. Quarrel with Innocent III, Stephen Langton. John was barely quit of his disastrous French war when he became involved in a quarrel with the papacy, of which the issue was even more disgraceful than that of his strife with King Philip. In 1205 died Archbishop Hubert Walter, who had served King Richard so well as justiciar. In ordinary times, his successor would have been duly nominated by the king and elected by the monks of Canterbury, who formed the cathedral chapter of that see. But John was in evil plight at the time. He was universally disliked, and the clergy all over Europe were being spurred on by the example of the bold and arrogant Pope Innocent III to assert new and unheard-of claims and privileges. When the news of Hubert's death was brought, a majority of the monks of Canterbury met in secret conclave and elected Reginald, their sub-prior, as archbishop, without asking the king's leave. Reginald at once started off for Rome to get his appointment confirmed by Pope Innocent. When John heard what had been done, he came to Canterbury in great wrath, and by threats and menaces compelled the monks to proceed to a second election, and to chose his favorite, John de Grey, Bishop of Norwich, to fill Hubert Walter's place. He then sent an embassy to Rome to submit this election to the Pope, but Innocent III would PG 126 have neither Reginald nor John for archbishop. He said that the first had been secretly and illegally chosen, while the second had been imposed on the chapter by force and threats. Then he took the unprecedented step of appointing to the see himself. He made the representatives of both John and Reginald come before him, and frightened or cajoled them into accepting his nominee, Stephen Langton, a worthy and learned English cardinal who resided with him at Rome. Langton was personally all that could be desired, but it was a flagrantly illegal usurpation that the Pope should impose him on the English king and nation without their consent. The interdict. John was driven to fury by this arrogant claim of the Pope. He refused to accept the nomination or to allow Langton to enter England. In return, Innocent laid an interdict on the realm, suspending on his own authority the celebration of divine service, closing the churches, and even prohibiting the dead from being buried in consecrated ground. If the English church had stood by the king and refused to take notice of this harsh decree, it would have been of little effect. But the clergy always followed the Pope. They looked upon themselves as a great international guild depending on the Roman See, and disregarded all their rights and sympathies as Englishmen. The majority of the bishops published the interdict and bade their flocks observe it. Many of them, fearing John's inevitable wrath, fled overseas the moment that they had promulgated the sentence, 1208. They were wise to do so, for the king raged furiously against the whole body of clergy. He exiled the monks of Canterbury, seized the estates and revenues of the absconding bishops, and declared that, till the interdict was removed, all ecclesiastical persons should be outside the pale of the law. They should not be allowed to appear in the courts, and no one who molested them should be punished. John set the example of seizing clerical property himself, and many of his courtiers and officers followed his lead. The Pope deposes John. Thus began a long struggle between the power of the Pope and that of the king. For 5 years it continued, to the great misery of England, for the nation was deeply religious and felt most keenly the deprivation of all its spiritual privileges. Yet for a long time the people stood by the king, for it was generally felt that the Pope's arbitrary conduct, pg 127, was indefensible. John himself cared not for papal censures, as long as nothing more than spiritual pressure was brought to bear on him. He filled his coffers with church money and laughed at the interdict. But presently Innocent found a more effective way of bending the king's will. He proclaimed that he would depose John for contumacy and give his kingdom to another. The mandate to drive him out was entrusted to John's old and active foe, Philip of France, who at once began to prepare a great fleet and army in Normandy, 1213. John's surrender. The English barons and people were more angered than frightened, and a great army mustered on Barham Down in Kent to oppose the French landing. But the king himself was much cowed by the Pope's threat. He knew that he was disliked and despised by his subjects, and he did not trust them in the hour of danger. Instead of fighting the quarrel out, he made secret proffers of submission. So the Pope's envoy Pandulf came to Dover and received John's abject surrender. Not only did he agree to acknowledge Langton as archbishop, and to restore all the lands and revenues of which he had robbed the church, but he stooped to win Innocent's favor by doing homage to him and declaring the kingdom of England a fief of the Holy See. He gave his crown into Pandulf's hands and then took it back from him as a gift from the Pope. In return, the papal mandate to Philip was withdrawn, and Pandulf bade the French king dismiss his fleet and army and cease to make war on the vassal of the church, May 1213. John's gift of the English crown to the Pope had been done secretly and privately, without any summoning or consulting of the Great Council. It had been accomplished behind the back of the nation. When it became known, the baronage and the people were alike disgusted at the king's groveling submission. He had induced them to suffer untold miseries in his cause, and had then left them in the lurch and surrendered all that they had been fighting for. Destruction of the French fleet. For the moment, however, John's intrigue had its success. The papal approval was withdrawn from the King of France, and what was of more importance, an English fleet under William Longsword, the Earl of Salisbury, fell upon the French invasion flotilla as it lay pg 128 in the port of Dam, and took or sunk well-nigh every vessel. The king was free from danger again, and talked of taking the offensive against the French and crushing his enemy Philip. The baronage and Archbishop Langton. The last act of John's troubled reign was now beginning. While the king was dreaming of nothing but war in France, the nation was preparing to put a stop to his erratic and tyrannical rule by armed force. When Archbishop Langton was received in England, he proved himself no mere creature of the Pope, but a good Englishman. One of his first acts was to propose to the baronage, at a great assembly in St. Paul's Cathedral, that the king should be asked to ratify and reissue the charter that his great-grandfather Henry I had granted to the English people, binding himself to abstain from all vexatious and oppressive customs, and abide by the ancient customs of the realm. This proposal was accepted at once by the great majority of the barons as the wisest and most constitutional means of bringing pressure on the king. Invasion of France, defeat and return of John. John meanwhile had called out the whole military force of the nation for an invasion of France, but all the barons of the north refused to follow him, and so great was the discontent of the English that he had mainly to depend on foreign mercenaries. He staked all his fortunes on the ensuing campaign, believing that if he could reconquer his lost continental dominions, he would afterwards win his way to complete control in England. His schemes were very far-reaching. Philip was to be attacked from north and south at once, while John was to land in Poitou and march on the Loire. A great confederacy of John's allies were to assail France from the north. This league was headed by John's nephew, Otho of Saxony, who claimed the title of emperor, but had been withstood in Germany by competitors whom Philip of France had supported. In revenge, Otho gathered a North German army, supported by the Dukes of Brabant and Holland and the Counts of Boulogne and Flanders. John sent a mercenary force under the Earl of Salisbury to join him, and the combined host entered France and met King Philip at Bouvines near Lille. John had trusted that his own attack on southern France would have distracted the French king's attention, but Philip left him almost unopposed, and PG 129 gathered the whole force of France to oppose the Germans and Flemings. While John was overrunning Poitou and storming Angers, Philip was crushing his confederates. At the Battle of Bouvines, the combined army was scattered to the winds. The emperor was put to flight, and the Earl of Salisbury and the Count of Boulogne captured July 27, 1214. Otho of Saxony was ruined by the fight and never raised his head again, nor did any German host invade France for the next 300 years. John, though he had not been present at the fight, was as effectually crushed as Otho. Free from danger from the north, the French king turned upon him and drove him out of his ephemeral conquests in Poitou, so that he had to return to England completely foiled and beaten. The barons take up arms. But in England, John had now to face his angry baronage. When he came home in wrath and began to threaten to punish every man who had not followed him to the invasion of France, the barons drew together and prepared for armed resistance. In earlier days, we have seen the English nobility withstanding the king in the cause of feudal anarchy. In the time of Stephen or of Henry II, the crown had represented the interests of the nation and the barons those of their own class alone. It was then for England's good that the king should succeed in establishing a strong central government by putting down his turbulent vassals. But now things were changed. Henry II had made the crown so strong that the nation was in far greater danger of misgovernment by a tyrannical king than of anarchy under a mob of feudal chiefs. The barons did not any longer represent themselves alone. They were closely allied both with the church and with the people for the defense of the common rights of all three against a grasping and unscrupulous monarch. In the present struggle, the baronage were headed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, their wisest counselor, and they were everywhere supported both by the towns and by the smaller freemen of the whole realm. We shall see that in the oncoming struggle they demanded, not new privileges for themselves, but law and liberty for every subject of the English crown. The first meeting of the barons was held at Bury St. Edmunds in November 1214. It was attended mainly by the lords of the north. The majority of the nobility had not yet moved. They PG 130 formulated their demand that the king should give England a charter of liberties, drew up a list of the points which were to be insisted on, and determined to go in arms to the king at Christmas to lay their requests before him. John was seriously frightened. He asked the Pope's aid, took the vows of a crusader in order to get the sympathy of the church on his side, and collected an army of mercenaries. But when he sounded the intentions of those of his vassals who had not yet taken arms, he found that one and all approved of the demands of the insurgent barons and refused to aid him against them. Meeting at Runnymede. John was always lacking in moral courage. Instead of taking the field at the head of his mercenaries, he began to treat with the rebels, resolved to grant all they asked, and then to bide his time and repudiate his promises at the earliest possible opportunity. So befell the famous meeting at Runnymede, where the king solemnly swore to grant all the provisions of the Great Charter, which had been drawn up for his signature by Archbishop Langton, and a committee composed of an equal number of the insurgent barons and of those who had not taken up arms. The Great Charter. The Great Charter was signed on the 15th of June, 1215, in the presence of the Archbishop, the whole of the baronage, and a vast assembly of all ranks. It is a document of 63 clauses, of which many were quite trivial and related to purely personal or local grievances, but the important part of its provisions may be summed up under 6 heads. Firstly, the king promises that the English church shall be free, that is, from violent interference in the election of its prelates and from illegal taxation. Secondly, the feudal rights of the king over his tenants-in-chief are defined. He is only to raise the customary aids and dues, and their amount is laid down. His rights of wardship over widows and orphans are stated and limited. In a similar way, the tenants-in-chief promise to exercise only these same rights over their own vassals. Thirdly, there is to be no taxation without the consent of the Great Council, the first indication of the control of Parliament over the national revenues. Fourthly, the administration of justice is to be strengthened PG 131 and purified. No one is to be tried or punished more than once for the same offense. No one is to be imprisoned on the king's private fiat, but if arrested, he must be at once put on trial, and that before a jury of his peers. Fines for every sort of offense are to be fixed and made proportionate to the crime, not to the king's idea of the amount he could extract from the criminal. Fifthly, the king is not to put foreigners, ignorant of the laws of England, in any judicial or administrative post, and he is at once to dismiss all his foreign mercenary troops. Sixthly, the city of London and all other cities which enjoy rights and privileges under earlier royal charters are to be fully confirmed in them. The Great Charter then plunges into a mass of smaller grievances where we need not follow it, but it ends with a most peculiar and important clause which shows how little the baronage trusted the king. A body of 25 guardians of the charter is appointed, who undertake to see that the king carries it out, and they are authorized to constrain him to observe it by force of arms if he swerves from his plighted word. These guardians include 7 earls, 14 barons, 3 sons of great lords whose fathers still survived, and the mayor of London. The character of Magna Carta is very noticeable. It is rather unsystematic in shape, being mainly composed of a list of grievances which are to be remedied. It does not purport to be a full statement of the English Constitution, but only a recapitulation of the points on which the king had violated it. But it is not merely a check on John's evil doings, but a solemn engagement between the king, the barons, the church, and the people that each shall respect the rights of the other. Wherever it is stated that the king is to abstain from using any particular malpractice against his vassals, it is also added that his vassals will, on their part, never use that same form of oppression against their own tenants. Thus it guarantees the rights of the small man against the great, no less than those of the great man against the king. It is in this respect that the Charter differs from many grants of privileges exacted by foreign nobles from foreign kings. Abroad the barons often curbed the royal power, but they did it for their own selfish ends alone, not for the common good of the nation. John's faithlessness, attitude of the Pope. John had signed the charter in a moment of fear and depression of spirits. He did not intend to observe it a moment longer than he could help, and called its provisions mere foolishness. When the barons dispersed, he violated his engagements by gathering another great horde of mercenaries and sent to Rome to his suzerain Innocent III, to get absolution from the oath he had sworn. As he had once utilized the nation against the Pope, so he would now utilize the Pope against the nation. 153 War. Innocent, who cared nothing for the rights or wrongs of England, resolved to support his obedient vassal. He censured Archbishop Langton for siding with the barons and summoned him to Rome to answer for his conduct. He freed the king from his oath, and he swore that he would excommunicate any man who took arms against him. But John had taught his barons to despise ecclesiastical thunders. They flew to arms and war broke out. The king at first had the advantage. His mercenaries were all at hand, and the barons were scattered and unorganized. The king took Rochester and hung the garrison who held out against him, and then started northward, harrying the land with fire and sword as far as Berwick. Louis of France, elected king by the barons. Provoked beyond endurance, the majority of the barons swore that they would cast away John and all his house. They declared him deposed and resolved to choose a new king. But they made a great mistake in their choice, for they offered the crown to Louis, the Prince Royal of France, who had married Blanche, one of John's nieces. Any other candidate would have been better, for Louis was the son of King Philip, the great enemy of England, and by calling him in, the barons seemed to be allying themselves with the national foe. Many who would have gladly served against John in another cause refused to take arms in that of the Frenchman, 1216. Louis in England, death of John. Meanwhile, Prince Louis landed in Kent, was received into London, and became master of all eastern England. but he soon found that he was the king of a faction, not of the whole nation. Many of the barons joined John rather than serve a foreigner. Many more remained neutral. The whole realm was divided. Here and PG 133, their castles and towns held out against the new king, and in especial, the seamen and merchants of the Cinque Ports refused to open their gates to a Frenchman. John resolved to try the ordeal of battle. He took Lincoln and marched southward. But while his army was crossing the sea marshes of the Wash, it was overtaken by a high tide, and all his baggage and treasure, with many of his men, were swept away. John himself escaped with difficulty and fell ill next day of rage and grief and overexertion, as is most probable, though contemporary writers thought he had been poisoned. To the great benefit of England, he died within a week of his seizure at Newark Castle, October 19, 1216. No man had a good word to say for him. Cruel, perjured, rash, and cowardly by turns, an evil liver, a treacherous son and brother, he was loathed by every one who knew him. Chapter 10. Henry minus 1272. The moment that John was dead, the insurgent barons began to be conscious of the huge mistake that they had made in calling over Louis of France to their aid. John's successor was his eldest son Henry, a young boy of 9, against whom no one could feel any personal objection. But the rebels had committed themselves to the cause of Louis and could not go back. The civil war therefore continued, but the supporters of Louis were without heart or enthusiasm in his cause. William, Earl of Pembroke, Henry crowned. The young Henry was in the hands of William the Marshal, Earl of Pembroke, one of the great barons who had refused to join Louis. Pembroke at once crowned the young king at Gloucester and made him declare his adherence to the Great Charter and solemnly republish it. This act cut away the ground from under the feet of Louis's party, as they could not any longer pretend that they were fighting merely to recover their constitutional rights. One after another, they began to drop away and go over to Henry's side. Defeat of Louis, English naval victory. The fortune of the Civil War soon began to turn in favor of the young king. It was decided by two great battles. Lincoln Castle was being besieged by the followers of Louis, French and English. To relieve it, William the Marshal set out with a small army, and surprising the enemy in the streets of the town, while they were busied in the siege, he inflicted a great defeat upon them. Most of the great English barons of Louis's party were taken prisoners in the fray. Shortly after, a second decisive engagement completely shattered Louis's hopes. He was expecting PG 135 great reinforcements from France, which were to be brought to him by a fleet commanded by Eustace the Monk, a cruel pirate captain whom he had hired to serve him because of his naval skill. But Hubert de Burgh, the justiciar of King Henry, put to sea from Dover with a small squadron of ships raised from the Cinque Ports and met the French in mid-channel off Sandwich. The English had the better, most of the hostile vessels were captured, and Eustace the Monk was taken and hung for his former piracies. This was the first great naval battle which an English fleet ever won. Deprived of hope of succor from France, and seeing most of his English supporters captives in Pembroke's hands, Prince Louis resolved to abandon his enterprise and leave England. He proffered terms to Pembroke and de Burgh, who eagerly accepted them. So by the Treaty of Lambeth, he undertook to depart and give up his claim to the crown, while the Earl Marshal and Justiciar on their part consented to grant an amnesty to all Louis's partisans and to restore them to possession of their estates. To facilitate Louis's quick retreat, he was given a sum of 10,000 marks, September 17, 1217. Hubert de Burgh, Justiciar. Thus the Civil War came to an end, but its evil effects long endured. William of Pembroke, who acted till his death in 1219 as regent of the realm, did all that he could to quiet matters down. But there was much trouble left to his successor, Hubert de Burgh, the great justiciar, who bore sway in England for all the remaining years of King Henry's minority. Hubert conferred many and signal benefits on the realm. He discomfited an attempt of the Pope to govern England through his legates, under the plea that John's homage of 1213 made the kingdom the property of the Holy See. He put down the turbulence of many of John's old courtiers and mercenaries, who, presuming on their fidelity in the Civil War, refused obedience to the law of the land. The leaders of these persons were Peter des Roches, an intriguing Poitevin whom John had made Bishop of Winchester, and Fox de Breaute, who had been the chief captain of the late king's Gascon soldiers. Peter was compelled to go on a crusade, and Fox was crushed by force of arms when he presumed to refuse to give up the king's castle of Bedford, and had the impudence to seize and imprison a justice of assize who had given a legal PG 136 decision against him. Fox himself escaped overseas, but de Burgh took Bedford Castle and hung William de Breaute, the rebel's brother, because he had dared to hold out against the king's name, 1224. Character of Henry, his foreign favourites. Hubert's wise and salutary rule endured till the king came of age, 1227, and for some years after he was still retained as justiciar. But Henry, on coming to maturity, soon showed himself jealous of the great man who had protected his helpless boyhood. The new king was a strange mixture of good and evil. He was a handsome, courteous youth, blameless in his private life, and kind and liberal to his friends. He proved a good father and husband, and a great friend to the church. He loved the fine arts, and built many stately edifices, of which the famous Abbey of Westminster is the best known. But he had many serious faults. He was an incorrigible spendthrift. He was quite incapable of keeping any promise for more than a few days. He was of a busy, volatile disposition, always vaulting from project to project, and never carrying to its end any one single plan. Being full of self-confidence, he much disliked anyone who gave him unpalatable counsel, or strove to keep him from any of his wild, ephemeral schemes. This was the secret of his ingratitude to Hubert de Burgh, who never shrank from opposing his young master when the occasion demanded it. Moreover, Henry had the great fault of loving foreigners overmuch. He surrounded himself with a horde of his relatives from the continent. His wife Elena of Provence brought a host of brothers and uncles from Savoy and southern France, and his mother sent over to England her children by her second marriage with her old lover, the Count of La Marque. On these kinsmen Henry lavished not only great gifts of money, but earldoms, baronies, and bishoprics, to the great vexation of the English. His strangest act was to confer the Archbishopric of Canterbury on his wife's uncle, Boniface of Savoy, a flighty young man of most unclerical habits. Henry was not cruel or malicious, like his father, and personally he was not disliked by his subjects, a fact which explains the patience with which they bore his vagaries for many years. But his actions were nearly always unwise, and his undertakings were invariably unsuccessful, so that his long-suffering vassals were at last constrained to take the reins of government out of his hands. Dismissal of Hubert de Burgh, personal government. For 30 years, however, Henry worked his will on England, 1228-58, before drawing down the storm on his head. For the first 5 of them, he was still somewhat restrained by the influence of Hubert de Burgh. But in 1232, the old justiciar was not only dismissed, but thrown into prison, because Henry was wroth with him for frustrating an unwise and unnecessary war with France. But the king's ingratitude provoked such angry opposition that Hubert was ultimately released and suffered to dwell in peace on his own lands. After dismissing Hubert, Henry threw himself into the hands of Peter des Roches, the Bishop of Winchester, one of John's old courtiers. Peter knew or cared nothing about English laws and customs, and led the king into so many illegal and unconstitutional acts that the whole nation called for his banishment. At last, the great council, led by Edmund of Abingdon, the saintly Archbishop of Canterbury, frightened the king into dismissing him, 1234. But England did not profit very much by Peter's fall. Henry resolved to become his own prime minister. He did not appoint anyone to the office of justiciar, and a little later he abolished that of chancellor also. He thought that he would act as his own chief justice and private secretary, but as he was no less volatile than busy, he only succeeded in getting all public business into hopeless arrears. War with France. Henry's personal government endured for the weary time of 24 years. The events of the period were very insignificant and only call for very brief mention. The sole foreign war was a brief struggle with Louis IX of France. One of Henry's many ephemeral schemes was the idea of winning back the continental dominions that his father had lost. So in 1241 he picked a quarrel with the good King Louis and invaded Poitou. He was disgracefully beaten at the Battle of Taillebourg, 1242, and was forced to make peace. The mild and pious King of France contented himself with leaving things as they had been before the war, though if he had chosen, he might have forced Henry to surrender Bordeaux and Guienne, the last possessions of the English crown beyond the seas. Henry's servility to the Pope, exasperation of the baronage. Far worse for England than Henry's abortive invasion of France were his dealings with the papacy. Henry was a devoted servant of the Church, and whenever the popes tried to lay any burden on England, Henry did his best to make the nation submit. Rome was at this time deep in a struggle with the brave and brilliant Emperor Frederick II, and the popes were always wanting money to keep up the war against him. In 1238, Gregory IX sent over to England his legate, Cardinal Otho, who pretended to come to reform the clergy, but really did little more than extort great sums of money from them on all possible excuses. When he left the realm, it was said that he took more English church treasure with him than he left behind, and he had thrust 300 Italian priests into English benefices by the aid of the king's patronage. A few years later, Henry allowed himself to be made the Pope's tool in an even more disgraceful way. Alexander IV was trying to wrest the kingdom of Sicily from the heirs of the Emperor Frederick II, and, as he could not succeed by his own strength, determined to make the docile King of England do the work for him. So he offered to make Henry's younger son Edmund, a boy of 10, King of Sicily, if Henry would undertake the expense of conquering that country. The scheme was just one of the wild, adventurous plans that took the flighty monarch's fancy, so he eagerly accepted the Sicilian crown for his son, and promised the Pope that he would find the money to raise a great army. But as he had never any gold in his own treasury, since he spent it all on his buildings and his wife's relatives, he had to raise the great sums required for the invasion of Sicily out of the nation. In 1257, therefore, he summoned the Great Council and told them that he must at once have liberal grants from them, because he had pledged England's credit to the Pope and had made the realm responsible to Alexander IV for 140,000 marks. The baronage were full of rage and disgust, for the conquest of Sicily was no concern of England's, but a matter of private spite on the part of the papacy. And moreover, the king had not the least right to pledge the revenues of England to Alexander without having consulted the Great Council. Instead, therefore, of a grant of 140,000 marks, Henry received the outpourings of 30 years of suppressed indignation and PG 139 discontent. He was told that he could no longer be allowed to rule the realm without the aid and counsel of his barons, that his interference in distant wars was foolish, that his foreign relations were a flight of locusts eating up the land, that his ministers and favorites were unjust, greedy, and extortionate. The king was seriously frightened and consented to call another great council together at Oxford to provide for the better governance of the realm and not merely for the payment of his own debts. Simon de Montfort. The sudden outburst of wrath on the part of the baronage in 1258 is explained not only by the fact that all men had lost patience with King Henry, for that had been the case for many years, but much more by the fact that the baronage had at last found a champion and mouthpiece in Simon de Montfort, the great Earl of Leicester. Simon was not one who might have been expected to prove a wise and patriotic statesman and a good Englishman, for he had originally come into notice as one of the king's foreign favorites. His grandmother had been the heiress of the earldom of Leicester, but she had married a Frenchman, the Count of Montfort. Their child was Simon the Elder, a great crusading chief and a cruel persecutor of heretics. He was a bitter enemy of King John and had never been permitted to get hold of the Leicester estates. In 1232, his son Simon the Younger came across to England to beg King Henry to make over to him the confiscated lands of his grandmother's earldom. Henry could never resist a petitioner, especially when he was a foreigner. He not only took Simon into favor and granted him the earldom of Leicester, but he married him to his sister, the Princess Elena, and for a time made him his confidant. But the king's sudden friendship did not endure, and ere very long he tired of Simon and sent him over to govern Guienne, which was always in a state of chronic insurrection. Simon put down rebellion with a strong hand and made himself unpopular with the Gascons, who sent many complaints of him to the king. But the fatal cause of estrangement between him and the earl was a money matter. Simon had expended large sums in the king's service, using his own money and borrowing more. When he sent in his accounts to Henry, the latter could not or would not pay, and very meanly allowed the loss to fall on Simon, 1250. Simon then settled down into opposition to the king, though he was ready enough to serve the realm in all times of danger. He had now been living for many years in England, and his neighbors found him a just and sincere man, and one who had done his best to accustom himself to English ways of life and thought. He was especially beloved by the clergy, who admired his fervent piety and pure life. So it came to pass that the man who had once been known only as the king's favorite was called Earl Simon the Righteous, and looked upon as the most patriotic and trustworthy of the nobles of the realm. Great men had been singularly wanting among the ranks of the English baronage, since William of Pembroke died and Hubert de Burgh was disgraced. It was not till Simon came to the front as the king's opponent that the nation's discontent with Henry was adequately expressed. The provisions of Oxford. The Great Council, or Parliament as we may now call it, since that word was just coming into use, met at Oxford in June 1258 to take counsel for the better administration of England. Some called it the Mad Parliament because of the anger of the barons and their desire to make hasty and sweeping changes. Henry, when he met it, found that he had no supporters save his foreign kinsmen and a few personal dependents, so that he was forced to submit to all the conditions which the barons imposed upon him. So were ratified the provisions of Oxford, which provided for the government of England, not by the king, but by a group of committees. Henry was to do nothing without the consent of a privy council of 15 members, which was now imposed upon him. Another committee of 24 was to investigate and right all the grievances of the realm, and a third, also of 24, was to take charge of the financial side of the government, pay off the king's debts, and administer his revenues. Henry was forced to make a solemn oath to abide by the rules stated in Magna Carta, which he had often before promised to keep, but had always evaded or disregarded after a time. By the provisions of Oxford, the governance of the realm was taken altogether out of the hands of the king, and handed over to those of the three committees. But the new scheme was far too cumbersome, for neither of the three bodies had any PG 141 authority over the others, and it was difficult to keep them together. There were many who were jealous of Simon de Montfort, who sat in each of the three, and was the ruling spirit of the whole government. It was said that he took too much upon himself, and that the nation had not muzzled the king merely in order to hand itself over to be governed by the earl. Counter-efforts of Henry, the Marquis of Amiens. In spite of these murmurings, and in spite of the king's attempts to shake off the control which had been imposed on him, the provisions of Oxford were observed for 4 years. But Henry was preparing to tear himself free as soon as possible. He sent privately to Rome and got absolved from his oath by the Pope. He courted those who were jealous of Earl Simon, and he encouraged many of his foreign relatives and dependents to creep back to England. In 1261, he felt strong enough to break loose, seized the Tower of London, and raised an army. But he found himself too weak, dared not come to blows with the adherents of the provisions of Oxford, and again consented to place himself in the hands of the guarantors. But as disputes about his conduct continued to arise, he offered to submit his rights, and those of the barons, to the arbitration of his neighbor, St. Louis of France, whose probity was recognized by all the world. Simon and his friends consented, an unwise act, for they might have remembered that the French king was not well acquainted with the constitution or the needs of England. By a decision called the Marquis of Amiens, from the city at which it was proclaimed, St. Louis announced that Henry ought to abide by the customs stated in Magna Carta, but that he need not keep the provisions of Oxford, which were dishonorable to his crown and kingly dignity, 1263. 153 War breaks out. The Marquis of Amiens precipitated the outbreak of civil war, for Simon and his party refused to accept the decision which had been given against them, though they had promised to abide by it. This flinching from their word alienated from them many who would otherwise have taken the side of reform, and it was felt that a grave responsibility lay on Simon for striking the first blow. Hence it came to pass that the king was supported by a larger party than might have been expected. His own brother and son, Richard of Cornwall and Prince Edward, who had hitherto usually pg 142 leaned to the party of reform and striven to guide him towards moderation, now supported him with all their power. The Earls of Norfolk and Hereford and many other great barons also took arms in his favour. Earl Simon, on the other hand, was helped by the Earls of Gloucester and Derby and enthusiastically supported by the citizens of London, who had been maddened by the king's arbitrary taxes. Larger image button. Battle of Lewes. Battle of Lewes, the Massey of Lewes. When after much preliminary fighting, the armies of Henry and Simon faced each other in Sussex for a decisive battle, it was found that the king had much the larger army. He drew up his host outside the walls of Lewes, while Simon, who had marched from London, lay on the downs beyond it. When the shock came, the fiery Prince Edward, who led the right wing of the Royalists, fell furiously on Simon's left wing, which was mainly composed of the levies of London, and drove them far off the field. But carried away by his pursuit, he never thought of returning to help his father, and meanwhile Earl Simon had beaten the king's division and rolled the Royalist army back against the town wall of Lewes, where those of them who could not enter pg 143 the gate at once were taken prisoners. Among the captives were the king himself, his brother Richard of Cornwall, and most of the chiefs of the Royalist party. Prince Edward, rather than continue the civil war, gave himself up to the insurgents on the following day to share his father's fate, May 1264. The immediate result of the battle was the issue of a document called the Massey of Lewes, by which King Henry promised to keep the charter, to dismiss all his foreign relatives and dependents, and to place himself under the control of a Privy Council, whom Parliament should choose to act as his ministers and guardians. Rule of Simon de Montfort, captivity of the King and Prince Edward. A Parliament was hastily summoned and delegated 3 electors to nominate this Privy Council, namely Earl Simon, the Earl of Gloucester, and the Bishop of Chichester. The electors, naturally but unwisely, appointed none but their own trusted supporters. Thus England came under the rule of a party, and a party whose violent action had been disliked by a great portion of the nation. The king was but a puppet in their hands. He was practically their prisoner, for 3 of the council always attended his steps and kept him in sight. Now Henry, irritating and faithless as his conduct had always been, was not personally disliked, and the sight of their monarch led about like a captive and forced to obey every behest of his captors was very displeasing to many who had formerly felt no sympathy for him. It was felt, too, that his son Edward was being very hardly treated by being kept in honourable captivity and deprived of all share in the government. For the prince had taken the side of reform till the outbreak of the Civil War, had only joined his father when Simon took arms, and had behaved with great patriotism and self-denial in refusing to continue the struggle after Lewes. For 2 years Earl Simon governed England, and the king was kept under close guard. This period was not one of peace or prosperity. The land was still troubled by the echoes of the Civil War, and in his anxiety to maintain his dominant position, the Earl incurred many accusations of harshness and rapacity. He was especially blamed for depriving Prince Edward of his earldom of Chester, for favouring Llewellyn, Prince of North Wales, in his quarrel with Roger Mortimer, a great lord of the Welsh Marches who had been on the king's side at Lewes, but pg 144 most of all for giving too much trust and power to his own sons. The young Montforts were rash and arrogant men who harmed the people's cause more by their turbulence than they aided it by their courage and fidelity. In short, they were as Samuel's sons of old, and wrought their father no small damage and discredit. The Parliament of 1265, representation of shires and boroughs. The chief event for which Earl Simon's tenure of power is remembered is his summons of the celebrated Parliament of 1265. This incident is noteworthy, not so much for anything that the Parliament did, as for the new system on which it was constructed. Hitherto the Great Council had usually been composed only of the barons and bishops, though on 2 or 3 occasions in the 13th century the smaller vassals of the crown had been represented by the summons of 2 knights from each shire, chosen in the county court by all the freeholders of the district. But de Montfort not only called these knights of the shire to his parliament of 1265, but also summoned 2 citizens or 2 burgesses from each of the chief cities and boroughs of the realm. Thus he was the first to give the towns representation, and to put together the 3 elements, lords, borough members, and county members, which form the parliament of today. It must be confessed that Simon's immediate object was probably to strengthen his own side in the assembly, rather than to initiate a scheme for the reform of the Great Council in a democratic direction. Many barons were against him, and them he did not summon at all. Many more were jealous or distrustful of him, and it was mainly in order to swamp their opposition that he called up the great body of knights of the shire and members for the towns, for London and the rest of the chartered cities were strongly in favor of his cause. This parliament confirmed all Simon's acts, outlawed those of the king's party who had fled overseas, and refused to accept the terms of the Missie of Lewes, imposed a 3 years' exile in Ireland on some of those who had made only a tardy submission, and put all the royal castles into the hands of trusty partisans of the Earl. It made few regulations for the better governance of the realm, but left everything in Simon's hands and at his discretion. Prince Edward escapes. It was impossible that the regency of the great Earl should PG 145 last for long. There were too many men in England who felt that it was unseemly that the king and his son should live in close restraint, while one who, in spite of all his merits, was still a foreigner and an adventurer, ruled the realm. The beginning of Simon's troubles came from a quarrel with his own chief supporter, the young Earl of Gloucester. Gilbert de Clare thought that he was not admitted to a sufficient share in the government of the kingdom, and soon fell into a bitter feud with Simon's sons. His anger led him into conspiring against the great Earl. By his counsel, Prince Edward escaped from his keepers by an easy stratagem and a swift horse. Once free, the prince called his party to arms, and was joined by Gloucester, Mortimer, and many of the barons of the Welsh marches. Larger image button. Battle of Evesham. On hearing of this rising in the west, Montfort hurried to the Welsh border with a small army, taking the king in his train. He bade Simon, the second of his sons, to collect a larger army and follow him. But Edward and Gloucester seized the line of the Severn and threw themselves between father and son. The Earl retraced his steps, slipped back across the Severn, and PG 146 reached Evesham, while his son had marched as far as Kenilworth, so that a few miles only separated them. But Edward lay between and was eager for the fight. Battle of Evesham, death of Simon de Montfort. By a sudden and unexpected attack, the prince surprised and scattered young Montfort's army under the walls of Kenilworth. He then hurried off to attack Simon. The Earl lay in Evesham town, which is girt round by a deep loop of the river Avon. Edward and Gloucester seized the narrow neck of this loop, while another royalist force, under Mortimer, crossed the river and watched the only bridge which leads southward out of the town. Simon awoke to find himself surrounded. "God have mercy on our souls," he cried, "for our bodies are our enemies." Gathering his little army in a compact mass, he dashed at the prince's superior force and tried to cut his way through. But the odds were against him, and after a short, sharp fight, he was slain, with his eldest son Henry, Hugh Despencer, the Justiciar of England, and many of the best knights of the baronial party. King Henry almost shared their fate. He had been compelled to put on his armor and ride in the Earl's host, and was wounded and almost slain before he was recognized by his son's victorious soldiery. Thus died Earl Simon the Righteous, a man much loved by those who knew him well, courteous and kindly, pious and honest, wise and liberal. But it cannot be denied that he was touched by an overweening ambition, and that when England fell beneath his hand, he ruled her more as a king than a regent, and forgot that he was but the deputy and representative of the nation. His rise and success freed England from the thriftless rule of Henry and set a boundary to the use of the royal prerogative. His short tenure of power gave the realm the valuable gift of the full and representative parliament. His fall was sad but not disastrous to the English, for his work was done, and he was fast drifting into the position of the autocratic leader of a party, and ceasing to be the true exponent of the will of the whole nation. Ascendancy of Prince Edward. The best testimony to the benefits that Simon had conferred on England was the fact that Henry III never fell back into his old ways. He was now an elderly man, and in his captivity had lost much of his self-confidence and restless activity. He had been freed, not by his PG 147 own power, but by his son and the Earl of Gloucester, both of whom had been friends of reform, though enemies of Simon. Edward had now won an ascendancy over his father which he never let slip, and his voice had for the future a preponderant share in the royal council. It is to his influence that we may ascribe the wise moderation with which the relics of Simon's party were treated. End of the Civil War. Evesham fight did not end the war, for the three surviving sons of Simon, with the Earl of Derby and some other resolute friends, still held out. It took 2 years more to crush out the last sparks of civil strife, for the vanquished party fortified themselves in the castle of Kenilworth and the marshy isles of Ely and Axholme. But Edward gradually beat down all opposition, and the end of the war is marked by the dictum of Kenilworth, October 1266, in which the king solemnly confirms the Great Charter and pardons all his opponents, on condition of their paying him a fine. Only the heirs of the Earls of Leicester and Derby were disinherited. The younger Montforts went into exile in Italy, where a little later they revenged themselves on the king by cruelly murdering his nephew Henry of Cornwall as he was praying in Viterbo Cathedral. There is little to tell about the last 5 years of the reign of Henry III. The land gradually settled down into tranquility, and we hear little more of the misgovernment which had rendered his early years so unbearable. Prince Edward went on a crusade when he saw that the realm was pacified. He greatly distinguished himself in the Holy Land and took Nazareth from the infidels. He was still beating back the Saracen when he was called home by the news of his father's decease. After a stormy life, the old king had a peaceful ending, dying quietly in his bed on the 16th of November, 1272. Footnote. Chapter 11. Edward minus 1307. Immediate accession of Edward. The confidence and admiration which the English nation felt for Prince Edward were well shown by the fact that he was proclaimed king on the day of his father's death, without any form of election by the Parliament. This was the first time that the English crown was transferred by strict hereditary succession, and that the old traditions of the solemn choice by the Great Council were neglected. Edward was still absent in Palestine, but the government was carried on in his name without trouble or friction till he landed in England on August 2, 1274. It was 19 months since his father had died, yet nothing had gone amiss in the interval, so great was the belief of the English in the wisdom and justice of the coming king. His character. Edward was probably the best and greatest ruler, save Alfred, that England has ever known. He was a most extraordinary contrast to his shifty father and his cruel, treacherous grandsire. His private life was a model to all men. Nothing could have shown a better conception of the respective claims of patriotism and of filial duty than his conduct during the Civil War. His court was grave and virtuous, and his faithful wife, Elena of Castile, was the object of his chivalrous devotion. Edward was religious without superstition, liberal without unthriftiness, resolute without obstinacy. But the most striking feature of his character was his love of good faith and justice. His favorite device was pactum serva, keep your promise, and in all his doings he strove to carry it out. It was this that made him such an admirable king for a country where constitutional liberty was just PG 149 beginning to develop itself. If he promised his parliament to abandon any custom or introduce any reform, he might be trusted honestly to do his best to adhere to his engagement. It must not be supposed that he never fell out with his subjects. His conceptions of the rights and duties of a king were so high that it was impossible for him to avoid collisions with Parliament. But when such collisions occurred, though he fought them out with firmness, yet, if beaten, he accepted his defeat without rancor. His justice was perhaps too severe. He could pardon on occasion, but he had a stern way of dealing with those whom he regarded as traitors or oath-breakers. The chief blots on his reign are instances of merciless severity to conquered rebels. Edward has been accused of having sometimes adhered too closely to the letter of the law when it told in his own favor, but there seems little reason to doubt that he was honestly following his own lights. Compared with any contemporary sovereign, he was a very mirror of justice and equity. Edward as a general. In addition to showing great merits as administrator, Edward was notable both as a good soldier and a wise general. His tall and robust frame and dauntless courage made him one of the best knights of his day. Yet he was no mere fighting man, but a skilled tactician. He had long forgotten the reckless impulsiveness that lost the day at Lewes, and had become one of the best captains of his age. He deserves a prominent place in the history of the art of war for being the first who discovered the military value of the English longbowmen and turned them to good account in his battles. Hitherto English generals, like Continental, had been trusting entirely to the charge of their mailed cavalry. Edward, as we shall see at Falkirk, had learnt that the bowman was no less effective than the knight in the deciding of battles. The years of Edward's long and eventful reign are full of interest and importance both within and without the bounds of England. The history of his legislation and of the development of the power of Parliament under him deserve close observation no less than his successful dealings with Wales and his almost successful scheme for the conquest of Scotland. Nor can his relations with France be left without remark. Edward and the Church, Statute of Mortmain. His legislation, most of which falls into the earlier years of his PG 150 reign, requires the first notice. Throughout the whole of it, we trace a consistent purpose of strengthening the crown by restricting the rights both of the church and the baronage. His first collision with the church dates fro, when Archbishop Peckham made an attempt to reassert some of Becket's old doctrines as to the complete independence and wide scope of ecclesiastical jurisdiction. When Peckham summoned a national council of clergy at Reading in 1279 and issued certain canons in support of the independence of the church courts, Edward replied not merely by compelling him to withdraw the objectionable document, but by passing the celebrated Statute of Mortmain, or de religiosis, as it is sometimes called. This was a measure destined to prevent the further accumulation of estates in the dead hand in mortua manu of the church. It was estimated that a fourth of the surface of England was already in the possession of the clerical body, and this land no longer paid its fair proportion of the taxes of the realm. For a large share of the king's revenue came from reliefs, or death duties, and escheats, or resumption of lands to which there was no heir. And as a monastery or bishopric never died, the king got neither reliefs nor escheats from them. The statute prevented any man from alienating his land to the monasteries, and specially forbade the fraudulent practice of making ostensible gifts to the church and receiving them back. For landholders had sometimes pretended to make over their estates to a monastery in order to escape the taxation due on feudal fiefs, while really, by a corrupt agreement with the monks, they kept the property in their own power and so enjoyed it tax-free. For the future, land rarely fell into the dead hand, since it could not be given away without the king's consent. Very few new monasteries were built or endowed after the passing of this statute, but the crown not unfrequently relaxed the rule in favor of the colleges in the universities, which were just now beginning to spring up. Edward and the baronage, writ of quo warranto. Edward's dealings with the baronage are even more important in the history of the English constitution than his contest with the clerical body. He showed a consistent purpose of defending the rights of the crown against the great feudal lords, and of bringing all holders of land into close dependence on himself. His first attempt of PG 151, the kind, was the issue of the writ quo warranto in 1278. This writ was a royal mandate ordering an inquiry by what warrant many of the old royal estates had come into private hands, for the king thought that much state property had passed illegally out of the possession of the crown, by the thriftlessness of his father and the disorder of the civil wars of 1260–65. This project for an inquiry into old rights and documents both vexed and frightened the baronage. They murmured loudly. The tale is well known how John de Warenne, Earl of Surrey, when asked to produce the evidence of his right to certain lands, dashed down an old rusty sword before the commissioners, crying, "This is my title deed. My ancestors came over with King William and won their lands by the sword, and with this same sword I will maintain them against anyone who tries to take them from me." The whole baronage showed such a hostile feeling against Edward's proposal that he finally contented himself with making a complete list of the still remaining crown lands, but did not raise the question of the resumption of long-alienated estates. Another device of the king's for binding the landholders of the realm more closely to himself was his scheme for making knights of all persons who held estates worth more than £20 a year. His object was not so much to gain the fees due from those who received knighthood, as to bring all the middle class of landholders, who held under the great feudal lords, into closer relation with himself through the homage and oath which they made to him after receiving the honor, 1278. The Statute de Donis. In subsequent legislation, Edward took care to conciliate the baronage by strengthening not only his rights over them, but their rights over their vassals. The most important of these was escheat, the right of resuming possession of land when its holder died without an heir. This right was always liable to be defeated by the tenant selling his land, and its value was yet more diminished if he could dispose of part of the land in such a way that the buyer became his own subtenant. A clause in Magna Charta had restricted this process, but the barons wished to limit even more their tenants' power of parting with land. On the other hand, as society became more industrial and less warlike, it became more desirable that land should pass freely from man to man. PG 152. These conflicting interests resulted in two enactments, which are landmarks in English history. The first, the Second Statute of Westminster, contains the famous clauses de donis conditionalibus. It forbade the alienation of land granted to a person and his actual lineal descendants, or to use a modern phrase, it made possible the creation of perpetual entails. The barons soon saw that it enabled them to settle their lands on their own families, and it was regularly employed for this purpose for about 200 years, till at last a legal fiction was invented which greatly cut down the power of tying up land. The Statute Quia Emptors. On the other hand, the Statute Quia Emptors, 1290, far from restricting the power of alienation, expressly allowed it in all cases not coming within the Statute de Donis. But at the same time, it enacted that the purchaser, whether of the whole or part of an estate, should become the tenant, not of the seller, but of the seller's lord. In other words, it put an end to subinfeudation. This led, in the end, to the enormous multiplication of the lesser vassals of the crown, and tended to the ultimate extinction of all subtenancies, so that the king was the gainer in the long run, since whenever a great estate was broken up, he became the immediate lord of all those among whom it was dispersed. The Statute of Winchester. Besides the great statutes we have already named, several other items of King Edward's legislation demand a word of notice. The Statute of Winchester, 1285, reorganized the national militia, the descendant of the old feud, ordaining what arms each man, according to his rank and wealth, should furnish for himself. It also provided for the establishment of a watch or local police for the suppression of robbers and outlaws. Expulsion of the Jews. But all the king's doings were not so wise. To his discredit must be named his intolerant edict for the expulsion of the Jews from England in 1290. Edward seems to have picked up in his crusading days a blind horror of infidels of all sorts. He disliked the Jews, somewhat for being inveterate clippers and debasers of the coinage, more for being usurers at extortionate rates in days when usury was held to be a deadly sin, but most of all for the mere reason that they were not Christians. To his own great loss, for the taxes of the Jews were a considerable item in his revenues, he banished PG 153 them all from the land, giving them 3 months to sell their houses and realize their debts. It was 360 years before they were again allowed to return to the realm. Parliamentary representation. Same years that are notable for the passing of the statutes of Mortmain and Quia Emptors and for the expulsion of the Jews were those in which the English Parliament was gradually growing into its permanent shape. We have already told how Simon de Montfort summoned in 1265 the the first assembly, which corresponds to our modern idea of a parliament, by containing representatives from shires and boroughs, as well as a muster of the great barons and bishops who were tenants-in-chief of the crown. As it chanced, Edward did not call a great council in exactly that same form but in the intervening years he generally summoned knights of the shire to attend the deliberation of his lords, and consent to the granting of money. On 2 occasions in 1283, the cities and boroughs were also bidden to send their representatives, but these were not full parliaments, for at the first, held at Northampton, no barons were present, while at the second, which sat at Acton Burnell, the clergy had not been summoned. It was not that Edward, then in the thick of his Scotch and French wars, summoned barons, clergy, knights of the shire, and citizens, all to meet him, because that which touches all should be approved by all. But the complete form of Parliament was found to work so well that it was always summoned in that shape for the future. Condition of Wales. We may now turn to Edward's political doings. The affairs of Wales require the first notice. We have already mentioned in earlier chapters how the southern districts of that country had long ago passed, partly by conquest, partly by intermarriage with the families of native chiefs, into the hands of various Anglo-Norman barons. These nobles of the Welsh marchland, or Lords Marchers as they were called, had as their main duty the task of overawing and restraining the princes of North Wales, where Celtic anarchy still reigned supreme. Anglesea, the mountain lands of Snowdon, Meirioneth, and the valley of the Dee were the last home of the native Welsh. In this land of Gwynedd, native princes still ruled, and proved most unruly vassals to the English crown. Whenever England was vexed by civil war, the Welsh descended from their hills, PG 154 attacked the Lords Marchers, and pushed their incursions into Cheshire and Shropshire. Sometimes they pushed even further afield. In 1257, they ravaged as far as Cardiff and Hereford. If it had not been that the princes of North Wales were even more given to murderous family feuds than to raids on the English border, they would have been an intolerable pest. But their interminable petty strife with each other generally kept them quiet. Larger image button. Wales in 1282. Invasion of Wales. In 1272, the ruler of North Wales was Llewellyn ap Gruffydd, a bold and stirring prince who had put down all his rebellious brothers and cousins and united the whole of Gwynedd under his sword. Following the example of his ancestors, Llewellyn had plunged with alacrity into the English civil wars of the time of Henry Roman III. He had allied himself with Simon de Montfort, and under cover of this alliance had made cruel ravages on the lands of the Lords Marchers in South Wales. He held out long after Simon fell PG 155 at Evesham, and only made peace in 1267 when he was admitted to very favourable terms and confirmed in the full possession of his principality. When Edward ascended his father's throne, he bade Llewellyn come to his court and do him homage, such as the ancient princes of Wales had been accustomed to offer. But he was met with repeated refusals. 6 times he summoned the Welshman to appear, and 6 times he was denied, for Llewellyn said that he would not leave his hills unless he was given as hostages the king's brother, Edmund of Lancaster, and the justiciar Ralph of Hengham. He feared for his life, he said, and would not trust himself in his suzerain's hands. Edward was not accustomed to have his word doubted, and being conscious of his own honest intentions, was bitterly angered at his vassal's distrust and contumacious answers. But the king's wrath reached its highest pitch in 1275, when he found that Llewellyn had put himself in communication with France and sent to the French court for Eleanor de Montfort, Earl Simon's daughter, to take her to wife. The ship that carried the bride was captured off the Scilly Isles by a Bristol privateer, and she with her brother, Amory of Montfort, fell into Edward's hands. After Llewellyn had made one further refusal to do homage, Edward raised a great army and invaded Wales. The prince and his wild tribesmen took refuge in the fastnesses of Snowdon, but Edward blockaded all the outlets from the hills, and in a few months the Welsh were starved into submission. Llewellyn was forced to surrender himself into his suzerain's hands, but received better terms than might have been expected. He was made to do homage, and to give up the land between Conway and the Dee, the modern shire of Denbigh, but was allowed to retain the rest of his dominions, and received his bride from Edward's hands. He was also reconciled to his brothers, whom he had long before driven away from Wales, and David, the eldest of these exiles, was given a great barony cut out of the ceded lands on the d. 1277. Rebellion of Llewellyn and David of Wales. Though he had felt the weight of Edward's hand, the Prince of Wales was unwise enough to provoke his suzerain the second time. Finding that there was much discontent in the ceded districts of Wales, because the king was systematically substituting English laws and customs for the old Celtic usages, Llewellyn resolved to make a PG 156 sudden attempt to free them and to throw off his allegiance. His brother David joined in the plot, though he had always been protected by Edward and owed all that he possessed to English aid. On Palm Sunday, 1282, the two brothers secretly took arms without any declaration of war. David surprised Hawarden Castle, captured the Chief Justice of Wales, and slew the garrison, while Llewellyn swept the whole coastland as far as the gates of Chester with fire and sword. This treacherous and unprovoked rebellion deeply angered the king. He swore that he would make an end of the troublesome principality, and raised an army and a fleet greater than any that had ever been sent against the Welsh. After some slight engagements, the English once more drove Llewellyn and his host into the crags of Snowdon. Convinced of his folly, the prince sent to ask for peace, but Edward would not again grant the easy terms that he had given in 1277. Llewellyn should become an English earl, he said, and be granted lands worth £1,000 a year, but the independent Principality of North Wales had been tried and found wanting. It should be abolished and annexed to England. Death of Llewellyn, execution of David. Llewellyn, though in the sore straits, refused these terms. By a dangerous night march, he slipped through the English lines with a few chosen followers and hastened into mid-Wales to stir up rebellion in Brecknock. But near Builth he fell in with a small party of English and was slain in the skirmish which followed by an esquire named Adam of Frankton, who knew not with whom he was fighting. David, his brother, now proclaimed himself Prince of Wales and held out in Snowdon for some months longer. But he was ultimately betrayed to the king by his own starving followers. He was taken over the border to be tried before the English Parliament, which met at Acton Burnell, just outside the walls of Shrewsbury. There was far more dislike felt for him than for his brother. Llewellyn had always been an open enemy, but David had long served at the English court and had been granted his barony by Edward's special favour. Hence it came that the Parliament passed the death sentence for treason on the last Prince of Wales, and he was executed at Shrewsbury, with all the horrid details of hanging, drawing, and quartering, which were the traitor's lot in PG 157 those days. The harshness of his punishment almost makes us forget the provocation that he had given the king. Mercy for traitors was not characteristic of Edward's temper. 1283. Settlement of Wales. Edward stayed for nearly 2 years in Wales after the fighting had ended. He devoted himself to reorganizing the principality on the English model. Llewellyn's dominions were cut up into the new counties of Anglesea, Meirioneth, and Carnarvon. Strong castles were built at Conway, Beaumaris, Carnarvon, and Harlech to hold them down, and colonies of English were tempted by liberal grants and charters to settle in the towns, which grew up at points suitable for centres of commerce. For the future governance of the land, Edward drew up the Statute of Wales, issued at Rhuddlan in 1284. He allowed a certain amount of the old Celtic customary law to survive, but introduced English legal usages to a much larger extent. The Welsh murmured bitterly against the new customs, but found them in the end a great improvement. Edward endeavoured to solace their discontent by placing many of the administrative posts in Welsh hands, and their national pride by reviving the ancient name of the principality. For in 1301 he gave his heir Edward, who had been born at Carnarvon, the title of Prince of Wales, solemnly invested him with the rule of the principality at a great meeting of all the Welsh chiefs, and set him to govern the land. Later kings of England have followed the custom, and the title of Prince of Wales has become stereotyped as that of the heir to the English crown. It must not be supposed that Wales settled down easily and without friction beneath Edward's sceptre. There were 3 or 4 risings against his authority, headed by chiefs who thought that they had some claim to inherit the old principality. One of these insurrections was a really formidable affair. In 1294, Madoc, the son of Llewellyn, raised half North Wales to follow him, beat the Earl of Lincoln in open battle, and ravaged the English border. The king himself, though sorely vexed at the moment by wars in Gascony and Scotland, marched against him at midwinter, but had to retire, foiled by the snows and torrents of the Welsh mountains. But next spring, Madoc was pursued and captured, and sent to spend the rest of his life as a captive in the Tower of London, 1295. Foreign affairs. For a few years after the annexation of Wales, the annals of PG 158 England are comparatively uneventful. Some of Edward's legislation, with which we have already dealt, falls into this period, but the king's attention was mainly taken up with foreign politics, into which he was drawn by his position as Duke of Aquitaine. He spent some time in Guienne, succeeded by careful diplomacy in keeping out of the wars between France and Aragon, which were raging near him, and introduced a measure of good government among his Gascon subjects. But more important events nearer home were soon to attract his attention. Scotland, accession of Margaret of Norway. In 1286 perished Alexander Roman III, King of Scotland, cast over the cliffs of Kinghorn by the leap of an unruly horse. He was the last male of the old royal house that descended from Malcolm Canmore and the sainted Queen Margaret. 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter, had been born to him, but they had all died young, and his only living descendant was his daughter's daughter, a child of 4 years. Her mother had wedded Eric, King of Norway, and it was at the Norwegian court that the little heiress was living when her grandfather died. Though Scotland had never before obeyed a queen regnant, her nobles made no difficulty in accepting the child Margaret, the Maid of Norway, as they called her, for their sovereign. A regency was appointed in her name, and the whole nation accepted her sway. Scheme for uniting the 2 crowns. Now Edward of England saw, in the accession of a young girl to the Scottish throne, a unique opportunity for bringing about a closer union of England and Scotland. There was no rational objection to the scheme. A century had elapsed since the 2 countries had been at war. Their baronages had become united by constant intermarriage. The lowlands, the more important half of the Scotch realm, were English in speech and manners. Most important of all, there were as yet few or no national grudges between the races on either bank of the Tweed. Of the rancorous hostility which was to divide them in the next century, no man had any presage. When the little Queen of Scotland had reached her 7th year, the king proposed to the Scots regents that she should be married to his own son and heir, Edward of Carnarvon. He pledged himself that the kingdoms should not be forcibly united. PG 159 Scotland should keep all its laws and liberties and be administered by Scots alone, without any interference from England. The regents did not mislike the scheme. They summoned the Parliament of the Northern Realm to meet at Brigham-on-Tweed, and their Edward's offers were accepted and ratified with the consent of the whole realm, July 1290. Death of Margaret. The next step was to send to Norway for the young queen, for she had been living at her father's court till now and had never visited her own kingdom. She set sail for Scotland in the autumn of the year 1290, but adverse winds kept her vessel tossed for weeks in the wild North Sea. The strain was too much for the frail child. When at last she came ashore at Kirkwall in the Orkneys, it was only to die. With her life ended the fairest opportunity of uniting the 2 realms on equal terms that had ever been known. Extinction of the royal line, rival claimants. Edward's scheme had fallen through, and his grief was great, but much greater was the dismay in Scotland, where the regents found themselves face to face with the calamity of the extinction of the whole royal house. There was no longer any king or queen in whose name the law of the realm could run, or the simplest duties of government be discharged. Gradually claimants for the crown began to step forward, basing their demands on ancient alliances with the old kingly line. But the nearest of these connections went back more than 100 years, to female descendants of King David, who had died in 1153. In this strait, the Scots determined to appeal to King Edward as arbitrator between the pretenders, whose rivalry seemed likely to split the kingdom up into a group of disorderly feudal principalities. Edward readily consented, seeing that in the capacity of arbitrator, he could find an opportunity of making more real the old English right of suzerainty over the Kingdom of Scotland. It will be remembered that as far back as the 10th century, the kings of the Scots had done homage to Edward the Elder, and that they held the more important half of their realm, Lothian and Strathclyde, which together form the Lowlands, as grants under feudal obligations from the English crown. But the exact degree of dependence of Scotland on England had never been accurately fixed, though Scottish kings had often sat in English parliaments and sometimes served in the English armies. It might be pleaded by a PG 160 patriotic Scot that as Earl of Lothian, his king had certain obligations to the English sovereign, but that for his lands north of the Forth and Clyde, he was liable to no such duties. This depended on the nature of the discharge given by Richard I to William the Lion in 1190, when he sold the Scottish king a release of certain duties of homage in return for the sum of 10,000 marks. But the agreement of Richard and William had been drawn up in such an unbusinesslike manner that no one could say exactly what it covered. Edward's arbitration, Balliol and Bruce. King Edward was determined to put an end to this uncertainty, and, as a preliminary to accepting the post of arbitrator in the Scottish succession dispute, required that the regents and all the nobles of the northern realm should acknowledge his complete suzerainty over the whole kingdom. After some hesitation, they consented. Edward made a tour through Edinburgh, Stirling, and St. Andrews, and there received the homage of the whole nobility of Scotland. He then appointed a court of arbitration to sit at Berwick and adjudicate on the rights of the 13 claimants to the crown. It consisted of 80 Scots and 24 Englishmen. The court found that of serious claims to the crown there were only two, those of John Balliol and Robert Bruce, each of whom descended in the female line from the old King David I, who had died in 1153. The positions of Balliol and Bruce were closely similar. They were descended from two Anglo-Norman barons of the North Country, who had married two sisters, Margaret and Isabella, the great-granddaughters of David I. Both of them were as much English as Scotch in blood and breeding. Balliol was lord of Barnard Castle in Durham. Bruce had been Sheriff of Cumberland and had long served King Edward as Chief Justice of the King's Bench. Like so many of the Scottish barons, they were equally at home on either side of the border. The point of difficulty to decide between them was that, while Balliol descended from the elder of the two co-heiresses, Bruce was a generation nearer to the parent stem and claimed to have a preference on this account by Scottish usage. The Scottish succession in 1292. David I. 1124–1153 equals Matilda, daughter of Waltheof, Earl of Huntingdon, Henry, Earl of Northumberland, and Huntingdon, die. Malcolm Roman Ford, 1153–1165, William the Lion, 1165–1214, David, Earl of Huntingdon, Alexander II, 1214–1249, Margaret equals Alan, Lord of Galloway. Isabella equals Robert Bruce, Lord of Annandale, Alexander III, 1249–1286, Margaret, die equals Eric of Norway. Alexander, die de Vorgula, heiress of Galloway equals John Balliol, Lord of Barnard Castle. Robert Bruce, claimant in 1292, die. Margaret, the Maid of Norway, 1286–1290, John Balliol, King 1292–1296, Margaret, Balliol equals John. Come in, Robert Bruce, die equals Margaret, Countess of Carrick, Edward Balliol, King 1332–1334, John. The Red come in, slain 1306, Robert Bruce, King 13, 06-1329. David Roman II, 1320, 91370. Edward's decision, his claims of suzerainty. The Court of Arbitration decided that this plea of Bruce's was unsound, and that his rival's right was undoubted. Edward PG 162 therefore decided in favour of Balliol, who straightway did him homage as King of all Scotland, and was duly crowned at Scone, 1292. So far the King of England's conduct had been unexceptionable. He had acted as an honest umpire, and had handed over the disputed realms to the rightful heir. But Edward's legal mind saw further consequences in the acknowledgement of allegiance which Balliol had made. This soon became evident when he began to allow persons who had been defeated in the Scottish law courts to appeal for a further decision to those of England, in virtue of the suzerainty of the latter country. Such a claim was valid in feudal law, and Edward, as Duke of Aquitaine, had often seen his Gascon subjects make an appeal from the courts of Bordeaux to those of Paris. But to the Scots, the idea was new, for no such custom had prevailed between England and Scotland, and they complained that Edward was breaking the promise which he had made at the time of the arbitration, to respect all the old privileges of the Scotch crown. In this they were practically right, for ancient usage was on their side. Balliol was a weak man and might have yielded to Edward's demand, but his barons refused to hear of it and bound him to do nothing save with the consent of a council of 12 advisers who were to determine his course of action. The discontent of the Scots was soon to have most deplorable consequences for both realms. War with Philip of France. At this time, Edward was just becoming involved in a bitter quarrel with Philip the Fair, the young king of France. Philip coveted Aquitaine and was determined to have it. He picked a quarrel with the King of England about the piratical doings of certain English seamen in the Channel. The mariners of the Cinque Ports and of Normandy had long been sworn foes. They fought whenever they met, without any concern as to whether England and France were at war or not. In 1293, there was a regular pitched battle between them. Off St. Mahe in Brittany, the Normans had the worse, and many of them were slain. This affray seemed to King Philip an admirable excuse for attacking his neighbour. He summoned Edward to Paris, as Duke of Aquitaine, to answer before his feudal lord for the misdoings of the English seamen. The King of England was not averse to PG 163 giving satisfaction, and sent to offer to submit to an arbitration, in which the damages done by his subjects should be assessed. But Philip was not seeking damages, but an excuse for war. He at once declared Edward contumacious for not appearing in person, and proclaimed the forfeiture of the whole Duchy of Aquitaine. Hardly realizing the French king's intentions, Edward dispatched his brother Edmund, Earl of Lancaster, to endeavour to satisfy his offended suzerain. Philip then declared that he would consider himself satisfied if Edward surrendered into his hand, as a token of submission, the chief fortresses of Gascony. They should be restored the moment that compensation had been made for the doings at St. Mahe. Earl Edmund accepted the offer, and the castles were duly placed in Philip's hands. Then, with a barefaced effrontery that disgusted even his own nobles, the French king repudiated the agreement and declared that he should retain Guyenne permanently. Edward was thus committed to an unexpected war, while all his strongholds in Aquitaine were already in the enemy's hands. He began to arm in great wrath, and sent ambassadors abroad to gather allies among Philip's continental foes, chief of whom were the Emperor Adolf of Nassau and the Counts of Brabant, Holland, and Flanders. Alliance of Philip with the Welsh and Scots. But Philip also had looked about him for allies. At this moment, Madoc ap Llywelyn rose in rebellion in North Wales, relying on French aid, and what was of far greater importance, the discontent of the Scots took the form of open war with England. John Balliol embraced the French alliance, promised to wed his son to Philip's daughter, and sent raiding bands across the border to harry Cumberland and Northumberland. Edward invades Scotland. Balliol gives up his crown. Edward resolved at once to ward off the nearer dangers before taking in hand the reconquest of Guyenne. How he put down the dangerous rebellion of Madoc the Welshman we have related in an earlier page. That campaign had taken up the best part of the year 1295. In the next spring, the turn of Balliol came. He was summoned to appear before his suzerain at Newcastle, and when he did not obey, Edward crossed the Tweed with a great host. Berwick, the frontier fortress and chief port of Scotland, was stormed after a very short siege, and 3 weeks later, the PG 164 Scottish king was completely routed at the Battle of Dunbar, April 1296. So unskillfully did the Scots fight that they were beaten by Edward's vanguard under John de Warenne, the hero of the rusty sword, at the Quo Warranto inquest, before the king and the main body of the English army came upon the field. One after another, Edinburgh, Perth, Stirling, and all the chief towns of Scotland yielded themselves, and ere long the craven-spirited King of the North surrendered himself and gave up his crown into Edward's hands, asking pardon as one who had been misled and coerced by evil counsellors. Edward then held a parliament of all the Scottish barons and received their homage, being resolved to reign himself as King north as well as south of the Tweed. He told the assembled nobles that none of the old laws of Scotland should be changed, and issued an amnesty to Balliol's late partisans. It seemed that all resistance was at an end, and that the union of the crowns was to take place with no further trouble or bloodshed. John de Warenne, the victor of Dunbar, was appointed guardian of the realm, and Edward turned southward in triumph, taking with him the Scottish regalia and the holy stone of Scone, on which the kings of Scotland were wont to be crowned. That famous relic still remains at Westminster, where Edward placed it, and serves as the pedestal of the coronation chair of the kings of England to this day. The expedition to Guyenne. The king thought that Scotland was tamed even as Wales had been, forgetting that the Scots had hardly tried their strength against him, and had yielded so easily mainly because their craven king had deserted them. Dismissing northern affairs from his mind, he now turned to the long-deferred expedition to Guyenne. The greater part of that duchy was still in King Philip's greedy hands, and only Bayonne and a few other towns were holding out against him. Edward determined to land in Flanders himself, and there to stir up his German allies against France, but to send the great bulk of the English levies to Gascony under the Marshal Roger Bigod, Earl of Norfolk. Illegal taxation, conflict with the Church. But the expedition was not to take place without much preliminary trouble and difficulty. Edward was in grave need of money to furnish forth his great army, and tried to levy new taxes without any formal grants from Parliament. This at PG 165 once brought him into conflict with the clergy and the baronage. The arrogant Pope Boniface VIII had just published a bull named Clericis Lacos. From its opening words, it forbade the clergy to pay any taxes to the crown from their ecclesiastical revenues. Archbishop Winchelsea thought himself bound to carry out the Pope's command, and refused, in the name of all his order, to assent to any portion of the national taxation falling on church land. The king, who was in no mood to stand objections, was moved to great wrath at this unreasonable claim. He copied the behavior of his grandfather, King John, in a similar crisis, and by his behest, the judges proclaimed that no cleric should have law in the king's courts till the refusal to pay taxes was rescinded. Edward himself sequestrated the lands of the See of Canterbury, and intimated to all tenants on the estates of the clergy that nothing should be done against them if they refused to pay their rents. Many ecclesiastics thereupon withdrew their refusal to contribute to the national expenses, but the archbishop held out, and the quarrel ran on for some time. At last Boniface VIII was induced to so far modify his bull as to admit that the church might make voluntary grants for the purpose of national defense. Winchelsea therefore promised the king that he would endeavor to induce the clergy to make large contributions of their own free will, if Edward on his side would confirm the Great Charter and swear to take no further measures against church property. To this offer, Edward could not refuse his consent. He was in urgent need of money, and although it was a bad precedent to allow the clergy to assess their own taxation outside Parliament, and on a different scale from the contributions of the rest of the realm, he accepted Winchelsea's compromise. Conflict with Parliament, confirmatio cardarum. But this struggle of the king and the church was but one important episode of a contention between the king and the whole nation, which filled the years 1296–7. Edward had provoked the barons and the merchants of England no less than the clergy, the former by bidding them sail for Gascony in the winter and pay him a heavy tax, the latter by seizing all their wool, England's greatest export, as it lay in harbour, and forcing them to pay a heavy fine, the maltolte or evil tax, as PG 166 it was called, before he would let it be sent oversea. All this had been done without the consent of Parliament. The barons, headed by Roger Bigod, who had been told off to head the expedition to Guienne, refused to go abroad unless the king himself should lead them, urging that their feudal duty was only to defend the kingdom, and not to wage wars beyond it. Bigod flatly refused to set out unless the king went with him. "By God, Sir Earl, thou shalt either go or hang," exclaimed Edward, irritated at the contumacy of one who, as Marshal of England, was bound to hold the most responsible post in the army that he was striving to raise. "And by God, Sir King, I will neither go nor hang," shouted the equally enraged Earl Marshal. He flung himself out of the king's presence, and with the aid of his friend Bohun, the Earl of Hereford, gathered a great host, and prepared to withstand the king if he should persist in endeavoring to carry out his design. Edward, however, sailed himself for the continent without forcing the barons to follow him. When he was gone, a parliament met. Archbishop Winchelsea and the Earls of Norfolk and Hereford took the lead in protesting against the king's late arbitrary action, and by their counsel, a recapitulation of the Great Charter was drawn up, with certain articles added at the end, which expressly stipulated that the king should never raise any tax or impost without the consent of lords and commons in Parliament assembled, so that such an exaction as the late maltolte would be in future illegal. The document, which is generally known as the Confirmatio Cartarum, was sent oversea to the king. He received it at Ghent, and after much doubting signed it, for he always wished to have the goodwill of the nation, and knew that a persistence in the exercise of his royal prerogative would bring on a rebellion such as that which had overturned his father in 1263. From this moment dates the first practical control of the Parliament over the royal revenue, for the clause in Magna Carta, which stipulates for such a right, had been so often violated both by Henry III and his son that it required to be fully vindicated by the Confirmatio Cartarum before it was recognized as binding both by king and people. Meanwhile, Edward got little aid in Flanders from his German allies and found that he had small chance of punishing King PG 167 Philip by their arms. He saw Bruges and Lille taken by the French, and finally returned foiled to England, called thither by evil news from the north. Rising of the Scots, William Wallace. Scotland was once more up in arms, though the Anglo-Norman lords who formed the bulk of the baronage had readily done homage to the English monarch. The mass of the nation were far less satisfied with the new condition of affairs. They felt that their king and nobles had betrayed them to the foreigner, for to many of them, notably the Highlanders, the Galloway men, and the Welsh of Strathclyde, the Englishmen still seemed foreign. Edward had not made a very wise choice in the ministers whom he left behind in Scotland. Ormesby, the Chief Justice, and Cressingham, the Treasurer, both made themselves hated by their harsh and unbending persistence in endeavoring to introduce English laws and English taxes. In the spring of 1297, an insurrection broke out in the West Lowlands, headed by a Strathclyde knight named William Wallace, or Le Wallies, i.e. the Welshman. He had been wronged by the Sheriff of Lanark, took to the hills, and was outlawed. His small band of followers soon swelled to a multitude, and the regent, John de Warenne, was obliged to march against him in person. Despising the tumultuary array of the rebels, who got no real help from the self-seeking barons of Scotland, the Earl marched carelessly out of Stirling to attack Wallace, who lay on the hill across the river beyond Cambuskenneth Bridge. Instead of waiting to be attacked, Wallace charged when a third of the English host had crossed the stream. This vanguard was overwhelmed and driven into the Forth, while de Warenne could not bring up his reserves across the crowded bridge. He withdrew into Stirling, leaving several thousand dead on the field, among them the hated Treasurer Cressingham, out of whose skin the victorious Scots are said to have cut straps and belts. This unexpected victory caused a general rising. Some of the barons and many of the gentry joined the insurgents. Wallace, Andrew Murray, and the Seneschal of Scotland were proclaimed wardens of the realm in behalf of the absent John Balliol, and their authority was generally acknowledged. Warren could do nothing against them, and prayed his master PG 168 to come oversea to his help. Meanwhile, Wallace crossed the Tweed at the head of a great band of marauders, and harried Northumberland with a wanton cruelty which was to lead to bitter reprisals later on. Edward in Scotland, Battle of Falkirk. It was not that Edward returned to England and took in hand the suppression of the rebellion. He crossed the border with the whole feudal levy of England, 20,000 bowmen, and a great horde of Welsh light infantry. Soon he was joined by many Scots of the English faction. Wallace burnt the Lothians behind him and retired northward for some time without fighting. Edward's great host was almost forced to retire for want of provisions, but when the news was brought him that Wallace had pitched his camp at Falkirk, he pressed on to bring the Scots to action. He found them drawn up behind a morass, formed in 4 great clumps of pikemen, with archers in the intervals and a few cavalry in the reserve. The first charge of the English horse was checked by the bog. The second was beaten back by the steady infantry of the Scots. Then Edward brought forward his archers and bade them riddle the heavy masses of the enemy with ceaseless arrow flights till a gap was made. Then the English horse charged again. The Scottish knights in reserve fled without attempting to save the day, and the greater part of the squares of pikemen were ridden down and cut to pieces. Wallace fled to the hills, and the English cruelly ravaged all the lowlands. But the Scots did not yet submit. The barons deposed Wallace, of whom they had always been jealous, and named a regency to supersede him under John Comyn, the nephew of their exiled king. The struggle lingered on for several years more, for Edward was hindered from completing his work by the continual pressure of the French war. It was not that he resumed and finished the conquest of the lowlands, but in 1303 he was at length able to make a definitive peace with Philip Roman IV, who restored to him all the lost fortresses of Guienne. Free at last from his continental troubles, Edward swept over Scotland from end to end, carrying his arms into the north as far as Elgin and Banff. The regent Comyn and all the barons of the land submitted to him, and by the capture of Stirling in 1304, the last embers of resistance were quenched. Subjection of Scotland, Wallace executed. Scotland was apparently crushed. The king reorganized the whole country, cutting it up into counties and sheriffdoms like England, providing for its representation in the English Parliament, and setting up new judges and governors throughout the land. The administration was, for the most part, left in the hands of Scots, though the king's nephew, John of Brittany, was appointed regent and warden of the land. The last hope of the survival of Scottish independence seemed to vanish in 1305, when Wallace, who had maintained himself as an outlaw in the hills long after the rest of his countrymen had submitted, fell into the hands of the English. He was betrayed by some of his own men to Sir John Menteith, one of Edward's Scottish officials. Menteith sent him to London, where he was executed as a traitor, with all the cruelties that were prescribed for men guilty of high treason. It would have been better for the king's good name if he, like so many other Scots, had been pardoned, but Edward could not forgive the prime mover of the insurrection and the cruel waster of the English border. Robert Bruce, murder of John Comyn. For some 2 years, Scotland was governed as part of Edward's realm, but the nation submitted from sheer necessity, not from any good will. In 1306, the troubles broke out again, owing to the ambition of a single man. Robert Bruce, the grandson of the Bruce who had striven with Balliol in 1292, was the leader in the new rising. Like his grandfather, he was more of an English baron than a pure Scot. He had taken Edward's side in the civil wars, and seems to have hoped that his fidelity might be rewarded by the gift of the Scottish crown when the Balliols were finally dismissed. Receiving no such guerdon, he conspired with some of his kinsfolk and a few of the Scottish earls, and endeavoured to get John Comyn, the late regent of Scotland, to join him. But when Comyn refused, at an interview in the Greyfriars Kirk at Dumfries, to break his newly sworn faith to King Edward, Bruce slew him with his own hand before the altar and fled to the north. There was method in this murder, for after the Balliols, Comyn had the best hereditary claim to the Scottish throne. Severity of Edward. Gathering his followers at Scone, Bruce had himself crowned PG 170 King of Scotland. But his royalty was of the most ephemeral nature. Few of the Scots would join one whose past record was so unsatisfactory, and his army was beaten and dispersed by De Valence, Earl of Pembroke, whom King Edward sent against him. Bruce had to take to the hills almost alone, and for many months was chased about the woods and lochs of Perthshire and Argyllshire by Highland chiefs eager to earn the price that Edward had set upon his head. His kinsmen, Nigel, Alexander, and Thomas, with most of his chief followers, were captured, tried, and executed, for Edward was driven to wild anger by the unprovoked rising of one who had hitherto been his hot partisan. Even the ladies of Bruce's house were cast into dungeons, and the Countess of Buchan, who had crowned him at Scone, was shut up in an iron cage. The king's hand fell far more heavily on Scotland than before. The lands of Bruce's partisans were confiscated and given to Englishmen, and all who had favored him were slain or outlawed. Death of Edward. Unhappily for the king, these harsh measures had a very different result from that which he had expected. The hangings and confiscations gave Bruce many new partisans, and his misfortunes made him the nation's favorite. When he left his island refuge in Argyllshire in the spring of 1307 and landed in Carrick, he was joined by a considerable force. Edward, though now an old man and stricken down by disease, swore that he would make an end of the traitor. He mounted his horse for the last time at Carlisle and rode as far as Burg-on-Sands, where bodily weakness forced him to stop. Feeling the hand of death upon him, he made his son Edward of Carnarvon swear to persevere in the expedition against Bruce. He even bade him bear his coffin forward into Scotland, for his very bones, he said, would make the Scots quake. 4 days of illness ended his laborious life. July 17, 1307. His unworthy son at once broke up the army, leaving Bruce to make head unopposed, and used his father's funeral as an excuse for returning home. Edward was buried under a plain marble slab at Westminster, with the short inscription: EDWRDVS, PRIMVS, MALLEVS, SCO2RVM HIC IST. PACTVM, SCRVA. Footnote. Chapter 12. Edward minus 1327. Character of Edward Roman II. Seldom did a son contrast so strangely with his father as did Edward of Carnarvon with Edward the Hammer of the Scots. The mighty warrior and statesman begot a shiftless, thriftless craven, who did his best to bring to rack and ruin all that his sire had built up. The younger Edward's character had been the cause of much misgiving to the old king during the last years of his life. He had already shown himself incorrigibly idle and apathetic, refusing to bear his share of the burdens of royalty and wasting his time with worthless favorites. The chief of his friends was one Piers de Gaveston, a young Gascon knight, whom his father, much to his own sorrow, had made one of his household. Piers was a young man of many accomplishments, clever, brilliant, and showy, who kept a bitter tongue for all save his master, and had an unrivaled talent for making enemies. He kept the listless prince amused, and in return Edward gave him all he asked, which was no small grant, for Piers was both greedy and extravagant. The new king was neither cruel nor vicious, but he was inconceivably obstinate, idle, and thriftless. It has been happily said of him that he was the first king of England since the Conquest who was not a man of business. Hitherto the descendants of William the Norman had retained a share of their ancestors' energy. Even the weak Henry III had been a busy, bustling man, ready to meddle and muddle with all affairs of state, great or small. But Edward II took no interest in anything. The best thing that his apologists find to say of him is that he showed some liking for farming. The moment that his father was dead, Edward broke up the Scottish expedition, abandoned great army that had been mustered at Carlisle, and returned home. If the campaign had been pursued, there was every chance of crushing Bruce, whose position was still most precarious, for all the fortresses of the land were held by the English, and most of the Scottish nobles still refused to join the pretender. But Edward only sent north a small force under the Earl of Pembroke, which made no head against the forces of Bruce. Ascendancy of Piers Gaveston. Edward settled down in his kingship, the English nation found itself confronted by a new problem: how to deal with a king who altogether refused to trouble himself about the governance of the realm. He referred all men who came to him to his good brother peers, and went about his pleasures without further concern. When a few months after his accession he was to wed Isabel, the daughter of the King of France, he went oversea, leaving the regency in the hands of the Gascon upstart, whom he created Earl of Cornwall, granting him the old royal earldom that had been held by the descendants of Richard, the brother of Henry III. He also gave him in marriage his niece, the daughter of the Earl of Gloucester, and lavished upon him a number of royal estates. Baronage and people alike were moved to wrath by seeing the king hand over the governance of the realm to his favorite. The proud nobles, who had been content to bend before Edward's father, would not for a moment yield to a king who was but the creature of Gaveston. Troubles began almost immediately on the young king's accession. He was besought, in and out of Parliament, to dismiss the Gascon. He bowed before the storm and sent him out of England for the moment, but only to give him higher honours by making him Lord Deputy of Ireland. When the king recovered from his fright, Gaveston was recalled and returned more powerful and more arrogant than before 1309. The Scottish War. Meanwhile, the war in Scotland was going very badly. Many of the nobles, after long doubting, joined Bruce, because they saw that they were likely to get little protection from the feeble king whom they had hitherto served. Several important places fell into the insurgents' hands, and it was universally felt that only a great expedition headed by the king himself could stay Bruce's progress. Edward, however, was enduring too much trouble at home to think of reconquering Scotland. The barons were moving again, headed by 3 personal enemies of Gaveston's, whom he is said to have mortally offended by the nicknames he had bestowed on them. The first was the king's cousin, Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, a turbulent, ambitious man who covered a scheming love of power by an affectation of patriotism and disinterestedness. The other 2 were Aymer de Valence, Earl of Pembroke, and Guy Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick. Gaveston's name for Lancaster was the actor, which indeed well hit off his pretense of unreal virtue. Pembroke he called Joseph the Jew, and Warwick the Black Dog of Arden. The Lords Ordainers. It was these 3 lords who in 1310 led an attack in Parliament on the king and his favourite, and drew up a scheme for taking the direct rule of the realm out of their hands. Following the precedent of the provisions of Oxford, the Parliament named a Committee of Regency, or body of ministers, composed of 21 members, who were called the Lords Ordainers, and were to draw up a scheme for the reform of all the abuses of the kingdom. The 21 comprised the Archbishop of Canterbury and all the leading men of England, but Thomas of Lancaster and his friends had the ascendancy among them. The king complained that he was treated like a lunatic and deprived of the right that every man owns of being allowed to manage his own household. He resolved by way of protest to show that he could do something useful, and taking Gaveston with him, made an incursion into Scotland. Bruce was cautious and retired northward, burning the country behind him. The king struggled on as far as the Forth, and then turned back without having accomplished anything. On his return, he was forced to sign a promise to redress many administrative grievances which the Lords Ordainers laid before him, to consent to banish Gaveston, choose all his ministers with the counsel and consent of his baronage, disallow all customs and taxes save such as Parliament should grant, and reform the administration of justice. Edward signed everything readily, but immediately departed. Into the north, bade Gaveston return to England and join him, and published a repudiation of the new ordinances, as forced on him by threats and violence, 1311. Murder of Gaveston. This contumacy brought matters to a head. Lancaster and his friends took arms and laid siege to Scarborough, where the favourite lay. Gaveston surrendered on a promise that he should have a fair trial in Parliament. But while he was being taken southward, the Earl of Warwick came upon his keepers, drove them away, and took peers out of their hands. Without trial or form of justice, the Black Dog of Arden bade his retainers behead the favourite by the wayside on Blacklow Hill, May 1312. Thomas of Lancaster approved by his presence this gross and faithless violation of the terms on which Gaveston had surrendered at Scarborough. Progress of Bruce. This outburst of lawless baronial vengeance removed Edward's favourite, but did the realm no other good. The king was compelled to pardon Gaveston's murderers, but he could not be forced to forget what they had done, and even his slow and craven heart conceived projects of revenge. But these had to be postponed for a time to the pressing needs of the Scotch War. Bruce had taken Perth in 1312, Edinburgh and Roxburgh fell to him in the following year, and he was besieging Stirling, the last important stronghold still in English hands. Even Edward was stirred. He bade all England arm and vowed to march to the relief of Stirling in the next spring. A great host mustered under the royal banner, but Thomas of Lancaster factiously refused to appear, on the plea that the ordinances of 1311 forbade the king to go out to war without the consent of Parliament. This act alone is a sufficient proof that Thomas was a mere self-seeking politician, and not the patriot that he would fain have appeared. Larger image button. Battle of Bannockburn, June 24, th. 1314. Battle of Bannockburn. King Edward, with an army that is rated at nearly 100,000 men by the chronicler, pushed on to relieve Stirling and met no opposition till he reached the burn of Bannock, 2 miles south of that town. There he found Bruce and his host of 40,000 men posted on a rising ground, with the brook and a broad bog in his front. On their flanks, the Scots had protected themselves by digging many pits, lightly covered with earth and brushwood, so as to break the charge of the English PG 175 horse. Edward displayed all the marks of a bad general. Instead of endeavoring to use his superior numbers to turn or surround the enemy, he flung them recklessly on the Scottish front. When his archers, who by themselves might have settled the battle, had been driven away by the Scots horse, he pushed his great array of mailed knights against the solid masses of Bruce's infantry. After struggling through brook and bog, the English came to a standstill before the steady line of spears. Charge after charge was made, but the knights could not break through the sturdy pikemen, and at last recoiled in disorder. At this moment, a mass of Scottish camp followers came rushing over the hill on the left, and were taken by the exhausted English for a new army. Edward's great host broke up and fled, the king himself stripping his followers, and never halting till he reached Dunbar. The Earl of Gloucester, 6 other barons, 200 knights, and many thousand men of PG 176 lower rank were left upon the field. The Earls of Hereford and Angus and 70 knights were taken prisoners. The fight of Bannockburn completely did away with the last chance of the union of England and Scotland. The English garrisons surrendered, and the Scots of the English party yielded themselves to Bruce, save a few who, with the Earls of Athole and Buchan, took refuge south of the border. For the future, Bruce was undisputed king beyond the Tweed, and instead of acting upon the defensive, was able to push forward and attack England. His ambition was completely satisfied, and his long toils and wanderings ended in splendid success. His whole career, however, was that of a hardy adventurer rather than that of a patriotic king, and his triumph estranged 2 nations which had hitherto been able to dwell together in amity, and plunged them for nearly 3 centuries into bloody border wars. It was from the atrocities committed by Englishmen on Scot and Scot on Englishmen during the fatal years 1306-14 that the long national quarrel drew its bitterness. And for all this, Bruce, who commenced his reign by treason, murder, and usurpation, is largely responsible. Edward I must take his full share of blame for his hard hand and heart, but Bruce's ambition masquerading as patriotism must bear as great a load of guilt. Rule of Thomas, Earl of Lancaster. The shame which King Edward brought home from the ignominious day of Bannockburn lowered him yet further in his subjects' eyes. The Earl of Lancaster, who had avoided participating in the defeat by his unpatriotic refusal to go forth with the king, was now able to take the administration of affairs into his hands. He dismissed all Edward's old servants, put him on an allowance of £10 a day for his household expenses, and for some years was practically ruler of the realm. War in Ireland. Lancaster might have passed for an able man if he had not laid his hand on the helm of the state, but he guided matters so badly that he soon wrecked his own reputation both for ability and for patriotism. 1314-18. The generals of the Scottish king crossed the border and ravaged the country as far as York and Preston, and at the same time, Edward Bruce, the brother of Robert, sailed over to Ireland with an army and began to raise the native Irish against their PG 177 rulers. The great tribes of the O'Neills and the O'Connors joined him in the hope of completely expelling the English, and by their aid, Edward Bruce was crowned King of Ireland and swept over the whole country from Antrim to Kerry, burning the towns and castles of the English settlers. It is from these unhappy years, 1315-17, that we may date the weakening of the royal authority in Ireland and the restriction of English rule to the eastern coast, the Pale, about Dublin, Dundalk, and Wicklow. When the war seemed over and the victory of Edward Bruce certain, the dissensions of the Irish ruined his cause. Lord Mortimer routed Edward's allies the O'Connors at Athenry in 1317, and the King of Ireland himself and his Scottish followers were cut to pieces at Dundalk, a year later, by the Chief Justice, John de Birmingham. Dublin and the Pale were thus saved, but little or no progress was made in restoring the King of England's authority in the rest of the land. Bruce invades England. Edward recovers power. Though victorious in Ireland, the English under Lancaster's rule were unable to keep their own borders safe. Bruce took Berwick, ravaged Durham, and cut the whole shire levy of Yorkshire to pieces at Mitten Bridge. In despair, Lancaster asked for a truce and obtained it 1320. But the temporary cessation of the Scottish War only gave the opportunity for the English to come to blows in civil strife. Thomas of Lancaster had by this time made so many enemies that the king was able to gather together a party against him. Though slow and idle, Edward was unforgiving, and well remembered that he had Gaveston's blood to avenge. He found his chief supporters in the two Despensers, West Country barons, the son and grandson of that Despenser who had been Simon de Montfort's justiciar and had fallen at Evesham. Taking advantage of the times, Edward assembled an army under the plea that he must chastise a baron named Badlesmere, who had rudely excluded Queen Isabella from Leeds Castle in Kent when she wished to enter. Having taken Leeds and hung its garrison, the king, with a most unexpected show of energy, suddenly turned on Lancaster. Earl Thomas called out his friends, and the Earl of Hereford, Lord Mortimer, and many of the barons of the Welsh marches rose in his favour. He was forced, however, to fly north when the king pursued him, and had made his way as far as Boroughbridge, in PG 178 Yorkshire, when he found himself intercepted by the shire levies of the north, headed by Harclay, the governor of Carlisle. A battle followed, in which Hereford was slain and Lancaster taken prisoner. Vengeance of Edward. The king was now able to wreak his long-delayed vengeance for Gaveston's murder. He sent Earl Thomas to the block and hung or beheaded 8 barons and 30 knights of his party. Lord Mortimer and the rest were stripped of their lands and banished. These wholesale executions and confiscations not only provoked the baronage, but caused the nation to look on Earl Thomas as a martyr, though he was in fact nothing better than a selfish and turbulent adventurer. Rule of the Despensers, 1320–26. Edward, having taken his revenge, subsided into his former listlessness and sloth, handing over the whole conduct of affairs to his new ministers, the two Despensers. Father and son alike were unwise, greedy, and arrogant. They used the king's name for their own ends, and soon made themselves as well hated as Gaveston had been 10 years before. Yet for 4 years they maintained themselves in power, even after they had advised the king to take the necessary but unpopular step of acknowledging Bruce as King of Scotland and concluding a truce for 13 years with him. Queen Isabella and Mortimer, fall of the Despensers. The slothful Edward and the arrogant Despensers soon tired out the patience of England, and they fell before the first blow levelled against them. The blow came from an unexpected quarter. Edward's wife, Isabella of France, was visiting the court of her brother, Charles IV, on a diplomatic mission concerning some frontier feuds in Guienne. At Paris, she met and became desperately enamored of the exiled Marcher baron, Roger Mortimer. He drew her into a conspiracy against her husband. By his advice, she induced her young son Edward, the heir of England, to cross over and join her. When the boy was safely in her hands, she sent to King Edward to bid him dismiss the Despensers, because they had wronged and insulted her. When he refused, she and Mortimer gathered a force of Flemish mercenaries and crossed to England. They had already enlisted the support of the kinsmen and friends of Lancaster, Hereford, Badlesmere, PG 179, and the other barons who had been slain in 1322. On landing in Suffolk, Isabella was at once joined by them and found herself at the head of a large army. Edward and his unpopular ministers fled towards Wales, but the elder Despenser was caught at Bristol and promptly hanged. His son Hugh and the king were captured 3 weeks later. The former was executed, while his master was taken under guard to London, November 1326. Edward deposed, his son proclaimed king. The Queen then summoned a parliament in the name of her son, Prince Edward. Articles were placed before it, accusing the king of breaking his coronation oath, of willfully neglecting the right governance of the land, of promoting unworthy favourites, of losing Scotland and Ireland, and of slaying his enemies without just cause or a fair trial. The Parliament pronounced him unfit to reign, deposed him, and elected his young son to fill his throne in his stead. Death of Edward. Edward was constrained by force to resign his crown and at once thrown into prison. He was first consigned to the charge of Henry of Lancaster, the brother of Earl Thomas, but Henry kept him safely, and there were those who did not desire his safety. Presently the Queen and Mortimer took him from Lancaster's hands and removed him to Berkeley Castle. There he was treated with gross neglect and cruelty in the deliberate design of ending his life. But when his constitution proved strong enough to resist all privations, his keepers secretly put him to death, September 21, 1327. Thus ended the unhappy son of Edward I, the victim of an unfaithful wife, and a knot of barons bent on revenging an old blood feud. That he deserved his fate, it would be hard to say, but that he owed it entirely to his own unwise choice of favorites, it is impossible to deny. Chapter 13. Edward minus 1377. Shameful as the state of the realm had been under the rule of Edward of Carnarvon and his favorites, a yet more disgraceful depth was reached in the years of minority of his son. The young king was only 14, and the government fell into the hands of those who had set him on the throne, his mother and her paramour, Roger Mortimer. A council headed by Henry Earl of Lancaster was supposed to guide the king's steps, but as a matter of fact he was in Queen Isabella's power, while she was entirely ruled by Mortimer. They were surrounded by a guard of 180 knights and acted as they pleased in all things. It was only gradually that the nation realized the state of affairs, for the murder of Edward II was long kept concealed, and the relations of the Queen and Mortimer were not at first generally known. Second Scottish invasion, the shameful peace. The first blow to the new government was the renewal of the Scottish War. In 1328, Robert Bruce broke the truce that he had made 6 years before. He was now growing advanced in age and was stricken by leprosy, but he sent out, under James, the Black Douglas, a great host, 4,000 knights and squires, and 0 moss troopers, all horsed on shaggy Galloway ponies. They harried England as far as the Tees and successfully eluded Mortimer, who went out against them, taking the young king with him. Outmarching the English day by day, Douglas retired before them across the Northumbrian fells, occasionally harassing his pursuers by night attacks. He returned home with much plunder, leaving not a cow unlifted, nor a house unburnt in all Tynedale. The English host came back foiled and half-starved, and Mortimer, not daring PG 181 to face another campaign, advised the Queen to make terms with the Scots. Accordingly, the shameful peace was signed at Northampton, by which England resigned all claims of suzerainty over the Scotch realm, sent back the crown and royal jewels, which Edward I had carried off to London, and gave the king's sister Joanna to be wed to Bruce's eldest son, 1328. Risings against Mortimer. Mortimer's failure led to insurrections against him, but they were mere baronial risings, not efforts of the whole people. Henry of Lancaster, who headed the first, was put down and heavily fined for his pains. Edmund, Earl of Kent, then took up the same plan, announcing that he would free his half-brother Edward Roman II, who, as he was persuaded, still survived. but he fell into Mortimer's hands and was beheaded. The king asserts himself, Mortimer executed. It was the young king himself who was destined to put an end to the misrule of his mother and her minion. When he reached the age of 18 and realized the shameful tutelage in which he was being held, he resolved to free himself from it by force. While the court lay at Nottingham Castle in October 1330, he gathered a small band of trustworthy adherents, and at midnight entered the Queen's lodgings by a secret stair and seized Mortimer, in spite of his mother's tears and curses. The favorite was sent before his peers, tried, and executed. Isabella was relegated to honorable confinement at Castle Rising, where she lived for many years after. Character of Edward Roman III. King Edward now himself assumed the reins of government. He was still very young, but in the Middle Ages men ripened quick if they died early, and Edward at 19 was thought both by others and himself old enough to take charge of the policy of the realm. He was in his youth a very well-served and well-loved sovereign, for he had all the qualities that attract popularity: a handsome person, pleasant and affable manners, a fluent tongue, and an energy that contrasted most happily with the listless indolence of his miserable father. It was many years before the world discovered that he was selfish, thriftless, reckless of his country's needs, and set on gratifying his personal ambition and love of warlike feats to the sacrifice of every other consideration. He was a PG 182 knight-errant of the type of Richard Coeur de Lion, not a statesman and warrior like his grandfather Edward I in his later years. His faculties showed a premature decay, and he fell into the hands of favorites, male and female, who were almost as offensive as the Gavestones and Despensers of the previous generation. Edward's reign falls into three well-marked periods. The first, 1330–39, is that of his Scottish wars. The second, 1330–960, is that in which he began the famous and unhappy 100 Years' War with France, and himself conducted it up to the brilliant but unwise Peace of Bretigny. The third, 1360–77, that of his declining years, is a time of trouble and misgovernment gradually increasing till Edward sank unregretted into his grave. War with Scotland, Battle of Halidon Hill. Robert Bruce, the terror of the English, had died in 1329, leaving his throne to his son David II, a child of 5 years. The government fell into the hands of regents, who ill supplied the place of the dead king, and their weakness tempted the survivors of the English party in Scotland to strike a blow. Edward Balliol, the son of the long-dead John Balliol, accordingly made secret offers to Edward III, that he would do homage to him for the Scottish crown and reign as his vassal if he were helped to win the land. With Edward's connivance, the young Balliol gathered together the Earls of Buchan and Athole and many other Scottish refugees in England and took ship to Scotland. He landed in Fife, was joined by his secret friends, beat the regent, the Earl of Mar, and seized the greater part of Scotland. He was crowned at Scone and forced the young David Bruce to flee overseas to France to save his life. But soon the National Party rose against Balliol, expelled him, and chased him back to England. Edward then took the field in his favor and met the Scots at Halidon Hill near Berwick. Here he inflicted on them a crushing defeat, which the English celebrated as a fair revenge for the blow of Bannockburn. For the regent Archibald Douglas, 4 earls, and many thousand men were left on the field. They fell mainly by the arrows of the English archery, for having drawn themselves out on a hillside behind a marsh, they stood as a broad target for the bowmen, whom they were unable to reach. The intervening marshy ground prevented PG 183 their heavy columns of pikemen from advancing, and they were routed without even the chance of coming to handstrokes. July 1333. This victory made Edward Balliol King of Scotland for a second time. He did homage to his champion and ceded to him Tweedale and half Lothian. But the crown won by English help sat uneasily on Balliol's brow. After several years of spasmodic fighting, he was finally driven out of his realm and took refuge again in England. This time he found less help, for Edward III was now plunged deep in schemes of another kind. 9 years of comparative quiet had done much to recover England from the misery it had known in the last reign. The baronage and people were serving the young king loyally, taxation had not yet been heavy, and the success of Halidon Hill had restored the nation's self-respect. Edward himself was flushed by victory and burning for fresh adventures. Hence it came that, neglecting the nearer but less showy task of restoring the English suzerainty over Scotland, he turned to wars overseas. Quarrel with France, the 100 Years' War begins. One of the usual frontier quarrels between French and Gascons had broken out in 1337 on the borders of Aquitaine. In consequence, Philip VI of France had, like so many of his predecessors, taken measures to support Edward's Scottish enemies and given shelter to the exiled boy king, David Bruce. War between England and France was probably inevitable, but Edward chose to make it a life-and-death struggle by laying claim to the throne of France and branding Philip VI as a usurper. The French succession, the Salic law. The question of the French succession dated from some years back. In 1328 died Edward's uncle, King Charles IV, the last of the direct male descendants of Philip IV. The problem then cropped up for the first time whether the French crown could descend to females, or whether the next male heir must be chosen, although he was but the cousin of the late king. The peers of France adjudged that by the Salic law, an old custom ascribed to the ancient Franks, only male descent counted in tracing claims to the throne. Accordingly, they adjudged the kingdom to Philip of Valois, who was crowned as Philip VI. Edward, as own nephew PG 184 through his mother to Charles IV, had protested at the time, but he had practically withdrawn his protest by doing homage to Philip for the Duchy of Aquitaine and thereby acknowledging the justice of the award. The French succession, 1337. Philip III, 1270–1285. Philip IV, 1285–1314. Charles, Count of Valois. Louis X, 1314–1316. Philip V, 1316–1322. Charles IV, 1312–1328. Isabella, Philip of Valois. King 1328–1350. Jane, Queen of Navarre. Edward III, John, 1350–1364. Charles, King of Navarre. Now, in 1337, Edward began to think of reviving his dormant pretensions to the French crown, though they had two fatal defects. The first was that there had never been any precedent in France for a claim through the female line. The second was that, even if such descents could be counted, one of his mother's brothers had left a daughter, the Queen of Navarre, and the son of that princess had a better female claim than Edward himself. The only way in which this defect could be ignored was by pleading, like Bruce in 1292, that Edward was a generation nearer to the old royal stock than his cousin, Charles, King of Navarre. Edward claims the French crown. On this rather futile plea, Edward laid solemn claim to the French crown and declared Philip of Valois a usurper. Perhaps there may be truth in the story which tells that he did not do so from any strong belief in his own theory, but because the Flemings, vassals to the French crown, had declared that they could not aid him, though willing to do so, on account of oaths of fealty sworn to the King of France. If Edward claimed to be king himself, they said, their allegiance and help would be due to PG 185 him. Whether the tale be true or not, he at any rate made the claim. In reliance on the assistance of the Flemings and of their neighbors the Dukes of Brabant and Holland, and with the countenance of the Emperor Louis of Bavaria, King Edward determined to land in the Low Countries and attack France from the north. He called out great bodies of soldiery and took advantage of the devotion that the nation felt for him to raise illegal taxes for their pay. Violating his grandfather's engagements, he took a tallage from the towns and levied a maltolte or extra customs duty on the export of wool. In the excitement of the moment, little opposition was made to these high-handed measures. First campaign, naval victory off Sluys. But Edward's campaign against France proved utterly unsuccessful. His Netherland allies were of little use to him. King Philip refused to risk a battle in the field, and an attack on Cambrai was defeated. Edward had to return to England to raise more money. While at home, he heard that a great French fleet had been collected for the conquest of Flanders and a subsequent attack on England. Hastily raising all the ships he could gather from London and the Cinque Ports, the king set sail to seek the enemy. He found them in harbour at the Flemish port of Sluys, and there brought them to action. They had chained their ships in 3 lines and built up barricades upon them. But by pretending to fly, Edward induced them to cast loose and follow him, and when they had got out to sea, turned and attacked. The English archery swept the enemy's decks, and then the king and his knights clambered up and boarded vessel after vessel, till well nigh the whole French fleet was taken, 1340. No such glorious day had been seen since Hubert de Burgh won the battle off Dover 120 years before. Contest with Parliament. The victory of Sluys freed England from the danger of invasion, but did nothing more. For when the king landed in Flanders and pushed forward against France, he again failed to break through the line of strong towns that guarded Philip's frontier and had to return home foiled. On coming to England, he fell into a bitter strife with his parliament, who were far from contented with the repeated checks in Flanders. Edward began by charging his failure on PG 186's ministers and dismissed them all, from the Chancellor and the Archbishop of Canterbury downwards, accusing them of having misappropriated the taxes. He announced that he would bring them to trial and appointed a special commission for the purpose. This led to a vindication of the ancient right of trial by a man's equals, for John de Stratford, the Archbishop, insisted on being tried in Parliament by the barons his peers, and carried his point against the king's strenuous opposition. He was of course acquitted, as nothing could be found against him. The Parliament only consented to grant the king fresh supplies when he swore, 1. To let them appoint a committee to audit the accounts of the money, 2. To take no further maltolts or tallages, but confine himself to the duly voted supplies, 3. To choose his ministers only with Parliament's consent, and make them answerable to Parliament for malfeasance in their office, 1341. If these conditions had been kept, the Crown would have been completely under control of the National Council, but Edward shamelessly broke them when fortune turned in his favour. Edward invades Normandy, Battle of Crécy. England had now been 5 years at war with France, and had gained nothing thereby save the destruction of the French navy at Sluys. France had fared equally badly, and in a lucid moment the kings signed a truce. But both Edward and Philip and their subjects had come to dislike each other so bitterly that no end could be put to the war till one or other had gained a decisive victory. The struggle was soon renewed on fresh ground, the Duchy of Brittany, where a disputed succession had occurred. With strange want of logic, Philip VI backed the claimant whose pretensions were based on a female descent, and Edward the one who claimed as next male heir under the Salic law. Thus each supported in Brittany the theory of descent which he repudiated in France. After much indecisive fighting, both in Brittany and on the Gascon border, Edward determined on a new invasion of France in 1345. Giving out that he would sail to Bordeaux, he really landed near Cherbourg in Normandy, where the enemy was not expecting him. He had determined to fight the campaign with English forces alone, and no longer to rely on untrustworthy continental friends. With 4,000 men-at-arms, 10,000 bowmen, and light Welsh and Irish infantry, he PG 187 pushed boldly through the land, sacking Saint-Lô and Caen, and driving the local levies of Normandy before him. But he had cut himself loose from the sea, and as his course drew him into the interior, the French began to muster on all sides of him in great numbers and in high wrath. It was evident that he ran great danger of being surrounded, and would certainly have to fight for his life. When he reached the Seine, King Philip broke down all the bridges to prevent his escape, and it was more by chance than good generalship that the English army succeeded in forcing a passage. Hearing of the vast numbers that were coming against him, Edward now turned north, but he was again checked by the river Somme, and only got across by fighting his way over the dangerous sea-swept ford of Blanchetaque near the river's mouth, in face of the levies of Picardy. 3 days later, he was overtaken by the French at Crécy in the county of Ponthieu, and had to turn and fight. King Philip had brought up a vast army, some 12,000 men-at-arms and 0-foot soldiers, including several thousand Genoese crossbowmen, who were reckoned the best mercenary troops in Europe. Edward drew up his host on a hillside, north of Crécy, placing his archers in front, with bodies of dismounted men-at-arms to support them. Two-thirds of the army were arrayed in the front line, under the nominal command of Edward, Prince of Wales, the 15-year-old son and heir of the king. Edward kept the rest in reserve higher up the hill, under his own hand. The English archers. Crecy was the first fight which taught the rulers of the continent the worth of the English bowmen. When the vast French army came up against them, they easily repelled every attack. First, they riddled with arrows the Genoese crossbowmen, who could make no stand against them, for the archer could shoot 6 times before the Genoese could wind up their clumsy arbalists for a second discharge. Then when the French chivalry advanced, they shot down men and horses so fast that it was only at a few points that the enemy ever succeeded in reaching their line and coming to handstrokes with the Prince of Wales and his dismounted knights. At evening the French fled, routed by less than a third of their numbers, before King Edward and his reserve had occasion to strike a single blow. Edward knighted PG 188 his son on the field, the first victory of the celebrated Black Prince, who was to prove as good a soldier as his father. When the French dead were counted, it was discovered that the English archery had slain 11 dukes and counts, 83 barons, 1,200 knights, and more than 20,000 of the French soldiery. John, King of Bohemia, who had come to help Philip Roman VI, though he was old and weak of sight, was also among the slain. On the other hand, the English had lost less than 1,000 men, August 26, 1346. Larger image button. Battle of Crecy, 1346. After this splendid victory, King Edward was able to march unmolested through the land. He resolved to end the campaign by taking Calais, the nearest French seaport to the English coast, and one which, if held permanently, would give him an ever-open door into France. Capture of Calais. Accordingly, he sat down before Calais and beleaguered it for many months, till it fell by famine in the next year. The King of France could do nothing to relieve it, and the town had to yield at discretion. The men of Calais had made many piratical descents on England, and Edward was known to bear them a grudge for this. Therefore 7 chief burgesses of the place gallantly came forward to bear the brunt of his wrath, and offered themselves to him with halters round their necks, begging him to hang them, but spare PG 189 the rest of their townsmen. Edward was at first inclined to take these patriotic citizens at their word, but his wife Queen Philippa urged him to gentler counsels, and he let them go. But he drove out of Calais every man who would not own him as king and swear him fealty, and filled their places with English colonists. Thus Calais became an English town, and so remained for more than 200 years, a thorn in the side of France, and an open gate for the invader from beyond the Channel. Scottish invasion, Battle of Neville's Cross. While the siege of Calais had been in progress, the Scots had made a bold attempt to invade the north of England. The young king, David Bruce, grateful for the shelter which Philip VI had given him in the days of his exile, had crossed the Tweed in the hope of drawing Edward home, and so robbing him of the results of his campaign in France. But Queen Philippa summoned to her aid all the nobles who had not gone oversea and mustered them at Durham. David Bruce pushed forward to meet them, but at Neville's Cross he met with a crushing defeat. Once more it was found that the Scottish pikemen could not stand against the English archery. They were beaten with terrible loss, and the king himself and many of his nobles were taken prisoners and sent to London, October 1346. The Black Death. Edward came back from Calais to England laden with glory and spoil, but all his plunder could not pay for the exhaustion which his heavy taxes and levies of men had brought upon his realm. The nation, however, was blinded to its loss by the glory of Crecy, and the war would probably have been continued with increased energy, but for a fearful disaster which befell the land in the year after the fall of Calais. A great plague which men called the Black Death came sweeping over Europe from the east, and in the awful havoc which it caused wars were for a time forgotten. England did not suffer worse than France or Italy, yet it is calculated that a full half of her population was stricken down by this unexampled pestilence. Manor rolls and bishops' registers bear out by their lists in detail the statements which the contemporary chroniclers make at large. We note that in this unhappy year, 1348-9, many parishes had 3, and some 4 successive vicars appointed to them in 9 months. We see how, in small villages of 300 or 400 inhabitants, 30 or PG 190-40 families, from their oldest to their youngest member, were swept away, so that their farms reverted to the lord of the land for want of heirs. We find monasteries in which every soul, from the prior to the youngest novice, died, so that the house was left entirely desolate. And thus we realize that the chroniclers are but telling us sober, unexaggerated facts when they speak of this as a pestilence such as none had ever seen before, and none is ever like to see again. It seems to have been an eruptive form of that Oriental plague which still lingers in Syria and the valley of the Euphrates. It began with great boils breaking out on the groin or under the armpits, culminated in sharp fever and violent retching, and generally carried off its victims within 2 days. Rise in wages, the statute of laborers. It is probable that England did not recover the loss of population which it now sustained for a couple of centuries, but if the nation was dreadfully thinned, the results of the plague were not all in the direction of evil. It certainly raised the position of the lower classes by making labor more scarce, and therefore more valuable. The surviving agricultural laborers were able to demand much higher wages than before, and it was in vain that Parliament, by the foolish Statute of Laborers, 1349, tried to prescribe a maximum rate of wages for them and to prevent employers giving more. Legislation is unable to prevent the necessary working of the laws of political economy, and in spite of the statute, the peasant got his advantage. Renewal of the French War. The Black Prince. About the time of the outbreak of the Black Death, the kings of England and France had signed a truce, being moved to turn their thoughts far from war by the terrible havoc that was going on around them. It was 6 years before they and their peoples could find heart to forget the plague, and once more resumed their reckless struggle. In 1355, Edward made proposals for a definitive peace to King John. Philip VI had died in 1350, on the terms that he should give up his claims to the French crown, but receive Aquitaine free from all burden of homage to the King of France as suzerain. John refused this reasonable offer, and Edward recommenced his attacks on France. He himself landed at Calais and invaded Picardy, but was ere long recalled home by the news that the Scots also had renewed the war and were over the Tweed. Edward spent the summer in beating them PG 191 back and cruelly ravaging the whole of Lothian. Meanwhile, his son, the Black Prince, now a young man of 25, started from Bordeaux and plundered the French province of Languedoc. In the following year, the Black Prince made a similar incursion into central France and swept through the whole country from Limoges to Tours with a small army of 4,000 mounted men and archers. When he turned his face homeward, however, he found that King John, with a host of 40,000 men, had blocked his road by getting between him and Bordeaux. Thus intercepted, Prince Edward posted himself on the hill of Maupertuis near Poictiers and took up a defensive position. It is probable that the French, with their vastly superior numbers, could have completely surrounded him and starved him into surrender without any need of fighting. But King John, a fierce and reckless prince with none of a general's ability, preferred to take the English by force of arms, and when they refused to surrender to him, prepared to storm their position. Larger image button. Battle of Poictiers, SCP, 1356. The Battle of Poictiers. Edward's small army was drawn up behind a tall hedgerow and a ditch on the slope of a ridge, with the archers in front lining the hedgerow and the men-at-arms behind them. All the latter, save 300, were dismounted, as at Crecy. The Earls of Salisbury and Warwick had command of the 2 divisions which formed the front line, while the prince himself stayed behind with the reserve. John of France, remembering the disaster of Crecy, where the English arrows had slain so many horses, dismounted all his knights save a few hundred, and led them on foot up the hill in 3 divisions. Only a picked body of horsemen, under the 2 marshals, 500 Audreham and Clermont, pushed forward in front, to endeavour to ride down the English archers, as the Scottish cavalry had done so successfully at Bannockburn.